Great
Ah.
job! That was a very, very good run from Brock. Honestly.
But
That was very good.
that Shuin was a bit YOLO though.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I
do
didn't
that
like
in
that
a
one at all.
marathon, but... So, just to explain YOLO shortly, the Terror of Samarkand will go on one of the three girls, and you can kind of see where, but not really. So you wanna wait to see that it's not on your caster, and then send your Charons. You can send your Charons and just hope it's not on the caster, which is basically what happens. And it worked out, so very good, very good.
Wasn't even done with his Firagas yet.
Yeah, that was scary. That was a bit scary.
A little bit.
Team Morg is also currently fighting sisters. Maybe we can keep an eye on that. But if the commentators for the next game want to say something.
Alright, hello, I am puwexil. I am here to talk some FF4.
And I am Inven, and our three runners, elmagus is the first one here taking over for Team Tonberry. What are we looking at with no 64 compared to other Final Fantasy IV runs, puwexil?
Yeah, so the runners are doing the original Super Nintendo version of Final Fantasy IV, released as Final Fantasy II in North America, since we didn't get Final Fantasies 2 or 3 at the time. And that's a very old version of the game, 35 years ago, that has a lot of glitches and manipulations that are only possible in that version. And then this is by all means not going to be anything close to a glitchless run, but there is one very specific glitch that's banned, which is called the 64 door glitch, which is a glitch that you can use to skip about a third of the game, roughly. So this is a very kind of traditional type of playthrough that's had a very kind of long history and a stable rule set too, as far as playing most of the game, with one somewhat significant exception, and then making use of a fair bit of fun tech all along the way to speed it up.
Oh yeah, we're going to have a variety of glitches and quite a bit of manipulation as well. One thing you won't see that was done during setup time is elmagus and our other two runners are not going to have a single encounter for the first little stretch of the game, all because of quite a little bit of frame perfect setup that goes on behind the scenes. And so that early game, very smooth, very nice. First thing we'll really have to worry about will be Mist Dragon and getting enough attacks in time before that third transformation.
Team Morg sadly had a death on sisters.
Oof.
Yeah, they played that really impatiently, so...
Yeah, I think they want to catch up to, since the Ormilogos LeBlanc didn't go as well.
Yeah, but at Sisters you just can't do that. That's just a reset point, because...
I think
hopefully there'll be some revenge in a few hours then, since we'll be fighting the Mega Sisters in this game too.
Almost worked out, but that's just
the last attack. If it would have hit, but he was also unlucky with Posados, because they went on both Dark Knights, which is also not good. So yeah, and it seemed to have been at least 2, maybe 3 Posados, which we don't want to see.
I saw what elmagus did there, changing his
also
color.
Bugform is on the last fight. So Team Choco, get ready. You see, Bugform will not YOLO. I don't think he will. Hopefully.
Whereas that looks like a Shuin wants to attack Pain.
Yeah, that's not good, but I believe in Bugform that he can deal with it accordingly. So you kinda can tell by where he looked. Oh, maybe that's Yuna actually. So he's waiting here, no Charon.
Oh, that is
okay.
Yuna.
That's Yuna.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So he also has Sentinel, which he will probably switch to.
I think he needs one more Faraga, if I didn't miscount that.
I think
Yeah,
he
but
needs
at Sisters you just can't do that.
one more Faraga. Yeah, I think he only sent. No, he sent both.
Yeah,
Okay, one with Firaga. Will he switch to warrior? No, no, what? Another one. Okay, that's scary. But it should be fine. Okay, time. Oh my god.
Oh,
Is
go.
now go Team Choco.
Alright, FF4 can take over now
Yes.
until we have something again.
Well, it'll be a pretty fun comparison here with Elmagus and Rivers, because, you know, Puwexil mentioned this is a 35-year-old game, but even there were 2 versions that were released in the States. There are a few of the techniques that you can use in the game were changed to eliminate some glitches that Rivers will be taking advantage of, but Elmagus instead will have faster moves. You want to talk a little bit about those different routes, Puwexil, while we're still in our opening cutscenes?
Yeah. So this will be. What's going to be really interesting about this race for FF4 specifically is that we have basically 3 runners doing 3 different routes. I mean, not really meaningful for pretty significant chunks of the game, but it will matter for a couple of very specific boss fights and for the very end of the game too. Because, yeah, like Inven said, there were 2 versions of the FF2 US ROM that were printed. There's 1.0, which was the first run, and then 1.1. And then there's one pretty notable glitch called the Twin Mimic glitch that we'll get into in probably about 50 minutes-ish or so. Because Rivers and KainDeschain, when he starts, are going to be using that. But that glitch was actually fixed in the 1.1 version, so that's going to mean that elmagus is going to have to use completely different strats for 1 or 2 boss fights at roughly the hour mark of the run. But kind of as a trade-off to that, too, there was some just other subtle rebalancing done to the game, and the main thing that affects the speed run is that some of the special attacks that you can do in battle that have kind of charge up time associated with it between when you queue up the command and when it goes off got reduced somewhat substantially too. So there's a couple special attacks that'll be a little more useful in elmagus's run because of him being on the 1.0 or 1.1 version. And while we're still in the kind of the long intro before we really start playing too, I think this will also be a great opportunity to start talking about step routing, which is another thing that's kind of unique to the Super Nintendo and Super Famicom versions of FF4, which is that if you play this game normally, you'll definitely notice that the rate that you get random battles and dungeons is very inconsistent. Like sometimes you can walk for like, I don't know, like 80 or more steps without seeing a single battle. And then there's some times where you walk 5 steps and get like 3 or 4 battles in rapid succession. And thanks to a lot of science and miracle work done by community member Accident, there's actually manipulation that's been routed out, because when you start up the game, you're going to basically be on one of 256 possible seeds for the random encounter system that affect what tiles you get battles on, what the enemy formations are. And if just we'll kind of talk more about it later too, but once you figure out what seed you're on, you can then start following a step route where you'll be in a lot of cases taking some extra steps on specific maps in order to line up getting fewer encounters in dungeons and getting less chances for really nasty encounters. And then one really big payoff near the end of the game too. So I guess Inven, do you want to talk about the Mist Dragon fight now that elmagus is getting into it?
Sure. So one of your big goals here is to get that Kain jump queued up before the first attack comes out. You're going to try to, I believe, jump twice here, get 4 attacks with Cecil. The big thing is doing a little bit of inventory setup anytime a dialogue box appears up at the top of the screen. The ATB actually freezes during these, and one of the big glitches we're going to be setting up and using throughout the run is an item duplication glitch. We kind of use it 3 different ways. You can use it just to get a spare copy of a weapon, which we'll do later on in the Tower of Zot. You can do it to create a massive underflowed slot that you sell for all the money you'll need. You'll see that very soon. And the other one, which is of particular interest to the route that elmagus and Kain are using, is you can make a big old stack of a weapon for throwing excal upon excal upon excal at your final bosses in the game. So if you see weird little inventory movements, just know they're setting this up to do some duplication outside of combat.
Yeah. The key to I mean, it'd take a while to really explain it in full, but just kind of the main key to doing the duplication glitch is using empty slots in your inventory that are not the first empty slot as part of taking items in and out of your hands, because all three of the Super Nintendo or all three of the Final Fantasy games on Super Nintendo let you change your weapons and shields mid-battle, and then that menu functionality has a lot of other uses in these games too, in this case for glitching. So speaking of glitching, elmagus is about to do our first sequence break of the run, if you want to call it that too, called the Mist Clip. That's why he picked up a tent in Barren Castle before leaving, and he's basically buffering opening the menu while taking a step in the opposite direction and then using his tent, and then he's kind of finishing the item duplication there along with stealing Kain's iron gauntlet. But then that act of interrupting the map step with the tent actually kind of changes where the game thinks Cecil's map coordinates on the overworld are. And then he kind of does it again, only this time saving and resetting after taking a buffered menu step instead of using a tent. And then that actually will load him onto the east side of Mist, and then he can walk off and back in. And then I've never really understood why this even exists as far as why there's an east entrance to Mist, because when you play this game normally, there's never a point in the story where you can actually do this. But thanks to that existing, you're able to and get full access to Village Mist before, like, about a third of the game earlier than you should. So Magus was selling his glitched out shadow shields there for a ton of money. Looked like there may have been some issues or so with it. If you're doing the shadow shield, I want to say you normally get 6 million gil out of this, which is way, way, way more than you'll ever need for the rest of the game. And then he spent some of that to get dancing daggers, which are a very nice weapon that's going to make a big difference in pretty much really the whole game, but especially in the first third or so. And then he's looting Rydia's house here too for a tiara, also later known as a gold hairpin, which is a very nice helmet that boosts magic power, and then a change rod, which is a nice rod that also boosts magic power. So you may be wondering, well, if you can just clip through Mist, why even come in? Why not just skip ahead and go towards Dampian to progress the story? And that's because if you do that, you'll soft lock the game eventually, unfortunately. So we're doing this clip in order to kind of get early access to some stuff that's going to help a lot, and then we're going to get on with the story as normal.
I am curious though, because again, there was a minor error on that duplication glitch, because normally you have no problems buying 10 dancing daggers there, and elmagus had to only buy 5, and he's low on money. This route does involve buying a lot of elixirs later in the game. There's a lot of other gear we want to buy in Mysidia and Baron and Dwarf Castle. So he's going to need to recover that at some point and probably set up another glitch to get his money.
That was my thought too, that maybe he'll try to just duplicate like a sword or shield or something later to try to make that up. Because for doing the route the end game route elmagus is going to be doing, which is the Edge plus Excalibur route, he's going to need about 5 million gil to buy elixirs eventually.
And Rivers accidentally released his Chocobo 1 tile short, and I'm wondering if the Seed 92 that we're on here for our start, I wonder if that's going to cause him to get an encounter.
I don't think it will, because I think like I know I've heard accidents say that like the trick that, because one thing that that happened during the prologue too was burning a step in Barren Castle, and kind of the swaggy way to do that is to step on and off the chair in Cecil's bedroom, because we'll be talking a lot more about the nuances of step routing, but let's just say that there's only certain maps in the game where steps matter for the step route, and on those maps there's only certain tiles that matter for the step route, and then that chair does not matter. So stepping on and off the chair gives you +1 step instead of +2. And I know I've heard accidents say in the past that it takes a lot more than just like 1 extra step to get off, as far as like getting an extra encounter before you do the Mist clip. And then I guess to wrap that up too, the act of saving and resetting the game, which is required to do the misclip, does actually change which seed you're on for step route purposes. Because remember, there's 256 possible seeds, and each one is its own unique step route that Accident has a website to help you figure out and follow the route for. So after that reset, unless you're very, very, very good at doing frame perfect stuff and can kind of hard reset your game and then load on a specific frame to get ideally seed 43, which is the fastest one. Once you come out of that reset, you're actually going to have to figure out which seed you're on. And then the way you do that is by basically counting the number of steps in between encounters and what the enemy formations are, and then you can use Accident's website to kind of use a finder for that. So okay, so Inven, do you want to talk about run buffering then, since this is the first time we're seeing it on the Kaipo fight?
Yeah, of course. You know, we mentioned earlier during the with regard to the mist fight that whenever you have text pop up in that box at the top of a battle, the ATB is frozen. And if you're speedy, this is your chance to get into your menu, do whatever you need. Well, when you try to run from an unrunnable combat, that box pops up, can't run. You have your action. The enemy's ATB is frozen. And by carefully timing this throughout the run, we can actually get quite a few extra turns. I mean, sometimes because some enemy ATBs are random, all the run buffering in the world is not going to save you. But if you do it right, you can get things like a retreat from this guard captain on his first turn instead of a charge. And other fights will also go more swimmingly if you nail it.
Yeah, because if you have really good run buffering, then you can kill all 3 of the regular soldiers before any of them attack, too, which saves a couple seconds. And another thing worth pointing out, too, is that with a couple very minor exceptions here and there, we are going to be doing this entire run on battle speed 1, the fastest battle speed. Like, unlike Final Fantasies 5 and 6, which where the battle speed has very different effects, and in Final Fantasy 4, it kind of does what's advertised. It's just how fast the active time battle system progresses as far as you and the enemies getting turns. So
yeah, we might see...
doing it.
Oh god.
I just said elmagus doing a sidestep right before he leaves Kaipo too, because then he exits Kaipo on the east side and saves 2 steps of overworld movement, which matters for the step route.
Yeah, it's very subtle there that, you know, as we were all used playing the game, may not have realized that, but when you're trying to speedrun optimally, it does matter. And and I think that Rivers mentioned he does change his battle speed a little bit for marathon safety, so we'll keep an eye out for those battles later to see when he actually turns his down.
Yeah, like I expect all 3 runners are probably going to do my probably biggest and proudest contribution to this run, which is the battle speed 2 grind fight. Okay. But I know we might see it on Rubicante and maybe like 1 or 2 other fights too, as far as reducing the battle speed to make it a lot more consistent. All right, so River's burning down mist, and then something we'll be seeing a lot of throughout the run too is inventory manipulation, since the menu system for Final Fantasy IV is very slow as far as how much time it takes to open the menu, wait for the game to draw the boxes, have them float around, which is all very, very kind of cutting edge technology in 1991, but unfortunately that does eat time in a speed run. So like pretty much whenever we have downtime in battle, like during dialogue that happens during battles or long animations that are playing out, the runners are often going to use that as an opportunity to sort stuff in their inventory by going into the item menu and moving stuff around. And that's going to, because FF4 is kind of a notoriously severe limit as far as your inventory. I think it's 48, I think is how many loose items you can hold. And ordinarily you'd be using the sort command to put stacks together, or just selling stuff you don't need anymore at shops, or putting it in the fat chocobo. But that's also slow. So the way we're going to be avoiding that is by basically whenever we have downtime in battle, moving stuff we're not going to need again down the page to get it out of our way.
And likewise, stuff that you intend to equip imminently because of knowing which party members are going to join. We're going to try to put those in convenient slots as well. And for our runners on the 1.0 version, Rivers and Kain, we're actually going to see the trash can being moved up for a very fun use later.
Yeah.
Needless to say, we will not be using it to empty our inventory, not in the usual way.
Yeah, we will be taking out the trash, just a different type of trash. So then we just saw elmagus kind of pacing back and forth in the save point room in the watery pass, and that's part of the step route because, like I said, every map in this game is kind of unique as far as whether it matters as far as steps you take on the step route and which tiles on the map specifically matter too. And that room with the save point matters, but it doesn't actually have random battles in it, so it's pretty common on step routes to need to burn some steps there, because kind of the short version of what that accomplishes is that you are getting steps that would have encounters on the next hostile area out of the way, because it's very imbalanced. Like sometimes you'll get like 3 or 4 fights back to back to back, and if you with good routing you can avoid that ever happening. Like I want to say like the best case scenario, which is seed 43. You'll end up saving like 2.5 to 3 minutes, I want to say. So I mean that's certainly not a lot, but it matters a lot for about a 3-hour run that's as optimized as this.
And we do see elmagus pick up exactly 1 treasure chest in the entirety of the watery pass. We do pick up the darkness sword for Cecil here. It is a pretty substantial attack power bonus. Oh, here's another one of those rooms, the waterfalls, where there are no encounters, but the step counter still increments. So we're going to just be pacing, contemplating, do I really want to jump down this waterfall before finally taking the plunge?
And the darkness sword's a nice attack bonus for Cecil, and it also does double damage against aquatic type monsters, which conveniently includes the next boss, along with some other required fights later. See some swag party leader swapping going on too, which you just press the L and R buttons, and it's just something a lot of runners do for swag. It doesn't actually change like the order of your characters in battle or really anything substantial.
It's just I need to be pushing more buttons. I must be pushing more buttons right now.
Work on my APM. All right, so we've got Octomam, later known as Octomammoth, the second boss. This is a fairly unique boss in that at the start of the fight, Octomam has the highest agility stat of any boss in the entire game, even more than the final boss. But he has a unique mechanic where after the first 3 hits of any kind, and then every 2 hits after that, Octomam will lose a tentacle, and then his agility will go down by 3 each time too. So you kind of see at the very start of the fight. The boss got several attacks off before elmagus got his first turn, but then as he gets slower, the fight's going to get kind of more and more in the player's favor. And then this is where we're putting the treasures that we looted from Mist to really good use too, because right after Rydia joined the party, elmagus threw the tiara onto her, which at this point is really just to give her a lot of defense. Because Rydia starts the game at level 1 with only 30 hit points, and just with her base equipment, she could probably get 1 shot, not just by Octomam, but maybe by back attack and counters in the cave too. But with the tiara, she can. I think the max she can take is like 16 or 18.
Yeah, that's right.
And because of the dancing daggers too, which when you use one as a weapon or use it as an item, you'll have this animation where you throw the dagger. That is doing way, way, way more damage than Cecil or Tella can do. So
you'll also see
here,
you'll also see here Tella actually stopping himself. His damage is so inconsequential in this fight that you will use him to do usually a couple of lightning ones at the start just to help get that first tentacle or 2 down. But then he's just taking up turns that your real damage dealers would rather be spending. So he actually stops himself here, and you hope he doesn't whiff.
Yeah, that's something the community affectionately calls Tella life, because you sometimes are very dependent on Tella, and sometimes he doesn't respect your time. But pretty solid looking Octomam fight from elmagus. Like if Octomam really is mean to Rydia, you might want to, especially in like a marathon style run like this, you might want to have Tella heal her or cast the blink spell on her, but ideally, you don't.
Yeah, we had an early cure too, but no actual downing of the summoner. So, through Octomam nice and clean, and back to a little bit of cutscene land.
Fortunately, if Rydia does actually die, Tella does have the Life 1 spell, so you can get her back up that way.
we will see a little bit of party reordering here. We're going to do this very frequently because our runners are thinking ahead of who's leaving the party, who's joining the party, what order do I want the team in for the next boss fight. This also can help with equipping people faster, just because of having to do less menuing if they're at the top row of your 5-party config here. So lots of little things like that that are being used. And also, the center slot in this game, we're talking about Tella missing things really badly at times. The accuracy in this game is weird. Every spell and weapon has its own accuracy setting. You get a nice 25% bonus if you're in the middle slot of the party. Otherwise, it's based on levels. And obviously, we are not doing any grinding in this early game until much, much later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, FF4, because it's kind of interesting how the series has progressively gone back and forth as far as whether or not you get experience from bosses, because like later Final Fantasies often just give you like AP or whatever the secondary leveling thing is in the game, but FF4 gives you experience and lots of it from boss fights. So we'll once we get past about the hour mark of the run, we'll be talking a lot about experience micromanagement, because it's kind of the middle third of the run where that plays the biggest role. But thanks to just really tight routing, we're going to be able to make it almost to the end of the game without ever having to do any kind of real grinding.
Yeah, it doesn't... So agility in this game is also weird. While a lot of later games, even the pixel remasters of this one, use a more obvious and understandable agility system, you know, just you compare this number and that number. This one bases it all off of Cecil's agility. Now, there's not a whole lot to do with him as a Dark Knight, because it's going to change when he becomes a Paladin. And at that point, that's where you're going to see a lot of very careful experience distribution.
So Rivers doing his Octoman fight. I see Rydia's already kind of hurt. I wonder... Wouldn't surprise me if he throws a Cure 2 or Blink spell with Tella before Tella stops himself, just for safety. But yeah, getting that trash can pushed up near the top of the inventory for a glitch that'll be coming in about half an hour. Oh yeah, shoutouts to Spoony Bard, by the way, too. This game has kind of a notorious localization too. Like if you look at the credits too, I think it's kind of obvious that this game was translated by people for whom English was a secondary language. So few bits of the translation are a little rough and tumble at times, but I think that's kind of part of the charm to very old RPGs like this. And probably the most famous is this 1v1 fight here too, where Tella calls Edward a Spoony Bard.
Yeah. And Rivers is playing a little dangerously. Octomammoth is able to one-shot this Rydia at her current HP total, so going in with confidence.
Yeah, like, because yeah, that wouldn't be a run over type thing, but it would eat a fair bit of time, because especially if it happens while Tella is stopped, you'd have to wait for Tella to get unstopped so that he can life Rydia. I see.
Yeah,
he busted out the Cure after that. Yeah. Right, elmagus and Antlion's Cave here. The first section of this, there's actually two forks you can take, or forked path you can take, that are the exact same number of steps. So it's kind of runner preference. Like I usually take the bottom route to when I'm coming in, and the top route when I'm leaving.
Thank you. I have, like, that is probably the most divisive topic I've had with anyone in any of the Final Fantasy IV SNES speedruns. People are very intent on choosing one over the other. I'm like, no, I make a lovely little loop. I go down on the way in, right on the way out. So I'm in good company.
Mm-hmm. That's what I like to hear. So Antlion is another boss that's would be a lot more dangerous if we hadn't gotten early access to that stuff and missed, because the whole gimmick with the Antlion fight is that all it does normally is just fairly weak melee attacks, but its threatening thing is a counterattack, which it does if you use the fight command on it. So like playing this game as a kid, I would usually just chill and have Rydia summon chocobos to take it down Antlion, but in speedruns, much faster route is actually just to throw dancing daggers. Since we're not using the fight command, then that doesn't proc Antlion's counterattack. And in the I guess in this version of FF4, the Antlion only has 1,000 HP, so generally 3 dancing daggers, if you have good enough damage rolls, will take it down.
And I see elmagus here.
Go ahead.
Unequipped. He set up another weapon dupe to make up for the minor error earlier at Village Mist. So he should be duplicating his Darkness Swords after this to get another stack of cash for later, I believe.
Alright, getting the first split for Team Tonberry here. Alright, so then and maybe just also in this version of FF4, this has a number of version differences even from the Japanese version that came right before it too, which is that bosses have less health in this version, which it matters progressively more the deeper you get into the game. Like I think Antlion, I want to say, is the first boss to have less health. It's only like 100 or 200 HP or so, but then when we get to CPU near the end of the game, it's 10,000 difference. And there's also a fair number of special abilities and items that cast spells that were removed from the game for this release of FF4, just to kind of try to make it simpler for an audience that hadn't had a ton of exposure to console JRPGs at the time.
And it's a shame too, because some of those items that are used in the Famicom, Super Famicom version of the speedrun can really make some of your later fights easier. One notorious fight that we'll have in Dwarf Castle versus the Calbrina dolls, if you can just one-shot that with, any number of items in the Japanese
Antarctic
version,
Wind, or Hourglass, just trivialize that fight.
Whereas we always hope to see, those of us who want to curse our runners are always looking forward to seeing a big doll appear because of bad damage rolls.
And then another, I guess it's kind of timely too, because another item that doesn't exist in this version of the game is the emergency exit. Like in any other version of FF4 besides this one, you could actually pick up an emergency exit in the Antlion's cave and then just use it to get out after the boss fight. But since Square removed that item from the game as part of localizing FF4 for the US market, you have to walk out. Alright, so then after we use the Sand Ruby to heal Rosa from Desert Fever, we got a little bit of a story sequence here where Edward goes off by the Oasis to kind of mourn his lost love, Anna, and then we've got a scripted story fight between Edward and a water hag, and then this fight is where that accuracy that Inven was talking about earlier matters a lot, because this water hag fight, the water hag has 45,672 hit points, no more, no less, but is scripted so that it will die after 3 hits. But you do actually have to hit, and the party ordering in this game has a couple kind of special properties to it, and that's that the character that's in the middle slot in the party, if it were at a full 5, gets a quiet 25% damage bonus, or 25% accuracy bonus. Mm-hmm. And then as long as Edward is benefiting from that, he effectively can't miss the water hag. Like I've seen some very old runs of this game where this fight can last for like minutes potentially if
there are some other
versions keep missing.
There's actually a glitch we have that they don't have in the Famicom, in the Super Famicom version, that helps out here as well. We have a back row glitch that isn't as mentioned as often, but whenever a character in this game gets the back row bit set by equipping a long range weapon, it doesn't go away. So even though Edward's in the back row here, he has front row accuracy on top of his middle slot accuracy. I think they may have that in the Super Famicom as well, but I think it's that the harp does not have back row
the difference is that Edward's starting harp in the US version has the back row bit, and it does not in the Super Famicom version. So Edward joins the party back row glitch. It's such a silly glitch too, because like Inven said, it's just as simple as that when you equip a weapon that ignores rows, the game never takes that buff away from you.
Which some runners will use that on the Cecil later. Oh, by all means, Irinor, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it, Irinor.
I just want to say that Bram is now starting on Wagner again, and Bram is a very good runner and has to manage a lot of items for his route. And in 10.2, I don't think we mentioned it, but actually you can queue items before you need them. For example, you can queue a phoenix down before the character even died. So he knew the tail swipe was coming in, and he perfectly timed it. And if you want, maybe pay attention to his item flow timings, because it's honestly very impressive to get the exact right timing for this. And watching him do the last few fights. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
You're great. You're great.
Yeah,
We
that
did
sounds
see
good.
there, elmagus did complete the duplication glitch that he set up during Antlion to recover. He underflowed his shadow swords to basically be 65,000 plus, whatever that power of 2 is, and now has enough money to actually deal with the shop route for the rest of the game. Good save, elmagus. Good save.
Yeah, it's fortunate that because like FF5 Super Nintendo has a duplication glitch too, but that's a lot more specific as far as the setup for it and especially in a speed run, the situations where you can actually do it. But in FF4, it's really just as easy as just moving equipment in and out of your hands and non-first empty slots in your inventory in a specific way too. So yeah, it was a nice recovery.
Rydia here, overcoming the fear of fire from when, someone burned down her village.
Yeah, we won't say who.
And up on the mountain, there's another subtle manipulation that I don't know if our runners will take advantage of it today, but we are going to get Yang up here. And in the first fight versus the Dark Imps, if you're really lucky, you will have good kick rolls, and you will complete it in, I believe, 2 kicks total. If your first damage roll is really bad, you can actually pause your game and wait for, the RNG to rotate a little bit to try to save what would otherwise be a multi-turn fight that also eats into his health pool quite a bit.
Yeah,
So
if you're going for manipulation like that, you're not really. I mean, you're basically just trying to manipulate away getting a bad fight. You can because it's all frame perfect as far as how the RNG cycles during battles. So like if you're really fast at kind of punching the damage values into a spreadsheet, you can kind of see if you're getting set up for a bad fight, and then just pause the game to advance some frames to give yourself another shot at a faster one. And in addition to a bad fight wasting time here, that it can also mean that Yang takes more damage going into the real boss here too. Okay, that was 2 kicks, so that was a very fast fight for Magus.
Yeah, it rolled low on the back one, but then that was the one Yang actually punched. So good job, Yang.
And he hit too, because Yang can and will miss sometimes. All right, so
Mom
we're on
Bomb Phase 1
now.
800 HP is what we're counting to, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is a 3-stage fight. This is another one that's actually pretty different in this version of the game too. Like in the Japanese version, it's 1500 instead of 800 as far as how much damage you have to do here. But yeah, once you've done 800 damage, which is pretty fast with dancing daggers, the second phase, we basically are just waiting for it to explode, because it has like over 10,000 health at this point. So just doing kind of a very specific timing here, which I think will be a little different for elmagus than for the other 2 runners because of the kick charge time being different between different versions of the game. But he's queuing up a kick to go off right when the bomb explodes into the 6 bombs that represent the final phase. And then he's chucking dancing daggers to take out the gray bombs, which have more health and do more damage. And then then he's paying attention to which bomb takes more damage from the kick. Or well, I guess it looks like he had kind of some bad luck somewhere as far as Rydia and Rosa face planting. But optimally, you have Rosa kill the orange bomb that took more damage from the kick, and then just do clean up from there. Not sure
I will
if
note that
go ahead.
Rosa and Rydia being down there, he did get some extra XP on Edward, and that may actually prove helpful. In the Fabul fight, because once Edward reaches a certain level threshold, you can stop just throwing the dancing dagger and start swinging with it instead. I don't know the exact numbers there, if it's enough to actually make a difference and get it a fight earlier, but if so, that's actually going to pay off for him.
Yeah. Payoff in the form of saving like seconds potentially, but I mean, again, this run is very, very optimized, so every second matters. And got a fairly long walking segment here, walking to Fabul Castle and getting an unfortunate back attack here. I guess we haven't really talked too much about like back and surprise attacks too. Even though there's step routing going on, which is going to control the number of battles that the runners get and what enemy formations they are. Whether or not the battles are regular, preemptive, ambush, or back attacks is not manipulated, at least through the same means. That's I believe frame perfect as far as like which frame the fight loads on. So that's a fairly unfortunate source of just random time losses in about the first 2/3 or so of the game. Is just how many back attacks you get and just how many enemies get turns before you can run away.
And there are some dungeons where it'll be extra threatening, that we may see a little added safety from our runners just because enough bad back attacks, and you can wipe. I've seen runs lost in the Tower of Zot from this. Luckily, though, once we get past Dwarf Castle, there's some little tricks we can do, again with agility manipulation, to mitigate the worst of these.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because even though this walk to Fabul is awful as far as like just randomly losing time because of back attacks, it's not really too bad as far as potentially game overing because of bad back attacks, because the enemies are wasting your time, but they don't really do enough damage to kill you unless you had like a really, 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 really bad mom bomb fight. Alright, so coming into Fabul Castle here, where we're coming to try to protect the crystal from the villain Golbez that we recently heard about, who's using the military force, the Red Wings, to try to steal the world's crystals for surely nefarious purposes. And then for very, very, very silly reasons, we kick Rosa and Rydia out of the party, I think to like help heal people or something, since they're white mages. But
they do both know Cure 1 technically, which is probably more than most of the people in the castle. But can we pass these extra dancing daggers around? Anyone on the soldiers want to throw one of these, please?
Yeah, so especially the fact that we lose Rydia for this series of fights called the Fabul Gauntlet, where we have 6 forced fights back to back, amps up the difficulty a fair bit. Ooh, one off there. So for there's of the 6 fights, 3 of them are with these fighters and generals, and these are the scariest ones because of how much damage the fighters do when they attack. And then this is where we're doing a pretty technical strat involving doing a run buffer into a dancing dagger, and it's very tight because the goal is to hit L and R to make the can't run text pop up, which freezes the ATB in battle. Get into your menu, select the dancing dagger, change the targeting cursor to one of the fighters, and then do it all before that can't run text disappears. So you're pressing a lot of buttons in a very short amount of time, but if you nail it, then the payoff is that you can kill one of them before it attacks, which help, especially in the first fight, can make a really big difference. Inven, do you want to talk about Edward's cowardice?
Yeah, the other thing you are really hoping for here is that Edward doesn't get hit into critical HP. You'll note that he got hit into critical HP during Elmagus' mom bomb fight, but he didn't run and hide. These fights, even though you can't run from them, don't have the boss bit. So if Edward gets down to critical HP, he is going to auto-hide, and it takes up time from him committing the action. You're not getting his damage. It's kind of worse than him actually just outright dying in some regards.
Yeah, because critical HP is 25% in this game. And yeah, if he's auto hiding, then just he's wasting time that Cecil and Yang could be spending actually fighting at that point.
Why didn't we talk about it?
Yeah, sorry for the jinx, elmagus. But at least that happened past the halfway point in the gauntlet. Like if Edward gets bopped into crit on the first fight, then I think I read in Rivers' notes that your odds of actually finishing the gauntlet are like 20% or something. It's just really, really bad if you lose Edward early. But it's late enough that Magus should be okay. Like Cecil and Yang are pretty good on health. But yeah, so he's just unfortunately just going to be losing a couple seconds. That kind of best case on each fight. And like Inven said, kind of the dynamics of these fights can if you're playing like at really high levels, can change a little bit as characters level up and their stats and attack multipliers change.
We'll see if Rivers has any better luck up here. I will note that during his Mom Bomb fight, Rivers did need to burn the safety life potion. He had a little worse luck there than elmagus did, has Edward going down before the end. And again, you really want any XP you can get on Edward to make this gauntlet a little bit easier. So, let's see if that luck...
I do also see that Rivers took off Rosa's bow and arrow during the Mom Bomb fight too, which is that's actually setting up for that back row glitch that we talked about during the Water Hag fight too, because any back row ignoring weapon can let you set up that glitch, and stealing Rosa's bow and arrow can let you give it to, in particular, Cecil after he becomes a paladin. Little spicy last fight from elmagus. You see Cecil is pretty low on health, but he made it.
No resets here today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess one kind of dynamic too about these fights too is that for the 3 enemy fight that has the Weeper, Imp Captain, and Water Hag too. Since the Water Hag takes double damage from Cecil's Darkness Sword because it's an aquatic enemy, so he's generally going to have Cecil go for that, and then Yang go for the Imp, and then for these fighters too, only Yang is, at least at these levels, is capable of potentially one-shotting. I see we have a direct attack from Edward there. It's the animation's faster for just a regular attack than throwing the dagger, but at certain levels, your odds of actually killing it aren't great.
And I do believe we're coming up on our third runner's ability to start. How are we looking at in this for this final Shu-Yen fight over here?
We're just finishing the last cutscene, and then we have that last fight left, and that's it.
Also, interestingly, Bram actually only challenged with one person, only with Pain. So he has Riku and Yuna on Thief, I believe. So he should start with 2 people on first strike, and I think that should mean that he can get off his 3 mandatory water gus immediately. And that should help a little bit with this, making this a bit more safe and fast, and hopefully it works out.
He also learned initiative on Riku, which we normally never see in this run.
I think initiative only makes it so you can't be ambushed, or
Yeah,
you get first strike.
We really never use it. I'm not even sure what it does.
It's a passive ability on Thief. I don't think it helps with bosses.
I don't know if it's just for back attacks or if we just start with full ATB on everyone. That's an ability that's just not used. So yeah, that's the last bit of the cutscene where Shu-Yen finally lets go of Barreleye and doesn't control him anymore. And realizes, oh no, that's not Len, that's Yuna. Oh my god, like we've been telling him this whole game, we're not Len.
Yuna even yells at one cutscene, I'm not Len. He's like, oh, wait a minute. Now I get it.
Oh no, wait.
And
You're not Len. There we go, he finally realized it.
Alright, fight starting. So,
Yeah.
we'll see. Hopefully, Terra and Senakant. Maybe
Full ATBs on
everyone. Perfect.
No, I'm telling you, that's the initiative.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's nice.
Alright, we'll go on.
It's kind of perfect timing too. We are in a little bit of extended cutscene territory in FF4, so
Perfect.
here's rooting for Braum.
I'm a bit scared because I was taught by other runners to never do the Vorticus while doing the switching.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
They really like the scares on Shu-Yen today.
Yeah. So I think he got them all off, so I think this should be.
And
Let's go. GG's, everyone. That was great. I think the game could have been much meaner than it was. Sadly, Team Morg had to reset a few fights because the game was mean. Again, I want to emphasize the game just does that. It doesn't matter your skill level, really. It's like you can play it perfectly, and the game will just decide not today.
Other two teams were just more lucky than Morg, sadly. And there's no one to blame. It's not his fault. He played it as well as he could. Just game decided doesn't like him today. And that happens.
Yeah, so thanks for having us. Thanks for organizing this event. It's one of the highlights of the year for sure. And
Yes.
good luck to all the runners that are still on. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So
GG to the 10-2 runners and commentators.
FF4, I will do whatever I do every relay, hang out in VC with everyone else.
All right, so just some cutscenes going on. Barley. One thing I did want to call attention to is the duel between Cecil and Kain that happens at the end of the Fabul Gauntlet too. I see that went pretty well for both Rivers and Magus because that you can't win that fight. Kain has like some absurdly high amount of health, so you need to lose as quickly as possible. And kind of the optimal way that happens is that Kain jumping on Cecil and then Cecil attacking himself gets him into crit HP, which is 25% or less, because then that just triggers a script that ends the fight at that point. If the damage rolls are too low that doesn't happen, then you lose time, because you have to go through another jump and then wait while it says perish too after Cecil does finally die. So it's nice to see fast Kain fights for two of our runners.
Yeah.
Another thing I noticed. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, long story short, for the plot, Golbez stole our girl. We have a boat because for some reason airplanes can't see boats that well. Seems to be the lore. We push our monk friend into the ocean. A big sea snake eats our summoner, and we're all alone in a place full of people who hate us. That's about it, right?
Yep. Yeah, and then the one last thing I noticed Rivers doing during the Fabul Gauntlet too was actually running during certain animations, like in that case during enemies' death animations, and that's something that I think is mostly just Rivers exclusive tech at this point, because it saves frames if you execute it flawlessly, and you lose time if you do it too long and Trigger can't run text. But I mean, that kind of tech is why Rivers is currently the only runner to have a sub 3 at this category, because every frame matters in the end.
Yeah. And we were also speaking earlier about how you don't have much control over if you get a surprise attack, a back attack, things of that nature. Rivers has worked out, like, on his specific hardware, on very specific seeds, what inputs to do as fights are loading to change them from surprise or back attacks into normal combats. So that's the amount of effort he's put into this, and the amount of precision that he's rocking. So we'll see if he can, bring Team Chocobo back into the lead here over Tonberry over the course of this 3+ hour run.
Yeah, got some shopping going on too. Magus just bought stacks of like 60 healing items, which just is most of the rest of the healing he's going to need for the rest of the game until he gets access to elixirs, and then buying some equipment both for mage characters and Cecil after he becomes a paladin with his like 6 billion gil or so that he has at this point from taking advantage of the duplication glitch.
Yeah, and coming up here, we're going to see one of the first big divergences between elmagus and Rivers. I believe, of course, elmagus is on the 1.1 version of the game. So in his fights on our deals, he's going to be relying on the twins and their magic and a few other tools, whereas Rivers is going to take advantage of the twin cast glitch to make Callum use certain items that you are not supposed to use in combat.
Mm-hmm. And it's going to take a while, so we might as well just start explaining that glitch now
That's
while
true,
they're
that's
walking
true.
to walking to the top of ordeals. So again, we've been talking for a while about the twin mimic glitch, which only works on the 1.0 version of FF4, which is what Rivers and KainDeschain are running on. And kind of what that glitch does is that normally when you use the twin cast skill with Palom or Porum, normally because it represents them pooling their power together to cast basically weaker versions of Nuke and Meteor, which are the strongest black magic spells in the game. And when you select the command with one of the twins, normally the game will automatically make the other twin also do it. And then kind of the way it's coded is that it makes the second twin kind of mimic what the first one does, which is the twin cast ability. But on the 1.0 version, if certain situations happen where the turn queue gets interrupted so that something else goes off in between selecting twin and the game queuing up twin for the second twin, then the second twin will start mimicking commands other than twin, and that can have kind of fairly benign effects, like double using a cure potion or a physical attack or something. But when it gets really spicy and fun, though, is when you when you use it to basically throw items that aren't really items. Like in this case, it's going to start with the carrot and then later the trash can, because those are items that are very much not programmed to be used as items during battle. And by just with some trickery with the menu to queue up using one of those items, well, we'll be seeing some magic happen on both forms of Mylon, later known as Scarmiglione, the first of the 4 elemental fiends in this game, were your antagonists for quite a while. This part of the run has a lot of runner preference type choices you can make too, in particular as far as armor. Like there's a fairly wide array of strats that different runners have used as far as how much armor you buy in Mysidia and how much time you invest into equipping it before the boss fights here too. Because like at very, very high levels, you're trying to skate by with very, very little. And I do expect probably all 3 will be having at least some amount of armor on Tella and the twins, just for some extra safety for this part of the game, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, because we bought all that wizard gear. Wizard gear gives undead resist. Well, wizard hats at least give undead resist and boost white magic. We have the tiara that we took back off of Rydia, which boosts black magic, but Palom can't equip it, of course. But
that was important, by the way, too, because if you forget to take the tiara off, it goes bye-bye. So when characters leave in this game for story reasons, the game eats whatever equipment they have.
And we have that Change Rod from Mysidia, which gives +5 to a black magic stat. We may have a Thunder Rod left around that gives +3 to a black magic stat. And there are definitely fights where it doesn't sound like a lot, but every extra multiplier you can get on your spell damage really comes in handy, especially when Tella is the one casting it.
So we're throwing on the armor from Mysidia here. Like Vegas looks like he's doing pretty much the full suite of armor for kind of maximum consistency on this fight. So it's kind of nice that they're a little off sync from each other, because we're going to be seeing 2 very, very different pairs of boss fights play out here. Since that whole mimic glitch that we just explained is not possible on elmagus's version of the game. As far as I know, he runs 1.1 just because that's what his card is, and he's gotten used to it and hasn't bothered to get a 1.0 card yet.
Yeah, so, and I did misspeak, by the way. That's Gaia gear from Mysidia. Wizard gear we get in Dwarf Castle. Gaia gear does not give those buffs I listed. Gaia hat gives a little bit of a black magic buff. So that was wrong info, and I do apologize. I'm ahead by about 25 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so Magus is throwing some because I want to say this is the first Final Fantasy where you can hurt undead with curatives. I forget about 3, but it's one of the first at least. So he's throwing Cure 2 potions to kill the 4 zombies, and then kind of timing it out so that that he gets a twin cast to go off before. Or right when Mylon is the only target, and he wants that too, because the flare spell, which you get 75% of the time that you use twin, has damage split behind it. So and you want all of that damage to go onto Mylon, the main boss there. So yeah, looking pretty good so far. I think optimally, I don't know if he's going to go for a third twin or try to finish him off with throwing a dancing dagger, but this is a pretty solid looking fight so far. Kind of another little odd quirk about Twin too is that it only uses the magic stat of the Twin that's in the higher numbered slot in your party formation too. So that's why he has the change rod on Palom in the middle slot, which has higher rank. Yeah, very very clean fight there.
Yeah, getting all 4 tier 2s off before the Twin cast, that's what you want to see. So has to be feeling pretty good about that.
All right, so then healing up. Refilling some magic with ethers, and then hey, we're turning into pigs. Well, could make a joke about that being a misclick or something, but that's very much intentional, because for this fight, Mylon Z can poison you, and the damage by poison takes a long time. And there's certain status conditions in this game that override others, and being a pig overrides poison. So Magus is going to be using Twin and then throwing at potions and stuff with the other two. But yeah, now we got Rivers fighting Mylon 1 here, and we are going to be he basically intentionally killed off Porum, and that's all part of setting up for the Mimic glitch that we talked about, which is going to be using with a carrot, which is just an item you can use in Chocobo forests to summon the fat Chocobo to hold excess items, but again, since that's not an item that has a programmed in-battle effect behind it, if you trick the game into letting you use it in battle, which he's setting up here by kind of queuing up a Twin, killing off and reviving Palom, and then stopping Cecil after he's swapped the carrot with an actual usable item in his inventory, he throws the carrot. Oh, bad luck there, though, because this fight's a little strange in that Mylon has 3,100 health, but after he takes 2,100 damage, he says, "Oh, my body," and the fight ends. And one of the perks of using the carrot Mimic glitch is that if you do over 3,100 damage, then you skip that text. Yeah, very nicely executed trick there.
Changing the party setup again a little bit here. Rivers went into that fight notably with Porum at low HP, so that a lit one could kill her. We full heal for this one because we do have Ice 2 on Palom now to get that kill on his sister. And slightly different turn order because of the back attack messing up the ATB. I believe Rivers may have also... Did he take the black sword off, or did he leave it on?
I think he did, because that does speed up this fight a bit by ironically giving Cecil fewer turns that you have to earn through to get to actually setting up the Mimic glitch. But yeah, in this fight, we're doing some very kind of carefully choreographed run buffers, having a little sibling rivalry here as far as Palom icing his sister, then stopping Cecil kind of right after he swaps the trash can with a usable item, and then part of the setup too actually required using an item in order to make the Mimic glitch involve using an item. But yeah, there we go. The trash has been taken out.
Yeah, very nice, landing both carrot and trash can. No whiffed stops from Pella. That's basically the dream.
Yeah, as a runner of this game too, something I really, really appreciate is that the trash can glitch I find a lot easier to do than the carrot glitch, and it saves a lot more time too. Because I want to say it's like, I don't know, like 5 to 10 seconds or so optimally from the pulling off the carrot glitch, but it's more like 30, I think, for the trash can glitch.
Seeing yet another use of these dancing daggers, by the way. elmagus throwing them at the Dark Knight. Ooh, low roll though. You really want to get the high rolls.
Hope we don't get the 5-dagger Knight of Shame.
There we go. Okay, yeah. 5 is the worst. 3 is what you dream of. That 368 made up for that 240 a little bit. Dark Knight in the US version only has 1,000 HP. I guess they didn't think we could figure out that you're only supposed to chill and not attack. But, you know, we have dancing daggers, and it only has 1,000 HP, so we take the slightly faster way out than sitting through added dialogue.
Yeah, sitting through dark wave animations and dialogue at the end of the fight, yeah. That's basically a US version exclusive technique.
Yeah, what's the HP in the Japanese, in the Super Famicom version?
Oh, I don't know offhand, but it's a lot more.
More.
You are sitting through that text in the Japanese version, and I presume later remakes too. All right, so with Cecil becoming a paladin, that kind of marks the end of the first third of the run. And Paladin Cecil is just a completely different character from Dark Knight Cecil, as far as his stats, like his level gets reset to 1, what kind of equipment he can use, how useful he is in battle. It's just a total rebirth, as you would.
Yeah. And this is the point where, for the next sequence of fights, we're going to be very careful about who stays alive and who is dead. The reason being is that we've seen many characters so far in the game. You know, we've seen Kain, we've seen Rosa, we've seen Rydia, we've seen Young, who, those of you who played this know, they do rejoin later. Everyone in the Shadow Party gets the full amount of XP for whatever your characters get after each combat. But the characters in your party, well, it is split between them. So if you end the fight with fewer characters alive, everyone who's currently on vacation gets more XP. And there's a needle that we're trying to thread here. We really want Kain to get enough XP to rejoin us later at level 19, but we want Cecil to not gain too many levels before the very end of the game. So
we do, and we also want Yang to hit level 17 before a specific
right.
boss fight too. It's like convinced that it is literally threading a needle in order to accomplish all of those goals without any dalliance. I do see Rivers nailed a sub-hour paladin time too, which is very, very good for a full game, no 64 run.
Yeah, because there's a lot of, well, not a lot, but there is quite a bit of extra setup that you're doing here to prepare for those later game fights that if you were doing the pure, you know, like introductory category of Paladin percent, you wouldn't be worried about.
Yeah, like I think Rivers' record for Paladin percent is like a low 57 or something like that, which as far as I know is very, very not possible in a no 64 run. So that's a really unfortunate back attack Rivers just got there too, because it's 6 enemies and the ghosty enemies there, which are a returning sprite from Final Fantasy II. I'll cast Fire 1 in their first turn, which is a slow animation.
Yeah, giving a little time back to Tonberry there. Not by choice, of course. Just that's RNG.
Yeah, fortunately, you don't have to walk all the way back to Mysidia after ordeals. Too, you can hit up the Chocobo Forest and get on a yellow Chocobo. And then when you're on any kind of vehicle that works in the overworld in this game too, that actually completely shuts down the step routing too. So you don't really have to, even though because there's a lot of precise stuff about the step routing in this game, but I don't think it's really that difficult compared to a lot of other RPGs like this, just because of how slow you walk in this version of FF4. There's no way to speed up basic movement, but when you're on like the airship or chocobos or stuff that does move faster and is a lot harder to be precise with, fortunately that doesn't matter for step route purposes.
Yeah, it is so easy that even I was able to pick it up reasonably well. This isn't like step routing Final Fantasy V, notably. Like
oh yeah. Ouch.
You can follow along with this. On the other hand, you know, there's only one step route to really memorize there compared to this one having to figure it out.
256 possible step routes. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I got pretty close sync now between Rivers and elmagus, where we're getting a lore dump about the legend of Mysidia. That'll matter, I don't know, in like an hour or so before we use the Serpent's Road to warp back to Baron to try to rescue Rosa and Cid. I think is what we're mainly after at this point.
Yeah, because, we know that Rose has been taken, and she's our number one goal to get back. Little do we know, she's nowhere near there, but, you know, one step at a time. Another thing I'll note here that I think is probably saving Rivers a little bit of time, I don't know if elmagus is using Turbo, but Rivers is using a Turbo controller. There is a Turbo board for this, and he's not using it to do any kind of, like, manipulations or anything, but it just saves your thumb from so much dialogue mashing during these cutscenes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I mean, you don't even really need to mash in this game too, because of the way the text draws out. Like when I run this game, I use a normal controller, and I basically try to hit a rhythm where when the game draws out text boxes, there's basically like a few dead frames before you can advance it, and I basically just try to get into a tapping rhythm as far as advancing the text boxes. Pretty much right when the game lets you do it. And you can use pretty much any button on the controller to advance text in this game too. So you can even use like the D-pad or the L and R buttons if that's your jam too. All right, so you've got the Baron guards fight here for elmagus. This is a pretty trivial fight because these guards all die to dancing daggers. I mean, if I don't know, there could be scenarios where it gets a little out of control if they just kill people and you're not really prepared to deal with it, but ordinarily you're just throwing 2 dancing daggers and moving on to the Yang fight, because Yang is currently hypnotized and under Golbez's control. And this fight has kind of interesting properties to it where once the fight has progressed far enough in Yang's script, like the main tell is after he does his second kick, if Cecil attacks Yang and just attacks, you don't even have to hit, then that will end it.
Yeah,
I always find it hilarious when you miss, but Yang still says "ouch."
Yeah, there's so many cute little fights like this where an enemy takes an invisible turn and sets a flag, and like I believe theoretically, if you were to time this out, you could actually take the swing right before the second kick, but it's just not a risk that's worth taking, especially not in a marathon setting. But it's just so many of those invisible flags that we're going to come up again and again in later boss fights as well that let us know when we're able to do the thing that we do to make the fight end quickly.
Yeah, and there's in these 2 fights here, there's often little bits of inventory manipulation that runners try to go for too during like the kick and dancing dagger animations. Like getting the change rod moved around, I think happens in some routes and stuff like that, or just stuff that you don't need anymore. Because if you're using the mimic glitch, by the way, you no longer have a trash can in your inventory, so you can't throw stuff away even if you wanted to. So we're kind of trying to keep it tidy by moving stuff we don't need far out of the way.
Picking up some headbands and karate-gis here in Baron, both pieces of gear that bump our strength stat, Ice Claw and Thunder Claw to hit relevant enemy weaknesses, and onward into the waterway. Another place where some of these encounters in here, if they back attack you, will be very annoying. So let's see how lucky our runners get today.
Yeah, and that armor they just bought is very important for a lot of the run too, because it boosts your physical attack power on fighter characters that have it on. So those stacks of karate gis and headbands are going to be seeing a lot of use. Because something I really do appreciate about this speed run too is that there's a lot of diversity in the strats you use on boss fights throughout the run. It doesn't really just kind of become there's one really broken build that you get to as quickly as possible, and then you kind of use that for most of the rest of the game, just because of just kind of how this game works from a story perspective, as far as how there's constant change going on to who's in your battle party and just what kinds of resources you have access to. There's just a lot of different stuff we're going to be seeing. I just love how the routing and strats for this run play out.
And you know, earlier we saw elmagus change his window color to green to represent Team Tonberry. Rivers took a detour by the tutorial house to talk to Naming Way, and our Cecil is now Choco in honor of Team Chocobo. So
nice. That is a pretty fun and unique way that this game handles renaming too. The fact that you don't name characters when they first join you. They have their default name, but then you can visit an NPC called Naming Way that's in most towns in the game and lets you rename characters in your party. Alright, so elmagus starting to get set up for the next round of boss fights in Baron Castle. He's getting Yang equipped with stuff to boost his defense and his attack power. Because, yeah, Yang has kind of interesting properties where his claw weapons don't actually increase his attack power, they increase his stats. But his punches have a special, I believe, have a special formula behind them that make his stats matter a lot more than other characters attacking with weapons. All right, and I guess, Inven, do you want to explain why
Yeah.
Tella now has J06 magic points?
So another fun glitch that we get to use in the speedrun is the MP underflow glitch. If you queue up a spell that you don't have the MP for, move your cursor over to another one that you do have the MP for, or a blank spot, and then frame perfectly move back to the expensive spell, you'll cast it, even though you don't have the MP for it, and your MP wraps around underneath. And now you can't cast spells outside of combat anymore, but in combat, you have more MP than you know what to do with. And you know what spell Tella learned on Ordeals? That's right, Medio.
It's time to do the Medio.
You only get to cast it in the vanilla game as part of a cutscene. The speedruns, except for glitchless, of course, are going to be using it to great effect.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be kind of be for story purposes that Tella can't actually cast Medio normally, because when he does cast it, he's kind of exchanging his life force for the power to cast Medio. But the way it's kind of represented in game is that Tella has 90 magic points max that can never go up, and Medio costs 99. But it does technically exist in his spell list, so if you glitch his MP, like Inven just explained, to have, I think it's like 65,000 MP or so, then you can actually cast Medio, and bye-bye Bacon. And then several people died there too, and that's Do you want to talk about that as far as the Shadow Party and stuff?
Yeah, by cutting down the party to just Tella and Cecil instead of splitting our XP 5 ways, we're splitting it 2 ways. And that's putting even more XP into Kain, notably Kain. We want him to hit level 19. So for this fight, for Kainazzo, for Dark Elf, different runners do it slightly different ways. I don't know what kind of variety we'll see today, but keep an eye out for who downs which party member at which time.
Yeah, because pretty much every boss fight for about the middle third of the run is going to have a lot of tight manipulation as far as who's alive at the end to give experience to, and how much Shadow Party experience we dole out. So yeah, now we've got Kainazzo, the Water Fiend. This is by far the easiest of the 4 fiends, and I think part of that is also because of the HP reduction for the US release of the game too, because I think they cut him from about like I don't know, like 5,000 to 6,000 health to 4,000. So if you have a good enough rod on Tella, in this case the Change Rod, and cast his newly learned Lit 3 spell, because Tella gets most of the spells in the game after Ordeals, you can, if you get a good enough damage roll, you can one-shot Kainazzo, because he's weak against lightning when his water shield is up.
Yeah, and elmagus did have Yang up for that one. Rivers actually had Yang up for the Baigan fight. So let's see, is he going to keep all 3 up for this one?
Yeah, because ideally you do kill Yang for at least one of the Baigan and Kainazzo fights for experience routing. If he survives both of them, then I think the backup is Dark Elf to have one less character alive for that. But that can get a little sketchy sometimes. So you ideally get it taken care of right here.
Tella also cleaning the plate on Rivers' fight. Very, very close here between these two.
Yeah, and it lined up too, so that he's actually because you get a lot of free time during the crumble animation for major story bosses like the 4 fiends dying. So I missed if it worked out for Magus like that, but for Rivers, he just had a lot of time to do inventory sorting while Kainazzo was dissolving.
Yeah, the one nice thing about the crumbles.
Okay, so now we have a party of 6 for the second time, by the way, too, because we had Bacon join us, and then he turned out to be a monster. And now we have Sid joining us, and there's unfortunately a very strict limit of 5 characters in your party in this game. So we do unfortunately now say goodbye to Palom and Porum, who contributed a lot on Mount Ordeals, but after that they were kind of more of a liability, which is why we kind of wanted them to be dead for both the Bacon and Kainazzo fights, so that they don't suck up any experience since they're leaving.
Yeah, regrettably they didn't invent leaving party members in your airship for 2 more games. So when they remade this game for the Game Boy Advance, oh, okay, we figured, okay, there we go. We can swap you out now. But it just wasn't technology available in 1991.
Mm-hmm. Got Kain coming up on the antlion fight too. I did see him grab the safety life on his way into the cave, just in case. Because yeah, that's a very minor time investment for a little bit of safety in marathon style runs like this too. Where if you have like in this part of the game, Brygia or Edward die to a bad back attack, or like Rivers, I think used it during his mom bomb fight. Just having that life item at this point when you otherwise don't have any means of reviving characters can make a big difference. Got some so yeah, just straight cutscenes for Magus and Rivers getting the airship Enterprise at this point too. While Kain takes out mom bomb.
Yeah, and hoping to get it in again. Another place where you don't want to have to do 5 dancing daggers, like 1,000. I like that there are 2,000 HP fights, and you really don't want to see those 240 rolls. Like it just feels so rotten.
Yeah, and if you're really paying close attention to how much damage you do too, sometimes the fight might play out that Cecil could kill Antlion with a physical attack too if it's like got very low health left after 3 hits.
Yeah, save yourself a dancing dagger animation.
All right, so we've got Magus and Rivers kind of heading on to the next major story beat, which centers around the kingdom of Troya in the northwest part of the world map, which is where the Earth Crystal, the last currently known crystal at least, resides. And then the villains, Golbez and his hypnotized lackey Kain, are basically trying to blackmail Cecil into getting the Earth Crystal for them via them having Rosa held captive.
Yeah, they clearly did their research. They scouted out Cave Magnus. Golbez's like, I wear all this big, heavy armor. Kain, you wear all this big, heavy armor. Surely I don't have an army of monsters I could send in there. Oh, no, we'll just have Cecil do it.
Landing the airship to go into Troya is harder than it looks, by the way, too, just because the airship is very, very zippy. And you're trying to land on a 1-tile area next to Troya. Okay, so yeah, and then the walking route through Troya Castle can vary a little bit depending on what seed you're on for step routing too. Like there, Magus took advantage because when you're on the carpet in that lobby area there, that does not count on the step counter, but when you're on the stone tiles, it does. So it looked like he needed to burn some steps there, so he actually walked off of the carpet sooner than he could in order to burn some steps without having to spend time pacing back and forth, but then he had to pace back and forth anyway to burn some more steps before coming in. For people just tuning in too, that's all part of a full game's encounter manipulation step route, which kind of can save a couple minutes over the course of the run by preventing you from getting like in particular clusters of like 2, 3, sometimes 4 fights back to back, and then also setting up getting a otherwise random fight in the Giant of Babel later guaranteed.
We do see here elmagus using one of those many ethers purchased earlier to undo the underflow on Tella so we can cast exit. No time for walking out of here. And also, during the cutscene part of the next fight, we get healed to full anyway, so it would have been removed anyway. There was so saving the time via exit there. It's not like leaving the glitch in place would not afford you any benefit for now anyway.
Yeah, like Inven said earlier too, when you have the MP underflow glitch in place, you cannot use any magic at all from the normal field menu. It's only in battle. So, we'll be needing to set up that glitch again later to use Meteo to get revenge on the Magus sisters for all the trolling they did the 10-2 runners before this. But it just works out to be worth our time to undo the glitch so that we can cast exit to get out of Troya.
Now a very fun and dangerous walk through Cave Magnus, because most party setups here are going to already have 3 of the members in paralysis magnetic state, with only Sid being safe, which he's a bucket of HP. And another fun thing is that even though Cecil is magnetized here, if Sid gets hit down to critical HP, Cecil will still cover for him.
Okay.
But you're hoping that you don't need to take any menus here to heal the team up because of bad encounter luck.
Yeah, and there's basically just kind of a specific table of what equipment counts as being metal in this game, which it doesn't totally make sense. Like, I know Yang's claws specifically don't count as metal, and I think certain types of like silver rings, I think, don't count as metal, even though you'd think silver would be. But yeah, just if your whole party is wearing metal equipment, though, you just instantly game over, which we very much do not want to have happen yet.
Yet, being a very key word there. Because we do want it to happen at the start of the Dark Elf fight. Otherwise, you have to wait through a certain amount of script. He casts multiple spells, and there's multiple dialogue. But if you just go in, everyone magnetic, you immediately fall down, and it's perfect. That's actually the reason we stole those semi-useless iron gauntlets off of Kain back before leaving him in Mist, because we do have like rings and shields and bangles on everyone, except for, again, Yang. Yang is tricky. Not Yang, pardon me. Sid. Sid here with his starting prisoner robe and wooden hammer. You need something metal to throw on him, and those iron gauntlets solve that problem pretty sweetly.
Yeah, I think it was Abda Jr. I think that originally developed that. I've been around long enough. I was there for a lot of strats that just are just so ingrained in the route when those were originally developed too, like this, and then like run buffering and stuff too. But yeah, getting set up for the Dark Elf fight here. This is also why they need to go visit Edward in Troya Castle, because you need to have the twin harp, or else you can't beat the Dark Elf. Because the lore here is that the Dark Elf can only be hurt by metallic weapons, which is why he's smart enough to put a spell on his cave to make metallic equipment weigh a lot.
Yeah, and if you come here without the twin harp, he has a very different script. That, admittedly, in the randomizer, we have figured out ways to win that fight through copious use of those dummied out items from the game. But in this one, there is no amount of leveling up this team that I think would ever get you through that fight. But feel free to prove me wrong.
Yep. Yes, and you save a lot of time from having your full party metallicized on the first fight too. You do sadly miss one of my favorite bits of dialogue though, which is "me attack you," before the Dark Elf casts a ton of spells and wrecks you. But yeah, you save a lot of time from skipping all that. But yeah, now we've got the real fight, which is actually winnable once you can actually equip and use metallic stuff, because the Cecil's Legend Sword has the holy element on it, and the Dark Elf is very weak to that, because you're kind of meant to use your metal stuff and then find that it really, really hurts him. So Dark Elf is actually a 2-stage fight. For the first phase, we're basically just kind of letting Sid and Cecil do most of the work, but it's also important to take out Sid right after he attacks once, because yeah, this is all experience manipulation stuff as far as controlling how many people are alive at the end of the fight and how much experience both people in the party and that are returning later get. So me change. And now hopefully we don't have a tell a life moment here.
Yeah. When he changes, the Dark Elf removes his most important part of gear, his boss bit. That is gone, and the weak spell can now actually hit him. One of those places where, oh right, the second phase should have been a boss as well.
Yeah, nice. I see Magus hesitated a little bit there to let the Dark Elf get its Dark Dragon, I guess technically, get its Dark Breath off to kill Tella, and that's for experience manipulation. I guess the route he was on, he wanted only 2 people alive at the end.
It is kind of funny.
Tella getting weak is perfect when you're going for that too.
It is kind of funny that this fight almost punishes you if you are doing a casual playthrough and you explore too much, because I believe the Legend Sword is your best damage option here, in spite of various other weaponry you can find in the overworld, just because of that holy weakness. So it's kind of convenient for the speedrun that there is no incentive to go find better gear for this battle.
Yeah, I see we've got very slight route divergences here too, as far as the battle party order too. Like Magus put Cecil in the middle slot, and Rivers has him in the second from the bottom. I believe that's a kind of a runner preference thing, where if you have Cecil in the middle, that makes the Dark Elf fight a hair easier, because I think you can just buffer Cecil attacking at the start of the fight optimally, and if you if Cecil is not in the middle, you have to run buffer. But then the trade-off for that is that you have to do more menuing to get set up for Valvalis later.
Yeah, and I did learn from Rivers before the relay that this is part of his manipulation. He is intentionally letting Cecil die at Dark Elf to avoid both doing a solo Magus Sisters fight and to still have level 19 through the Rubik Conte fight later. So that was also very precise XP manip there, even though it took a little extra time than just hitting the elf after casting weak.
So Magus burning some steps in the lobby of Troya Castle for setting up more favorable encounters in the Tower of Zot. It is certainly nice that you can exit out of Troya Castle, because that's something, because you can't do that in every castle in the game. Like in particular, Baron Castle, you can't exit out of. But since you have to leave Troya Castle twice, it's certainly convenient that you can just cast exit to get out. Alright, so then once we've visited the clerics, the rulers of Troya, with the Earth Crystal in hand, then the game just kind of forces us to go to the Tower of Zot, the next major dungeon.
Which, this is the first place where the back attacks are truly threatening. Like, they're annoying in places up to this point, but this is the one where I have lost runs. I'm sure other people have as well. Or you just have to take the time to be ready to heal your party. And, you know, maybe forego a personal best pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's usually okay as long as you're just keeping pretty close tabs on Cecil, just because he's got the most health at this point and the best armor at this point too. So I'm usually fairly liberal with topping off Cecil if he gets hit once or twice in back attacks. Like like this. Again, I'm sorry for the commentator curse, Magus. Yeah, would not surprise me at all if he does some healing at this point.
Yeah. Going ahead and get another
nice.
underplay.
Yeah, nice winging it there too, as far as because we do eventually want to underflow Tella's magic again, in particular for the Magus Sisters coming up, and just getting it out of the way now while we need to heal anyway.
Yeah. Oh, and a back attack.
Another fun little version difference is, like, in this tower too, is that in the Japanese version of the game, there's these archways covering parts of the kind of obscuring parts of the terrain here that they removed from the North American version. Like, it always kind of weirds me out when I'm seeing the original version of this tower.
Ooh, and good luck at the Flame Dog. Tella actually evades the Flame spell, which is actually very important, or he would have died to that punch. So extremely lucky for the magic evasion there. We're going to set up another single dupe here. We want 2 Flame Swords, I believe. One for Cecil and one for Kain later. It's a pretty healthy damage boost. And notably, a certain evil man clad in black armor is weak to fire for a later fight that we...
Yeah. And the flame sword is just a better sword, period, too.
Yeah.
Even if we're not specifically fighting something that's weak to fire.
Although I do like just how much of the... you were mentioning the variety of strats, but I also love how much we change equipment on Cecil depending on the fight. Whether you need to attack that holy weakness, earlier using dancing daggers just for speed, flame sword for damage, and later on dwarf axe for agility manipulation. Like, it's just very fun to me how involved it is to do that for various strats and various fights.
A nice Flame Dog fight for Rivers too. Flame Dog is kind of a deceptively dangerous fight too, because there's you're mainly depending on Tella to one shot it with either a Ice 2 or like Virus spell, and if Tella gets bopped because of like getting punched and then burned, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, Flame Dog, a fight from probably I would still describe it as like the next full dungeon after this, but it's after quite a few other boss fights and overworld encounters in a casual playthrough. So it's quite a bit beefier than the other fights in this tower, compared to like some other places where you would fight a Myab, a monster in a box casually, that doesn't quite shock your team as harshly.
Yeah, so coming up on the aforementioned Mega Sisters, and like I said, getting some revenge for the trolling they just gave the 10-2 crew. But yeah, it's going to be a considerably easier fight in this game, but it can still get a little swirly. But I know like top level runners are really are tightly manipulating the ATB via run buffering, kind of in and out of menus enough that I think optimally they only get one like real attack spell off. But if they really gang up on Tella, then because we're just going to kill them with Meteor, which again we're not supposed to be able to cast, but we can because of Tella's magic being underflowed. And then we usually want to have Yang die here, and then sometimes on certain routes, other character. Well, I guess Cecil, because Tella has to be alive to cast Meteor. But yeah, hopefully this lit. Okay, nice. Lit 2.
That's good.
Magus,
that's good.
That Magus, I'm sure, thanking his lucky stars that they took care of Yang for him there.
Yeah, Meteor may be strong in trivializing these fights, but it's a very slow spell, the slowest spell in the game. And so you're constantly there gritting your teeth, hoping that your Tella doesn't die, hoping that your Yang does die. I'm sure he was annoyed when that Yang was left with single-digit HP there. So all's well that ends well.
It's so convenient that Meteor ignores Wall in this game too, since that kind of the whole gimmick of the Mega Sisters is that it's Cindy, the one in the middle, is kind of the main boss because she can revive the other two, but she also has the most health, and she's always getting Wall cast on her, so you can't really I had so much trouble with this fight playing this game as a kid. At the age of 10 or so, because of not really knowing what to do when I can't just cast like Lit 3 or something on bosses at this point.
There was also very clean fight there. Tella did get hit with one spell, but not enough to cause as much consternation. And we're dueling cutscenes at this point, neck and neck.
Well, more like trioing cutscenes actually.
Oh,
with
true.
Too.
Golbez is shooting lightning bolts all over the place on this relay right now.
Yeah. Yep. So now we've got kind of the story confrontation between Tella and Golbez, where he basically he trades his life force for power to cast Meteor to try to avenge his daughter Anna that had been killed by Golbez and his army at Damcien earlier. This is also a very nice place to take a bathroom break as a runner if you need one too, just because this fight is there's nothing you can do in this fight, not even inventory management. So it's really just the game being on autopilot for like about a minute or so.
Yeah, I know some folks have done a minor tool-assisted speed run here, namely sitting their Super Nintendo down on their A button.
Yeah. Yeah, it's convenient too that this is almost exactly the halfway point of the run too. But yeah, so after this we're about to have a pretty big change to our party and our battle strats because Tella passes away, and then Kain and Rosa both rejoin, and then this is also where we get one of our many payoffs from the Shadow Party experience routing that we've been talking about because. Well, Kain was out of the party from when he left after the Mist Dragon fight up until now. He has been getting a full share of all experience from all fights that we've been winning, and so is Rosa from when she left at the start of the Fabul Gauntlet until now. And one of the big goals of that route was for Kain to be level 19 when he rejoins, because this game operates on a system called attack multipliers or sub-hits, I've heard some people call them too, which is kind of a carryover from the Final Fantasy games before it, where when you use the fight command, the game's technically rolling multiple attack roll X as far as whether they hit and how much damage they do, and it's all just kind of added together, and then kind of just the net result of that is that there's big swings in how much damage you do, and certain level ups matter a lot because of giving you an extra attack multiplier, and 19 is a big level for Kain.
Yeah, and Kain is kind of the fulcrum on which this fight turns. When Valvalis enters her tornado form, you're really going to be whiffing all your melee attacks here, and the only way to break her out of it is Kain's jump. So you're kind of hoping that he's not getting, hosed by her too quickly. You want to get his jumps off at certain times. This is probably one of the most complicated fights up to this point, probably the most one. You will see runners carefully timing when they do attacks with Yang, what they're doing with Rosa's actions. Depending on who eats the first weak spell from Val, you have a flow chart of any number of things that you need to be doing with Cecil's turn. It's great if some other people get weakened, but Cecil needs to be ready to do auto cover. You may be doing manual cover with him. There's a lot of nuance to this fight, and
it's one of the most technical and difficult to execute fights in the whole game. But it's just such a treat to watch when it comes together too, because then it just lines up just literally perfectly as far as taking out Val, and I think two full tornado cycles.
And so the first weak spell here hits Kain, so Cecil will manually cover Rosa. Now the entire team is covered.
Yeah, that was also why when he lifed up Sid and Yang, he didn't heal them too, so they'd still be in cover range.
Yeah. This is our first real use of the slow spell in combat as well. You can stack slow up to 2 times in this game. If enemies start using fast on themselves, the numbers get wonky and you may have to reapply. But we're going to try to reduce her turns so that we get a really good rhythm going here. And we do like to see those 4-digit hits from Kain as well. You really want to hit her with the jump to break the spin and get another one on her before she starts spinning again, just for the big damage numbers.
Yeah, shoutouts to anybody else too that when Valvalis is in her tornado form sees the top of the sprite as googly eyes instead of as a woman's head too, because that's certainly what I always saw as a kid.
I always did as a child as well. Now I see the shoulder and the face, but as a kid on, my
RFU video technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of the fiends, I think, kind of had their health reduced somewhat significantly in this version of the game too. I think Valvalis went from around 8,500 or so to 6,000, so that definitely makes a difference for the strats here. Yeah, Rivers on the fight too. I think in addition to being on the 1.0 version where Yang's kick has a longer charge time, Rivers is also using the back row glitch on Cecil, or Choco as he's named here too, which he set up with the bow and arrow he stole off of Rosa. And I think that this and then the Calbrenna fight later are the main payoffs for that, as far as Cecil just being able to attack with the fire sword instead of throwing dancing daggers for faster animations and maybe higher damage output too. Neck and neck here after Valvalis, later known as Barbaricia. Fun little bit of trivia too is that it's when Rosa rejoins the party here that the exit spell gets added to her inventory. Since no matter how much you level her up when she's with you earlier in the game, she will never learn exit, but it's just quietly added to her inventory for story reasons here. I think that was just kind of the game developers' way of hedging their bets that if you somehow manage to make it here with Rosa's level being so low that she didn't actually have exit, the story beat here would still make sense. Got Kain buying his armor for honor deals. All right, so Magus and Rivers are kind of heading off for the next real big plot arc of the game, which is where all of the crystals have been stolen by Golbez now. Although we don't really know why yet, just that it can't be good. But then we find out that there's actually more crystals. So there's 4 dark crystals in the underworld, which is a whole new part of the game that we're about to go to by using an item we just get called the Magma Stone on the well in Agart in order to open a path to fly our airship underground.
And speaking of, those precise, turn orders and everything, our upcoming fight against Calbrana is another very tricky one in that regard. Conceptually, it makes perfect sense. Like, if you were just playing this game and, learning the speedrun, no, obviously, I want to try to kill the last blue doll and the last orange doll back to back before they get a turn, so we don't have to deal with the big doll. But damage numbers and RNG can often make that a little more complicated than you want it to be. We're going to be using Slow Spell with Rosa to try to keep things down. We're going to be using Kicks with Yang to try to distribute the damage, and hoping that everything comes together and no big Calcabrina doll appears.
Yeah, because the mechanics there is that if you've killed all dolls of the same color and then another one gets a turn, it will use that turn to merge into the big Calbrana doll, which is bad. Not only because it's scary and slow, but there's a mechanic I didn't even know existed until seeing speedruns of the game too, where if Calbrana gets to low health and gets a turn, it can split back into the 6 dolls and start the whole fight over again, which is very, very bad.
We'll also be taking advantage of the status priority situation again. I don't really want to call it a glitch, maybe more of a bug than a glitch, because
Exploit,
earlier, elmagus did turn some of his characters into piggies to avoid being poisoned by Mylon Z. Rosa will be doing a similar thing in the fight, casting silence on the party to make sure that we do not get paralyzed at the start of the Golbez fight. And sorry if you mentioned that while I was away from keyboard.
Oh, no worries. I don't even remember anymore. Yeah, so the Golbez fight was another wall for me as a kid after the next one after the Vegas sisters, because I never really I had a lot of trouble getting past Calbrana with anybody other than Kain being alive. And you have a bad time on Golbez if Cecil isn't alive, because the script normally plays out that Golbez summons his pet Shadow Dragon that then just kills everybody other than Cecil, who then gets bailed out by Rydia. But if Cecil isn't alive, you just lose. I believe this fight is a little different, but we're going to be a little different because of the different cart versions between Rivers and Magus too. Since like Inven said, we're going to be seeing things kick a couple times because that using that kind of helps reduce the impact of kind of suboptimal damage rolls from Kain. Since when you kick, you're hurting all of the enemies, and the blue dolls have 1,000 health, and the orange ones are 3,000. And Kain can sometimes one-shot blue dolls with his jump, but not always. And if he's just kind of barely missing it, then the kick will finish the job.
Another fun thing about this fight is that, again, not every fight in the game, but a decent chunk of them do have random ATB values for the enemies. And that means that this fight can go a lot of different ways. And our runners, if they pay attention to how many dolls get their attacks in and how quickly, that also informs which doll for them to target to get an optimal pattern here. So it's another one.
That is very Cosmic Brain stuff, by the way, too. I still don't really know how to do that in runs.
Yeah, I know Rivers is doing it, but again, it's one of those things where, like, once you've mastered everything else, here you go.
Yeah. Once you're really starting to threaten sub 3, then you start going for really advanced stuff like that. But yeah, getting a slow spell going there just to try to reduce the number of turns that the dolls get when they're alive.
Did silence miss on Rivers Kain, or is this some visual timing bug because of frame rate?
Kain might have been in the air. Might have just been in the air when it went off. Yeah, and it's not going to matter for Golbez because Kain will also be in the air.
Yeah, Rivers will have him in the air in time. Right. I was looking at elmagus here and I looked back and I saw everyone silence but Kain. I'm like, wait, okay, no. But again, Rivers has no problem getting that Kain in the air. So
yeah, so once we're down to 2 dolls, we get the and if you cue the Butte spell when Kain's in the air, then it won't target him too. That may have been what happened for Rivers too. But yeah, once we're down to 2 dolls and have our Butte set us up, it's time to try to finish off the fight, because we threw a dagger at the last blue doll to soften it up to guarantee Kain would kill it with his jump, and then use a dagger to kill the last orange and a jump to kill the last blue. Easy peasy.
And with that, Team Chocobo has actually overcome Tonberry's lead by just like, what?
Seconds.
1.25 seconds or so.
Yeah, you love to see it. Shoutouts to Team Close Race. All right, so we've talked a fair bit about the Golbez fight already, but yeah, this is a fight that's meant to have a fairly lengthy cutscene in the middle of it, where your whole team is paralyzed and kind of at the brink of defeat when your long lost friend Rydia shows up to bail you out. But by having your party, everybody except Kain, really Cecil is the main one that matters, but everybody except Kain works to muted, then the hold gas that Golbez does at the start just whiffs, and that has 2 benefits to it. One is that during all of this dialogue here with Golbez, you can use that for inventory manipulation. And then the second is that after the fight for real starts, then you can start attacking before Rydia even appears, and uses a Japanese item called the unicorn horn to reverse the paralysis. But you can just, if you have decent enough damage rolls, you can just win the fight before that even happens. Maybe another little thing worth mentioning too is that in the later versions of this game, and earlier in fact too, the Japanese version let you use active mode on the ATB, where the fight is still progressing even when you're in sub-menus. That option does not exist at all in this version of the game. If it did, I could certainly see cases where you might want to turn that on, like during maybe this fight and like the King and Queen Eblon fights, that you can do inventory manipulation just for like minutes straight. But sadly, that option does not exist here.
And Tonberry taking the lead again, by the way. Rivers, Kain, and Cecil kind of low-rolled there, and we had to deal with an extra conversation there with Rydia saying, you can move now. Golbez saying that mist blew my Shadow Dragon away. Whereas elmagus got to skip to the why and get out of there and take the lead back for Tonberry.
Yeah, I see Kain is on Mylon Z, by the way, too, and is using a completely different strat from either of the other runners. Like, I missed if he tried to go for the trash can glitch and it didn't quite work out or something, but he's using a very, very safe and consistent strat too, where you make your whole party pigs so that they can't get poisoned because of the same exploit that we just talked about for the Golbez fight. And then you just keep throwing cure potions until he's dead, and then attacking with Cecil with the black sword.
Yeah, the poison is annoying, not necessarily because of the poison damage, but because every time in battle you take damage from poison, that message box pops up at the top of the screen. And there's another aspect where, because this fight already had conversations, like, it just slows down even more. So your damage by poison just sits up there for 3 or 4 seconds, just eating into your clock.
Yeah, because one of the other things you can customize in the game besides the battle speed is the battle message speed, which you normally just set on 1 and leave it that way at the start of the game. But I think just for dramatic effect, because of the dex that happens at the beginning of the fight with fall flat into the deep ravine, the game actually changes the battle message speed to a slower setting and leaves it that way for the rest of the fight.
We did miss another notable glitch that is used in this run. After we got done with the cutscene, we actually cast the warp spell with Rydia. Golbez left the crystal behind. What actually happens here is that to save space, that crystal chamber is the same one that's used later in the sealed cave. So if you have the presence of mind to cast warp, you go ahead and yoink the darkness crystal, and that's the big skip of the run in terms of what you wouldn't see in a casual vanilla playthrough. We're not side questing, of course, but we also get to skip the entirety of the sealed cave by doing this.
Yeah, that's the biggest actual skip that's allowed in this category, since it's actually right around now that if this were a no credits warp run or an any % run, I guess at least using the older credits warp setup, You would actually be doing a glitch called the 64-door hierarchy glitch at this point, where you climb up and down stairs in the dwarf castle 64 times in order to overflow your floor counter and then start doing wrong warps and memory corruption. But that's not allowed in the no 64 category, so we're just kind of progressing with the rest of the game here. But because this is kind of this is a very long and established run and rule set. The fact that it's kind of no major skips, but we are skipping a dungeon it's all just kind of historical. That back when the 64-door glitch was first discovered, the leaderboards were split between yes or no on it, and then eventually a glitchless rule set was invented too.
Yeah, just enough glitches to be a little spicy without completely breaking the game open.
Yeah, I mean, I love how it works in the run too, because like in this version of the game, so many of the tricks you can do in like the Japanese version or later remakes involving items and abilities are gone. Because like the Calbrena fight is an absolute joke in the Japanese version speedrun, because you can use an hourglass to paralyze half the dolls, and you can use an Antarctic wind to kill the other half by casting Ice 2 and all of them. And I just love the kind of how this run has its own unique identity too, where you're still doing a lot of fun stuff to make it go really fast and have kind of a high skill ceiling too. Only in this case, it's through using minor glitches instead of using combat items and abilities.
So a big noteworthy thing that we picked up also in Dwarf Castle, other than an early Darkness Crystal, was the Dwarf Axe from the East Tower. This is a weapon that gives -5 agility. And again, just to reference from earlier, agility in this game is all based on comparing an enemy's agility stat or your teammate's agility stat to Cecil's. So this is going to be used for turn manipulation, but also as you make the relative agility of the rest of your team higher, you have a much easier time running from battles. So at this point, for both our runners with the Dwarf Axe equipped, any enemy pack that I think is 3 monsters or more, you get to run away from before a single attack, even if you're surprised or back attacked.
Yeah, and I believe the rate that back attacks happen is based on your level relative to the enemies too. So, starting around like the Tower of Zod, I feel in particular the number of back attacks you get really starts to increase. So it's very, very nice that first here and then later when Edge joins up, we start getting tricks we can use to nerf back attacks. And then we can also get lucky breaks too in the form of eggs, which is there's an enemy called an egg in the Tower of Babel, and then I think also in the Cave of Eblon, I want to say later, that it's later called a mystery egg, but eggs just do nothing unless you attack them, in which case they hatch into other monsters. But they're nice to encounter in speedruns because if they back attack you, you can just run away before they do anything.
And you get to envision, the kind of world in which you get surprised by a giant egg sneaking up behind you.
Yep, never saw it coming. I'd be surprised if a giant egg just attacked me out of the blue, too. Attacked me and then didn't do anything unless I cracked it. So yeah, Tower of Babel is a fairly lengthy walking segment, but we're Rivers and Magus almost to the top, where we get to fight Dr. Lugay, our next 2-stage boss fight here.
And this is kind of Yang's last hurrah as well. Not only, the last, I would say, real boss fight he's a part of, but also one where he really gets to shine. We did pick up that Thunderclaw in the Baron Weapon Shop earlier, which does quadruple damage versus enemies with the robot type, which will be Balnab in Phase 1 and the transformed Lugay in Phase 2. Also, quick duplicate there of Cat Claws for more agility manipulation later with Edge.
Yeah, and also just to make Yang even stronger for these fights too, just because Yang's damage formula weighs his stats very heavily, and just the Cat Claw is the best claw in the game for for stats that matter for that damage formula. So, yeah, like Inven said, this is really Yang's moment in the sun, and also why one of the goals of the experience route in the mid game, aside from Kain rejoining at level 19, which is his sweet spot for the Valvalis fight, is Yang being level 17 for the Luge fight, which is his sweet spot for damage output without having to spend extra time leveling him up. So kind of like with the Calbrena fight for the first phase of Dr. Luge, our goal is to take out both Dr. Luge and Belknap close enough together that that one of them doesn't get a turn when it's solo. Because if you kill Belknap and then Luge gets a turn, he becomes a DLC form called Belknap Z, where he wastes some of your time and then explodes. And if you kill Luge and Belknap gets a turn, then Belknap just explodes and kills one of your characters and kind of gets you set off on the wrong foot for the second phase. So I like to kind of view this sequence as, in addition to Yang's time to shine, it's also Rydia's in a way too, because we're actually seeing her bust out her summon magic for the first time and really ever too, because the Titan summon is pretty good here. I see. We also see we've got some route divergences here too. In that Rosa actually is dead on Rivers' side and alive on Magus's. That's actually if you skip the healing pot after at the Dwarf Castle and just have Rosa be dead here, that just gets rid of her turns, which aren't productive at all on either phase of this boss. It does make other aspects of the run a little harder. In particular, you have to do some more run buffers to get turns when you need them, but it is the faster route. Okay, so then I guess do you want to talk about this phase then in particular, like how the laser skill works?
Yeah, so Dr. Luge has 3 main attack. Well, 4. He has a counter attack if you do a normal move that tries to put you to sleep. He has a group full poison, which hilariously, because of that status priority exploit we mentioned earlier, keeps you from falling asleep. And then he has 2 beam attacks. One of them does a percentage of his current HP, and one of them does 10% of your maximum HP. So if he does queue them up one after another on the same character, it can be a little threatening, but our runners are not sweating this fight at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because since the laser scales based on Luge's HP, the faster he gets it off, the worse it is, and that's part also why you really want that Dwarf Axe on Cecil for this fight, because like we've talked a couple times about how the active time battle system in this game uses something called relative agility, where the overall speed of your characters and the enemies scales based on Cecil's agility. Making Cecil slower via the Dwarf Axe will also make certain bosses slower, and that helps a lot with the Dr. Luge fight, because just Yang and Kain are just doing so much damage so quickly that by the time Luge gets to laser in his turn order, he's taken so much damage that it's not really going to hurt that badly. Like if he's at very low health, it does like 50 damage or something, and it's just kind of laughable at that point. But if he uses it early, it can one-shot characters potentially.
Yeah. Oh, and I did leave out Admission. He does have one relatively weak party-wide fire attack. And I would like to shout out Elmagus here for saving all of our eyes. Actually
Yes.
taking the time to heal the poison off of everyone on his team. The dithering effect that they use for this on the SNES is bad enough, but the way that a lot of streaming services also try to deal with the encoding of it is also makes it like double down
Yeah.
on the pain. So
At least
I
we don't have to see
appreciate
it
that.
at double speed like later remakes and ROM hacks and randomizers though.
True.
Okay, so we got the Dark Imps fight here, which is just a pretty disposable forest fight. I see Rivers is trying to kill off Cecil here. I believe that's part of his level 19 Rubicante setup.
He's not
yeah.
cooperating though. That's kind of
this
the
is
problem
a
with the
very
Battle
easy
Switch,
fight. Like the imps have very low health, and you can one-shot them pretty easily. But they do give a surprisingly large amount of experience for how little work this fight takes. So he is trying to prevent Cecil from leveling up here.
Oh no!
All right.
The order. That's unfortunate. I wonder.
Yeah, he
if
must
this
have been
is going to really-
he was probably holding A, expecting a different character's turn to be coming up.
Yeah. we'll see how he recovers from that. I mean, if anyone can do that on the fly, it's Rivers, of course. But you know, I do like earlier when elmagus, you know, made that minor error with the duplication glitch, and then you know smoothly recovered it in the Antlion Cave. That's one of my favorite things about these marathon runs, seeing how much these runners know their games and how they do recover when you have a minor misstep like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was rereading Rivers' No 64 guide earlier today just to brush up on some stuff before commentating this race, and I do remember that the notes section for Rubicante had 2 different sections for level 19 or level 20 Cecil, so he definitely has a backup plan. I guess just the question is, does he remember it? Because a lot of times when you have kind of a plan A and then a plan B, and you really want to get that plan A, and that's the main thing that you put your practice time into. If you actually need to whip out the plan B, sometimes just remembering what to do and like slight differences from plan A can be challenging.
There's the egg fight.
Yep.
Run away!
Incredible edible eggs. Oh yeah, Accident in chat making a good point too, that level 19 affects back attack, running away, in addition to the actual Rubicante boss fight too.
Right.
Because the relative agility affects every fight in the game, not just bosses.
It is kind of cute that, you know, one of the big deals that, you know, you mentioned that you've been around for the development of this run through the years, and so do you remember like what the conversation was like when folks realized, oh, we actually do want to limit Cecil's XP, we want to equip this dwarf axe, and you know, and was it just like mind-blowing that this makes, you know, you're running away so much
yes,
easier?
And you know, I think like a lot of really cosmic brain type strats in this game too, that this came from the Japanese FF4 speedrun community. Like when we actually, like, because it was in the, like around maybe like 2013 through 2015 or so was when we really first started getting access to watch actual videos of Japanese Final Fantasy speedrunners on mostly on Nico at the time, and like that was where we kind of first learned about run buffering, and then I forget if the back row glitch came from that, but the dwarf axe strats definitely did as well. But yeah, I think like a lot of those cases, just seeing that kind of stuff tipped us off, and then community scientists then went to work as far as really disassembling it and kind of making it our own too. Like in particular with the relative agility minute, because different step routes for this part of the game can sometimes equip and de-equip the dwarf axe in different ways too, because of just knowing what encounters are coming and which ones give yourself more favorable odds of running away if they're back attacks.
Has given us a little bit of a skinny behind the scenes. Rosa's supposed to be lifed up at the end of that Lukey fight, but Lukey took too much damage and before he could get her up. So he tried to kill Cecil with imps and moved on to last imp too fast. So he is doing the level 20 Ruby fight, despite not having done that in about 5 calendar years. So the run has definitely gotten spicy for Rivers. Let's see what he can summon from the depths of memory, and you know, see if he can still clutch it out for Team Chocobo here. Made up some good time this run, but that could hurt.
Yeah, because Rivers does have a pretty important job in addition to being a Final Fantasy IV top level speedrunner too, and that is being a father too. So I know that is changed a lot of his a lot of his priorities and how he chooses to spend time and stuff too.
So next little part of the plot, Sid rescues us at the last minute. He's wrapped the airship in mithril to make it be able to withstand the heat, but then he blows up closes. First you open it by exploding it, then you close it by exploding it. I don't understand how bombs work in this game.
Yeah.
Closes the
aperture how he survives it too.
Well, that's just because he said that's what he does. And now his mechanics are giving us a hook, so we can pick up the hovercraft. Rivers is only going to use this to get underground. Elmagus and Kain have a secondary important use for it on their routes later.
Fun little bit of lore too is that even though Sid leaves and he's never going to rejoin us, he goes back into the Shadow Party after that too, and I think he's like that's not the case for like Edward or Tella or other people that have left and aren't coming back, or the twins too. So maybe at some point the developers were planning to have Sid rejoin you. Just never changed the code back.
I think that's heavily implied based on the fact that he can equip certain heavy weapon and axes that are not available until after he leaves, and the fact that all his hammers do bonus damage versus robots. And the first robot type enemy in the game that he could fight would be the alerts in Lower Babel, which is right after he's left the party. So
yeah, or Dr.
his,
Lugay in Belknap, yeah.
Yeah, so the fact that he has weapons that he can theoretically equip but you can't get, and the fact that his weapons work on monsters you haven't fought yet, I bet they changed that in development at some point.
Yep. All right, so we basically used the hovercraft that we abandoned over an hour ago at this point to go to a cave we previously couldn't get to called Cave Eblon, because this island in the southwest corner is where the kingdom of Eblon is, that's already fallen to Golbez's army, but the prince and the most of the royal family and stuff is fled to this hideout in this cave where we're going to kind of sneak into a side entrance to the above ground part of the Tower of Babel. And then while we're in the town part of Cave Eblon, we're hitting up the shop here because our next fiend is Rubicante, the fiend of fire, and ice, as you can probably guess, is very effective against fire-based monsters. So we're loading up on anti-fire gear at this point, an ice brand sword for Cecil, a blizzard spear for Kain, and then an ice shield for Cecil, which has fire damage. Magus doing some step routing there too, because the town part of the cave doesn't have random battles in it, but it still counts as far as incrementing your step counter. So a lot of step routes involve burning some steps in that area to get set up for more favorable encounters in Babel.
Yeah, River's also taking some in the save room. They're fight. I believe there's a fight in here with a whole lot of bats that likes to open up with a whole series of vampire spells.
Yes,
that is,
which are very, very laggy. It's often the kind of one last chance for the game to really troll you with a bad back attack too, because we're actually about to get our final party member. Well, not really final party member. But one of our final party members, Edge, who's a ninja, and he, in addition to being just naturally having good agility, he also can actually equip Yang's claws, and that was part of why we duplicated a stack of cat claws, was to be able to bump up Edge's agility even more. And then just having a really, really fast character is going to more or less nerf all remaining back attacks in the game, with a couple exceptions. Was it flame? I will show you how. Edge is not the smartest egg in the basket, though. He makes the brilliant decision of casting a fire spell on the Fiend of Fire.
Which, the funny thing is that when you actually start the boss fight proper, not merely this cutscene version, I believe until he opens his cloak the first time, it does not set the fire absorption yet. It's after that. I learned that from the randomizer, seeing someone accidentally cast Fire 2 on Ruby at the start of the fight, and I'm like, what are they doing? And then it actually damaged him, because that bit doesn't get set until after the first, like...
Yeah, I want to say that's not possible, at least easily possible in the vanilla game, though, which is probably why it exists, because the developers just didn't think that you'd be able to cast fire on him before his first turn.
Yeah, Rudy is not the speedy member of this team.
Then I think there's I missed Magus, if Magus did it, and Kane's a little ways away from Cave Eblon too, but I know there is a route divergence. Or actually, you know what? No, I think it's actually just Rivers that's going to do it, if anybody, and that's picking up extra elixirs in Cave Eblon. I'm pretty sure Rivers said he was going to use the use what's called the Rydia virus strats for Zeromus, the final boss, and one of the setups for that is to grab some extra elixirs beyond the one that you pick up in the Dwarf Castle. For the edge route that Kain and Magus are going to use, they're just going to buy elixirs.
Yeah, the Rosa route saves that shopping trip to the Hummingway store. And Rivers was joking in the runner's chat that he's going to grab the extra safety elixir, but then Zeromus is going to be super kind, and thus it will have been a waste of time. Just to troll the runner the opposite way, make the fight so easy that all your safeties were actually the time loss.
I guess nice egg sighting from Magus there too, and it's just fun to laugh at, but it can also help you if it's a back attack, because even if you get back attacked before getting edge, you can still run before anything happens. Kain going into Cave Magnes here. Again, just wanting to make sure Sid stays nice and healthy if you get back attacked here too. Another egg.
And although, it's clear that Ruby's on the table coming up, we do have another, again, more of a cutscene battle, which, against enemies with a whopping 60,000 HP each, so you can guess how that fight ends. But notably, it's still a key time for all our runners. You're going to see a lot of menuing here, a lot of equipping to prepare for the next fight. No wasted time in this run. If you have a menu you can open, you're doing something with it.
Yeah, between the Golbez fight and then the King and Queen Eblon fight, that's really where you're just getting your inventory set up for the end game, as far as because there isn't really that much equipment and items that we realistically need from this point forward. So we just want to get all of that stuff near the top of the list and everything else shoved to the bottom. Meg is flexing the fact that he can just run from back attacks now, thanks to Edge.
Rivers is getting into the fight first, but again, he has expressed concern. His XP route got a little off because of the Lugay and the Dark Imps fights. And he's going to be doing the Ruby fight with a strategy and a setup that he's not done in years. So that may be a good place to send your energy if you are still rooting for Team Chocobo. If you want Tonberry to retake that lead, well, hope for some faded memories.
So it's very important to get the Dwarf Axe off of Cecil before starting the King and Queen Eblon fight too, just because that makes him and makes enemies slower, and because this fight is on a script where King and Queen Eblon need to get a certain number of actions and trigger dialogue and stuff in order to get through the quote-unquote fight. You want that to be as fast as possible. Yeah, I should definitely start talking about the Ruby fight now. So, Ruby, I guess if you take out glitching and stuff like we were doing for the Mylon fight, I would say Ruby is easily the most kind of complicated fight as far as how many different directions it can play out. Because Ruby follows a pretty simple script where most of what he does is counterattacks. Like he'll counterattack you with casting Fire 2 and your whole party if you attack him. I forget if it's just attack him at all or attack him with ice weapons specifically. But beyond that, he basically just keeps opening and closing his cape every few turns. When it's closed, he does regular melee attacks, and when it's open, he uses Glare, which is a really nasty single-target fire attack. And kind of the fight, how the fight plays out, largely comes down to who gets glared, because it's pretty much always going to kill somebody. Like there are some rare situations where Cecil can survive glare because he has that ice shield which has fire damage. So if Cecil gets glared and Ruby gets a low roll on it, Cecil might survive it, but usually glare is going to kill somebody. And then there's basically 5 different scripts for the fight from that point as far as what you do from there. If you need to revive the person that died and then just how you finish the fight from there. But this is a fight where we're really just wailing away with ice stuff, mainly with those ice weapons that we just bought for Cecil and Kain, the Ice Brand and the Blizzard Spear, but also ice magic from Rydia. Like we start the fight with a with an Ice 2 spell, and then some of the scripts for the second half of the fight involve her summoning Shiva too. This fight's also very, very hard to do on Battle Speed 1. I missed if Rivers lowered his battle speed. I'm pretty sure Magus will. But if you stay on Battle Speed 1, your window is so tight in order to get some of these attacks off before he closes his cape.
Yeah, and the timing is, again, key here, because although your normal weapons will still do their damage when the cape is closed, your ice spells will get absorbed unless the cape is open. So that timing also matters immensely. You don't want to lose a little bit of time and end up casting a spell that heals Ruby because he had time to close his cape.
Yeah, and then one last little bit of tech too is that we want to try to avoid Cecil getting the last hit as much if possible too, because if Cecil gets the last hit, and I guess when Ruby is Cecil survived glare for Magus, nice. But yeah, if Cecil gets the last hit when Ruby is below a certain health range, then there's actually death text where Rubicante congratulates you on your victory before he crumbles.
Yeah, and Rivers did not look like he hadn't done that fight in 5 years.
Yeah, that was really fast. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, of course, Elmagus did have that lovely advantage of the glare not killing a character. Like you mentioned, that ice shield kept Cecil standing.
Ooh, casting slow. I don't think I've ever seen that before, actually, as far as using slow in the Ruby fight.
Ice 2 going off before the cape closes.
Is throwing something with Edge either because he's out of magic or because he doesn't think he'll be able to finish it before he closes the cape. And Edge goes down for the count.
But that jump did have it. Yeah.
I kind of doubt that Edge dying here is going to matter, especially since he's doing Excal route.
Yeah, he will get the XP. The XP for Edge will be accrued.
Yeah, he will probably be getting more experience than the whole rest of the party combined has throughout the whole run.
So we will see our next big divergence coming up, again, because of the different routes our runners have chosen. We are going to be bypassing the sealed cave. We got to swing by there and to do the cutscene and, set the plot flags and everything. But Rivers using Rosa strats with a side of Rydia's virus, of course, for his aromas. And Elmagus intending to do Excal strats. So we need to do that side quest, fetch the sword, and get it duplicated. What are some of the I know we talked about it a little earlier, but what are some of the pros and the cons of each of these in like a marathon setting?
Sure. Well, I guess the main pro of the Rosa route is just that it's currently the fastest and most optimized route, both in terms of just how long the speed run takes, but also the step routing too, just because the Rosa route doesn't do any side quests, because you do have to do a short side quest to get the Excalibur that requires going into the summon monster cave, later known as the Fey March, to get the rat tail, then go to the Adamant Grotto to trade it in, and then go to Kokel's Forge to forge the Excalibur. And then the Rosa route does none of that, so in addition to just not having to do that side quest, there's also just less movement through hostile areas you have to take, so there's less less step routing and other complications you have to do, but the kind of the trade-off is that the Rosa route does have some fairly challenging endgame boss fights, in particular the CPU fight at the end of the Giant of Babel, and then Zeromus, the final boss. And then when we're talking about these different routes, really what we're talking about is your DPS character and strats for the end of the game, because you have a number of options, all of which kind of all come around a grinding segment that we're going to be doing when we get to the Giant of Babel, because we're able to make it through most of the game without ever having to actually do any kind of optional fighting to level up. But that isn't going to cut it for the final boss, and maybe probably not even for like the 4 fiends and CPU too. Although I've never seen anyone try to do those without any grinding. But there's a really fast and optimized way to level one character up very, very quickly in the Giant of Babel, and which character you level up, and then what strats you use with them for the rest of the game is kind of the core of the route. So Rivers is going to be leveling up Rosa, like we said, that's the fastest route currently. The top tier times in the leaderboard all use that route. But I believe it was Rivers that developed that route from scratch too a number of years ago. But before that route came around, the fastest route before that actually leveled up Edge, because Edge can throw stuff with his throw command called Dart in this version of the game, and all the damage formula for Dart is only based on Edge's level and the power of the weapon that you're throwing. So by leveling up Edge a fair bit and using the duplication glitch to get a big stack of a strong weapon, in this case the Excalibur, and in another route the Drain Spear, you're basically just able to do a lot of damage very quickly. And then with the Excalibur route, I would very much say is what I would recommend to somebody looking to get into running this game, because it is very beginner friendly and it's only like 2.5 minutes slower than the Rosa route, which is a very acceptable trade-off in my opinion for just a much more beginner friendly and more consistent route, because being able to throw stuff gets past walls, which helps a lot with the CPU fight, and we'll see as we get later in the run and actually start seeing some of the end game boss fights in action. But yeah, so this is like Inven said, this is where the setup really begins too, because if you're doing the Excalibur route, when you're in the underworld here, you pop into the summon cave to get the rat tail, and if you're doing the Rosa route, you'd skip it. And if you were doing the Drain Spear route, you would go to Eblon Castle to get the Drain Spear. You would actually be doing that before going to Cave Eblon too, so that you could throw Drain Spears at Ruby.
Cool. We did see the sealed cave get skipped there. We talked about setting various plot flags and everything. Luckily, the game does not check to see if you fought Evil Wall. It does see that darkness crystal in your inventory. Kain's mind control gets reactivated. He yoinks it, and he's off. So on to the next segment of the game. And is this where elmagus goes ahead and does the walk to get the rat tail? Yes. So.
Yeah. It's when you're the in the neighborhood basically, because you have the ability to fly over the lava in the underworld thanks to Sid's latest airship upgrade. So and this is also where doing the step route really pays off too. Yeah, actually, I was afraid of jinxing right when I said it, but there is a fairly scary monster in this cave called an arachne that can cast the Quake spell, and the step route is definitely trying to minimize the number of arachnes you get. And then there are also different routes you can take through this cave to kind of continue manipulating it too. Because like in the last floor of the cave, there's a secret passage that wraps around the bottom half of the room, and the tiles in that secret passage don't have random encounters in it. So taking that passage just can help you on certain seeds for the step route.
And sadly, this is not like Final Fantasy I, where walking on damage tiles never have encounters on them. Every one of these damage tiles can still, like that one had 2 arachnes, in fact. So
yeah, I mean, it's been long enough. It might be that having Edge with the cat claws makes you able to run away from arachnes before they can quake you potentially. Like the fact that he doesn't seem scared at all of them, as far as that he's not either healing or casting the float spell, might just mean that with the dwarf axe and the cat claws, they're just not a threat. Oh yeah, chat pointing out that it's the dwarf axe was the main thing there. All right, so we get our rat tail, then just exit out. It may kind of seem like Magus is sinking a lot of time into this side quest, but The Excalibur route actually gives you faster endgame boss fights as as kind of a partial return for it. It's still not. It's about a 2.5 minute difference between the Rosa route and the Excalibur route, but because of the route differences, some of the time that you put into getting the Excalibur you do get back because you're just able to do damage a lot more quickly with edge throwing Excaliburs than with the strats you use with the Rosa route.
Of course, again, there's also a whole lot of mental stack that it alleviates as well, I trust. The precise timings that you have to use, notably in the CPU fight, just not having to worry about that because you're not worried about, let me bounce these spells to avoid a wall. Excal being darted just doesn't care about such things. So I assume that in addition to getting some of that time back just from the smoothness of the fight, there's also the fact that you are not quite in a heightened state of awareness and panic and anxiety over it.
Yeah, and you also don't have to grind as long too in the giant if you're using edge strats too, so you do get a little bit of time back that way too. So Kain taking care of the Magus sisters, by the way, about to get to the Barbaricia Velvalis fight. Could probably actually focus on that mostly too, just because there's a lot of cutscenes and a lot of walking going on in the part of the game that Magus and Rivers are on right now, and part of that is just kind of an unfortunate side effect of the fact that we're skipping an entire dungeon via the getting the dark crystal early and skipping the sealed cave. So we have two cutscenes of airship upgrades in rapid succession, and then we go to the moon, which is where we kind of find out that that's what Golbez's goal is to get crystals to unlock the path to the moon. Although this world, I think, has 2 moons, actually. One that's normal and one that's not. And the one that's not is where we're going, because it actually has breathable atmosphere and lots of scary monsters.
Yeah, from a casual gameplay perspective, it's nice to let the story breathe. Like, you had this catastrophic failure, all hope seems lost, and then you learn, oh, but wait. So, letting the plot breathe is nice, but admittedly here it is just a little bit of walking and a little bit of cutscene before we get back to the action and the very high level of precision that we're going to see in the grind fight.
Yeah, that is something that's kind of easy to take for granted too. 35 years later too. Just like this, I really think this was one of the first console JRPGs ever to really have a really heavy focus on story and character development and relationships and stuff too, because especially us here in North America, where we went from like Final Fantasy 1 on the NES and like the Dragon Quest games and stuff to this. It's such an upgrade as far as a story-driven video game.
Here we go. Kain entering that Val fight. And for those of you who missed the earlier ones with Elmagus and Rivers, a lot of this depends on who Val uses her opening week on. You ideally want not Cecil. That's what you want to see.
Good. it hitting Rosa would actually be good too, because that would put her into cover range too, because Rosa is very squishy at this point.
Yeah. And we hope to see some good damage rolls from Kain on these extra turns when he gets a second jump off. Slow spell to help ensure that we do get those jumps off, so Kain's not just breaking her out of the spin.
Kain did not do the back row glitch with Cecil, so he's throwing dancing daggers instead of attacking with the fire sword. The fight's really the same. It's just you just save a few seconds on animations via the back row glitch.
Yeah, the damage is very comparable.
Assuming you're able to actually execute the back row glitch fast enough to save the time too. Again, it's a pretty high level strat. These kind of really tightly choreographed run buffers for the kick too. Yeah, that kick is basically just kind of delaying Yang's next turn in a way that Kain gets his first, so that you can keep the loop going as far as Kain getting in the air ASAP.
There's a little danger here. Cecil has been hit with every single ray thus far, and if he goes into full petrification mode, things can also get a little hairy here. So Because you cannot cover other people while you're a statue.
Yeah, yeah. If it were me, I'd definitely consider using one of Rosa's turns to throw a heal potion onto Cecil just for marathon safety.
But maybe counting damage may know that is in the clear before she can do another ray. Let's see. This jump probably doesn't. There is a safety heal.
Yeah, there goes the heal. Yeah. Kind of a bad damage roll from Kain there. She should be so close to dead at this point.
No, but she is spinning again.
Yeah, that fight looked pretty well executed. It wouldn't surprise me if Kain just unfortunately just had some bad damage rolls when they counted. From Kain, especially because he's your main DPS here. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, the jump
right.
in tornado form got the kill. That's how close it was. Oh,
yep.
Bad luck for Team Mog today. But the lot of relay left. Don't count the Moogles out.
Yeah. So then, as far as the other two teams, then yeah, your first visit to the moon. There's a couple other places you could go. Like the Hummingway Cave or Cave Bahamut, but to progress the story, you need to go through these two caves to get to the Lunar Palace, where you meet the actual final party member, Mr. Fusoya, who we have a special emote for in the RPG Limit Break channel, who is level 50 and has literally every spell in the game of both schools. So he is a huge upgrade at this point. And elmagus is finishing off the Excalibur quest. We saw him trade the rat tail for the adamant ore, and now he's giving the ore to Choco the smith to forge the Excalibur, which is it's the second strongest sword in the game for Cecil, second only to the crystal sword in this version. I believe it's called the Ragnarok in later versions.
And it is the strongest dart in the game, I believe, except for the spoon, which we will not be taking the time to do that side quest.
Yeah, shoutouts to Edward being able to equip the spoon in Free Enterprise. That's so funny. All right, so we're kind of I mean the routes are going to be pretty diverged for the rest of the game at this point. Got Rivers heading straight into the penultimate dungeon, the Giant of Babel, with some of the best music in the game, by the way, too.
Yeah, I'm glad that I have I don't actually have the game audio right now, because I always start to choke up during this part. Like, I, no matter how old I get, no matter how many times I see this cutscene, it always gets the tears going. Mm-hmm. Which is another reason why I mostly do no CW. I can't be crying in the middle of my speedrun.
Yeah.
But one of the big things about our step route manipulation is about to come into play in the Giant, and that is we're looking for a very specific fight. We're looking for a Searcher, another eyeball enemy, with two little beamer enemies with it. And the problem is, if you're just trying to find this casually, there are actually two different ones. One of them summons Mac Giants, and the other one summons D Machines.
There's one that can give you Horsemen too.
Oh, Horsemen as well. Right. The Mac Giant one's on an earlier floor. So, and if you were just doing this without using any kind of step chart, and you get into your grind fight, and you find that it is a Horseman instead of a D Machine, you'll be crying too. So when we do get into that fight, like, what's kind of the flow there? What glitches are we using? What techniques are we using to get all the XP for our relevant party members?
Yeah, so the reason we want that D Machine fight specifically is because D Machines, later known as Clockwork Dragons in later versions of the game, are very tasty as far as just a very high value kill. Like it's a dragon that's susceptible to the weak spell, later known as Tornado, that will reduce a target to single digit HP. And then they're just worth very good experience. But that's still not quite enough fast, even though we can kind of get a loop going where when we attack the Searcher, it summons another D Machine if there isn't already one on the field. And that's where we're actually busting out another Super Nintendo version exclusive glitch called the Vitality Zero glitch. And what that glitch does is that when something gets revived in this game, either via the Life 1 spell or the Life item, later known as Phoenix Down, the amount of hit points that they come up with is based on their vitality stat, but all monsters in this game have a vitality stat of 0 because it's not a stat that's actually used for like damage formulas and AI scripts and stuff by monsters. So what that means is that if we actually use a life item on a enemy that's about to die, the enemy will revive and then just immediately die again too, and we get another kill worth of experience and money. So with a very, very, very optimized script that we follow for what we just call the grind fight shorthand, we're able to get this loop going where just every cycle, like every full turn rotation, we are attacking the searcher to summon another D machine dragon, casting the weak spell on it with Fusoya, who's getting his MP underflowed so that he doesn't run out. The dragon gets killed, and then there's 2 life items queued up to be thrown, which is something that kind of requires all of the ATB and relative agility to be set a certain way so that you get the opportunity to queue up to 2 lives while the dragon is still targetable. So every cycle we are, and also with the tight routing too, the dragon doesn't actually attack after the first cycle too. So just we're in a very efficient loop at that point, where every cycle we are getting 3 dragons worth of experience. And then how many dragon kills we need depends on the route. For the edge route, we need 15. Oh, no, in the swag.
Sorry,
the literal last step. Yeah.
Literal last step. That was
yeah.
That was very pretty. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, so you love to see it. But yeah, so then for the edge route that Magus and Kain are going to be using, they need 15 kills, just because Edge starts at a higher level than Rosa does. And then for the Rosa route, they need 18 kills. That's just 1 extra cycle, effectively. I think each cycle, I don't know, is maybe like 30 seconds or so. And then
that was a very bold thing Rivers did there, by the way, doing that thing where you run during spell animations to save a few frames. Unlike a lot of our other fights where we use run buffering to buy extra turns, this is not a boss. If you are holding the run buttons when that animation ends, you will flee and have to set it up again. So very bold saving of frames there by Rivers.
Yep. And then I did see Rivers put the battle speed onto 2 going into this too, and yeah, I mean this run has had a lot of work put into it over the 15-ish years or so that I've been part of the community, and by a lot of people. And I am proud to say that I've had a few contributions to this route that are still used in the run, and one of them is actually discovering that if you change the battle speed to 2, that actually removes risk of the loop falling apart, because we normally do the run on battle speed 1 because it's the fastest, but if you do the grind fight on battle speed 1, once you're past I think the 2nd cycle of dragons, then you start running the risk of Rydia jumping ahead of Fusoya in the turn order and attacking the dragon before weak gets cast on it, and that is very, very bad if it happens, because the dragon counterattacks and might kill somebody, but worse, it actually just throws off the loop as far as the turn order manipulation. So then, I mean, you can salvage it, and like I know there's advanced tech to try to preserve the loop, but if the loop falls apart and you just have to kind of start winging it, it's going to be a lot slower, because you're going to have to deal with the dragon breathing fire before you can kill it, which takes away, I think it's like 20% of your max health. It's either 10 or 20%. Yeah. And you're probably not getting 3 kills every cycle too. If you're off loop, it's probably just 2 as far as getting
getting that double life
off.
glitch is so good for this.
Mm-hmm.
And so the target here, of course, is to get Rosa to the Holy Spell, which is going to be the main damage dealer for our end game.
Right. Just getting all of her remaining spells learned is kind of why 18 is the number of dragons we're going for. And then for the Edge Excalibur route, 15 kills just kind of is the sweet spot as far as getting Edge's level up high enough to give us the damage output that we need for optimized fights against the end game bosses. But I do still remember that just the I basically got tired of losing runs to this fight because of failing the loop on the grind fight because of Rydia jumping ahead of Fu, And I just said, well, you know what? What if we try doing different battle speeds besides battle speed 1? So I just remember just doing some hardcore science and then finding out, well, sure, lo and behold, if you change the battle speed to 2, then Rydia will never jump ahead. Like I remember, I went through like I think I literally burned all of the life items in my save file and never had a problem. So yeah, so like if you're going for sub 3 hours, it's still worth it as far as doing battle speed 1. But I think it's been science that doing battle speed 1 grinding is like it's less than 10 seconds. I think that you save overall. So especially for a relay run like this, battle speed 2 is definitely the way to go. But yeah, so then once you've killed the required number of dragons, you just need to wrap up the fight at that point, as far as casting weak again on the searcher so that it'll die when it next takes damage, and then killing off everybody except who you want to profit here, in this case Rosa. So got a lot of level, like I think it's like 7 or 8 million experience, or maybe 7 or 800,000 experience or something, that's all going to Rosa and to Kain too, thanks to the Shadow Party system we've talked about a couple times. So so we're basically going to have two properly leveled characters for the final boss. Rosa for Rivers and Edge for Magus and Kain, and then Kain for everybody.
We are headed into our elements fight. It's no risk here to walk that one step without healing. Ruby, being the gentleman he is going to give the team a full heal. And this is where we're kind of using another slight glitch here, in that in this version of Final Fantasy IV, enemy reaction scripts do not take place if you reflect magic onto them. So if you're playing casually, you're going to fight these 4 fiends, and it seems like there's 4 of them. There are actually 2 enemies here. There's Mylon Z and Ruby are one, Hinatsu and Val are the other. We are not going to go that second phase of the fight. We're going to do gratuitous reflecting of spells to skip that entire second half, and also keep it in a far more benign enemy form. Like, if you turn into Ruby here, he starts doing multi-target Fire 2s, Fire 3s, and glares. Mylon is kind of a joke.
Yeah, and the reason why that works too is because of memory limitations, and in as far as how big variables can be on I don't know about if it's the entire Super Nintendo or just this game specifically, but they can't the game couldn't really handle having 4 fiends worth of hit points here, because I think it's like 65,535 is the max HP that an enemy can have. So the way that they get around that is that when the game transitions from Rubicante to Kainazo, as far as Fiend 2 to Fiend 3, the boss quietly gets its health refilled to full as part of the phase change. But like Inven said, when you're doing damage reflected off of a wall, that bypasses counter scripts, and since the phase change for the fiends is programmed as a counter, we are skipping that. So we're actually, if all goes according to plan, we're only fighting 2 fiends instead of 4. And then how we do that is going to vary by route too, because like since Rivers has Rosa as his leveled up character, he's he only wants to see Mylon the first phase, because Mylon is undead, and he can he can hurt with reflected Cure 4 spells, and Cure 4 is especially useful too because it has instant casting. The holy spell would probably do more damage, but it actually has a cast time associated with it. So we're reflecting Fire 3 and Cure 4s. So yeah, very nice fight there. It's going to be very different for Magus when he gets there. But yeah, now we go straight from the fiends to the CPU boss fight, the CPU of the Giant of Babel, which is basically a doomsday weapon that Golbez is trying to use to exterminate humanity. And then this fight is actually going to be considerably harder for Rivers than for Magus, because the CPU, one of its gimmicks is that it constantly has wall applied to it, and Rosa's main ability to do damage is the Holy Spell, which is subject to walls. So we are basically trying to get it all lined up so that we have a Medio, and then a reflected white, and then some other spell, either Virus or Nuke from Fusoya, reflected off walls in order to hit the CPU. and kill it before it's able to do anything nasty. And boy, is it nasty too, because when the CPU is alone, once you've taken out the other 2 orbs, if CPU gets a turn, it uses an attack called Globe 199, which basically does 99 damage. So it's going to kill 2 people, and it's just a really, really, really tightly executed fight as far as dodging that. But Rivers nails it. Nice.
Yeah, the fact that the nuke spell has minimum cast time, as long as that holy is queued up at the right time, pretty clean there. We'll note that is also where Rivers is getting his Rydia XP. When he's doing world record attempts, he does not bother getting her XP and just relies on Rosa to roll high enough damage in the Zeromus fight. Marathon safety, Rydia gets to be picked up, learns the virus spell, and that really closes the gap on some of the variance in Rosa's damage rolls for our final boss.
And kind of another thing that just makes that fight really difficult with the Rosa strats too is the fact that you can't really take turns to try to soften up the CPU before you go all in to try to kill it, because if you have other orbs alive, if you're reflecting spells, then the target is going to be random. Like you could, in theory, maybe try to snipe the defender orbs that it's not healing the CPU, then try to reflect holy spells or nuke spells with Poo. But then you're flipping a coin as far as whether it actually hits the CPU or hits one of the orbs. So you kind of pretty much just have to go all in and just practice enough so that you can be confident that you're going to kill it before it globes you. That fight is also, as difficult as that is, it's even more difficult in the Japanese version too, because like we've talked a couple times about how the boss's health was reduced in this version of FF4 compared to the original Japanese version, and then the CPU fight is actually the one that got nerfed the most, because in the US version it's 20,000 health, but in the Japanese version and later remakes it's 30,000. So you have a whole 10,000 extra hit points to deal with there. But yeah, River's heading to basically heading to the end of the game at this point. I think we kind of glossed over it too, but another minor detour that Magus and then later Kain need to do for their route is to go to the Hummingway Cave on the moon, which has basically the best item shop in the game, and it's the only one that sells elixirs. Elixirs, I believe, cost 100,000 gil. But fortunately, since we got 6 million gil near the start of the game via glitching, we're able to spend that to buy a stack of 50 or so elixirs, which is should be more than enough to sustain us through the end of the game.
And if you missed that glitch, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe elmagus has duplicated his Excaliburs yet, so that comes up a little, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
after
I
this
believe
fight
it's
before
typically
the
it's typically during the cleanup phase of the grind fight that you set up the duplication for the Excalibur.
Gotcha. So we will have a stack of 255 holy swords to begin throwing at anything and everything.
Yep, that would certainly cause some. That would certainly cause some monarchy secession issues in England too. If there were that many Excaliburs. But Magus looked like he had I guess I missed if he kept the loop going for his whole fight, but he is definitely in the cleanup phase now, where he's just going to be he's going to be weaking the Searcher, setting up the duplication glitch on Cecil, and then killing off everybody except Edge.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a question in chat about if the Edge route is a different grind fight pattern. The fight itself is mostly the same. It's really just the number of dragons you need to kill that's going to vary by route, as far as how much experience you need to pump into your endgame DPS character, and then how the cleanup phase works too, as far as how you kind of most optimally get down to just the one character you want alive, and if you need to set up the Excalibur duplication with Cecil.
And based on that XP number, he also did 18 dragons, which I trust that's a safety thing. Edge having more levels is not going to be an issue. It's just going to bump his speed and damage numbers even more.
Yeah, I know it kind of complicates, I think, the CPU fight, or I think the Four Fiends fight a little bit because of Edge getting his turns at different spots than the 15 dragon route. But the biggest payoff is the final boss, because Edge has more health and just is in less danger of potentially getting killed by very high Big Bang rolls.
So Rivers is on his final long walk back to the lunar core. One main piece of gear to pick up here along the way is the white robe. It's another big plus 15 to Rosa's holy magic stat, her willpower. And that'll, again, every, I believe, 8 points in a spellcasting stat gives you a multiplier.
That sounds right, yeah. And that's both your base stats and your equipment that raises stats too. So like that's why we snag Fusoya's lunar staff and give it to Rosa, because that also raises willpower. Yeah, we've got Magus and the Four Fiends refight now. His fight's going to play out quite a bit differently from Rivers. He is still going for the skip as far as using that reflect glitch with bypassing the phase change, but he is actually progressing the fight to the Rubicante phase, just not really because he wants to fight Rubicante, but because he wants to do damage with Edge with throwing Excaliburs. Because yeah, you see every Excalibur he's throwing is doing like over 8,000 damage, which is quite a bit. And he's gonna try to line it up where he gets the boss to right above the phase change range, reflect an Ice 3 spell with Fusoya off a wall, and then throw a last Excalibur to kill. And then his CPU fight is also going to be an absolute joke compared to Rivers's too, because when you can throw Excaliburs at the main CPU and ignore walls, it dies in like 2 quick turns. It's like it's casting a Quake with Fu to kill the orbs, and then throwing 2 Excaliburs and attacking with Cecil, I believe, takes it out.
Yeah, I believe the transitions here, I think it's after the first 17,000 damage, it becomes Ruby, and then you want to avoid doing direct damage past the 46,000 point. That last 11,000 is when it'll flip into the other 2 elements if you aren't
because there is no way to do more than 99 damage in this game, so that's kind of a way that the developers tried to prevent you being able to skip like multi-phase boss fights like this by setting the target above 10,000, but fortunately we can still get around that via that reflect glitch.
Yeah. And we will be taking advantage of that, at least on River's final boss fight, because they use the same trick with the elements at Zeromus to give it a whole lot more HP than just 65,000. But at the same time, if you just reflect damage for the last portion, which there I believe it's 16,000 it's 45,000. Anything past the 45,000 up to the 61,000 max that you have to not do direct damage unless it's the killing blow. So Rivers will also be counting his damage with his reflected spells, with any other damage that he's electing to use. Because I believe he still will use a dart and also some attacks with Kain. So he'll be counting that as well to avoid refilling. Again, you don't want to do direct damage after the first 46,000 unless it is getting the 61,000th HP off the board.
Oh yeah, chat pointing out too, it's actually 4 points of wisdom or will for multipliers rather than 8, which makes more sense when I think about it, because you're only generally seeing like +5 or +10 in high cases as far as how much good equipment gives you.
Gotcha, but that does means the white robe is even more important, because that's a lot more. Thank you.
Along with the rune armlets that we've been equipping too, which raise magic stats. So yeah, as you see there, just very straightforward and easy CPU fight for Magus, and faster, I might add too, because again the strats with the Excalibur are faster than the Rosa strats, because we're throwing stuff instead of casting wall, then casting spells. So just the fights themselves are faster. Just the time, so you do get part of the time you sink into the Excalibur side quest back.
Yeah.
So yeah, Rivers, I'm pretty sure he's going to be popping into here, which is the final save point in the game. Because yeah, he's in the final dungeon now. Like, unlike a lot of other Final Fantasy games, there are no required mini bosses or other combat in the final dungeon. There's a lot of optional mini bosses that you can fight to get the best equipment in the game, which is like what the other doors in this hallway have behind them. But yeah, it's all optional. So we're just heading straight for the bottom floor at this point, and then making a few minor pit stops, like hitting the save point here. And then Rivers, yeah, got like Inven said, got the white robe, which is the best armor in the game for Rosa. In particular, raises her will stats that her holy spells are going to be more effective. And then the runners doing the edge route are going to be grabbing the protect ring, which is along the way to just to make edge a little tankier for the Zeromus fight.
Yeah, so between Fusoya's lunar staff, the wizard hat, the white robe, and the rune ring, let's see, that's 10, 18, 33 extra points to her white magic stat. So really, all this gear does help a lot with making this a viable route, letting those holies dish out tons of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Katana, tempting. Don't you want it?
Yep.
No. Not on this. Not on this.
Yeah, we're a little scared of the danger noodle.
Yeah. Some folks have done all bosses as a run, so they would take down the Ogopogo there. But...
yeah, I mean, the last time this game was in the main RPG Limit Break event, but run by Rivers, we did have an all bosses donation incentive too, so that was certainly fun to see routing for actually fighting all of the bosses in this dungeon. I still say I would love to someday see a like a spirit Halloween mask or something of the evil mask sprite that Rivers just ran from too, because of what nightmare fuel that is.
It also has to be annoying because if it does get its turn, it's one of the enemies that does something called start a chain. You don't see it often in the speed run, but in casual plays, when monsters seem to be cheating their turns a little much, they use an action called start a chain, and then everybody else freezes until they're done. And it's doing that to put all those walls up on everyone before it starts doing its cute little shtick, its little routine.
All right, so we can probably just start talking about the Zeromus fight since we've got, well, you do have a 6-minute cutscene before the fight proper actually starts, but I guess for the lack of much else to talk about now, so the Zeromus, like a lot of other bosses in this game, has a pretty simple and repeating AI script, and then a lot of the illusion of complexity comes from counterattacks. Because, I know some people are convinced that the developers of this game really don't like Rydia because several bosses have just, when you use Rydia's summons, have nasty counterattacks, and in particular Zeromus. I forget what, I think it's some nasty spell he casts if you use Bahamut or other summons on
it alternates
on
Virus
him.
and Nuke depending on what phase you're in, but the problem with it is that it sets a different spell power. So if you cast it and you get a Virus counter, the Big Bang becomes even more powerful than it normally is. Like, it can go up to 3,000 damage if you cast a summon and don't do anything to reset the spell power in the meantime.
Right. Yeah. And then like that's a good segue too. So yeah, like Inven said, the Zeromus fight technically is 2 phases too, because Zeromus has that same kind of quiet HP refill mechanic to allow it to exceed the variable memory limitations of the of early 90s gaming technology, as far as having more than about 65,000 health. And for Rivers' fight, he is actually going to be trying to skip that HP refill, because his main source of damage is going to be Rosa casting her holy spell called White in this version. But if you direct cast Holy on Zeromus, I believe he casts the weak spell as a counterattack. So both to avoid that counterattack and to set up getting the skipping his refill so that he only has 61,000 health instead of roughly 115,000. We're going to be, except for the last hit, exclusively casting Holy to reflect off walls, and then we are also going to be berserking Kain, so that he attacks every turn. The Berserk spell doesn't really see a lot of love in this version of the game, in this category, but it's very powerful in the right circumstances, because if you Berserk melee characters, they're basically attacking just a lot faster than they otherwise would, because they're getting turns as soon as their ATB fills up, rather than when the UI draws their menu out. So you're just getting more attacks off that do more damage quickly. And then Edge is going to be throwing I believe a Ninja Star, just for a little bit of extra damage too. And then as part of the kind of the marathon safe route that Rivers is using too, like we talked about earlier, he also arranged for Rydia to survive the CPU fight, so that she leveled up enough to learn the virus spell. And then she is going to be bouncing some viruses off the wall that he sets up to make the RNG with the damage rolls matter a bit less, because this fight is very stressful and very technical, because you can't really just follow the same script every time. You do have to try to count damage and recognize when especially when you get to the critical point of the fight, if you should have Kain attack or not too. But having some virus damage that bypasses the counter scripts really, I think the from Rivers' guide to just doing the world record level strats is about an 80% chance of success, and using the Rydia virus strats is like 95. Which is good, because you really do not want to die to Zeromus. It's like probably about a 15 to 20 minute time loss if you get sent back to the final save point, because you have to go through the second half of the final dungeon again, and then the cutscenes before the Zeromus fight.
Of course, unless you're rooting for Team Moogle, who has some time to make up after some bad RNG overnight, in which case, maybe hope for that 5% roll. I'm not wishing for that. I want to see a nice.
Yeah, but that's Rivers' Zeromus fight. Magus and Kain are going to be doing a totally different strategy, because they're using the Excalibur route, and with the Excalibur route, you're actually not even going to be going for the refill skip, because you don't really have a good way to pull it off, and you also just don't need it too, because when you're doing about 10,000 damage a turn between Edge throwing an Excalibur and then Cecil attacking with his ideally well berserked, you're just pumping out damage fast enough that you don't really lose as much time as you'd think from actually having to deal with all of Zeromus's approximately 115,000 hit points instead of just 61,000.
Another key thing here, we've mentioned that Rivers has been running during spell animations to shave frames off. This is a spot where you're not just shaving frames. This is what, like 10 seconds that you save
by
12
running? 12 to 15 seconds, I want to say, just in lag that you're saving here.
Yeah, between the moving background and all the sweat drops on your characters who come back at 1 HP, removing those from the equation, removing the sweat drops from the equation saves so much time right here. But we are about to get started on the meat and potatoes of the fight. Cutscenes are coming to an end.
It's also just hard to understate just how mind-blowing this was in the early 90s, by the way, too, going from NES RPGs to this animated background, especially like when the background becomes part of the action when Zeromus uses his Big Bang attack. But alright, good luck, Rivers. So, yeah, so the fight, there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen near the start of the fight when his whole party is alive, as far as just kind of set up with berserking Kain, and then throwing something with Edge. But then a part of this too is also going to be throwing, I guess the dart here is to so he's going to do something, I guess, in order to try to do what we call Big Bang nerfing, which is where like Inven mentioned, Zeromus's spell power gets changed in response to you doing certain types of actions. And I guess he was waiting to see who gets weaked there. But But one of the ways to, I know, like, I'm pretty sure Magus is going to do it, but one of the ways you can nerf Zeromus's Big Bang is with throwing a dancing dagger, as in using it as an item. I guess he's not doing it. I guess, yeah, it's been a while since I've seen this version of the fight, so I guess we're seeing the first Big Bang at full power here. But if you do nerf the first Big Bang, then that makes it do like about 700 to 800 damage instead of 1500 to more.
Yeah, max damage for an unnerfed one is 2400. Max damage for a nerfed one is only 1200. So it cuts the rolls in half, basically. But right here, I guess, yeah, now we're going to pick Rydia up to have that virus to smooth out the damage variance. And we should see Wall coming up pretty soon as well after this Black Hole. Black Hole removes positive status effects such as Reflect and Berserk, and certainly some others.
Yeah, which the game does a terrible job of telling you, too, because it says magics became invalid. Wait, what? You mean I can't cast spells anymore? What does that mean? I had no clue what Black Hole did as a kid.
Yeah, I kept casting spells as a kid. I'm like, they seem like they're working just fine to me, Zeramus.
Yeah, so... And then this is why we need elixirs too at this point. Like we don't need anywhere near as many as the Excalibur route does, because in that the elixirs are your sole source of healing. But we basically just need them for this specific part of the Zeromus fight to heal Rosa and Kain before. Well, actually, it's optimally I think it's just Rosa before Big Bang. But yeah, here we're bouncing some viruses off of the wall to. I guess Kain attacking himself is because he doesn't want to risk what we call flipping as far as progressing Zeromus to phase 2 and refilling his health. But he
Yeah, so Rivers will be counting every bit of this damage here. I admittedly am not, but we know time will be when Zeromus starts to crumble and fall apart as he sinks down behind the info bars at the bottom of the screen. That's what we're going to be looking for.
And it's usually going to be, and this fight really comes down to the wire too. Like here we're going to be doing I believe a direct cast white to try to kill him. Then that'll be time.
A direct cast because there was another black hole, and Holy is a rather slow spell, so it did have time to come out. If Rosa had cast it on herself, she would be toast. But does this kill?
And time! 3:05 for Rivers. That is an incredible time for a relay run.
GG's.
All right, GG Rivers. Probably let the FF1 crew introduce themselves while Magus is getting through the cutscenes here. But then I guess we can do a play-by-play on Magus's Zeromus fight, and then let's let the FF1 crew take over for the most part.
Thank you so much. Hey everybody, I'm Trinton, and happy to be with you for FF1. It's going to be a lot of fun, but it's an action-packed one, probably one of the shorter of the runs. I'll let Leonis introduce.
Yeah, I'm a coming back veteran, Leonis, the French guy, and it's been ages since I've commented this, so I'm really expecting a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm the Cid. Sonny dragged me out here again since he's had me commentate this. Sue, I guess this is number 3 time. Also, going last, that's a that's a rare one. Actually having some self-control. But yeah, FF1's really action-packed, and we get a nice equipment clinch at the start that really kind of starts us off running. So whenever we have a chance,
and it's kind of fun positioning too, just because I know the equipment glitch in PSP FF1 is pretty similar in execution to the MP underflow glitch in FF4 that we've seen a couple times here.
Fairly similar, yeah. The only gimmick about it too is you have to use the remember functionality. If we have a second, I can explain it.
Yeah, probably got about another maybe like 2 or 3 minutes until Magus's Zeromus fight starts.
Didn't want to run over the previous run. So yeah, at the start here, we switch out our equipment and buy just a hammer. The weapon table and the armor table shares kind of the same values, but they're not really lined up in any particular method. So hammers can turn into knight's armors, leather caps turn into judgment staffs. Judgment staffs are incredibly potent because there's very few vanilla equipment that we even make. I think Knight's Armor is actually the only one. Judgment Staff is a bonus weapon from some of the dungeons. Not only does it cast Flare, but it also hits pretty hard too. The only downside with casting Flare or Nuke, if you're a veteran, it's about an 8-second animation. So in this case, we're going to knock Garland down with some sticks.
As far as where this extra equipment comes from, there were 5 bonus dungeons added in this version. I'll talk more about that later. But there was bonus equipment added with the bonus dungeons, and those are the items that are being created here.
And Sonny will be backseating me, reminding me that ribbons are also something we will create as well. Keeping me honest and not lying to chat.
Yeah, I actually dabbled in this run way back, and it is super fun. And if anyone is watching these and wants to get into speedrunning RPGs, I think the FF1 PSP run is super fun and super accessible. I mean, yeah, you're still going to get frustrated at times, but just the glitches you get to do are so fun, and I'm excited to watch this run. I'm really glad it was following up the FF4 one today.
Yeah, it's pretty much one of these runs that you can learn very fast, very quick, and you will have all the output from the community, which is like super on point with everything that's happening. So feel free to jump on in and have fun with us.
Yeah, there's a couple of safer routes. This one we're taking is a no class up route that we'll talk about a little bit later. But there's several route notes that are easily available. I'll be referencing one of them the whole time to keep me honest, but for the most part, yeah, this is very easy to learn, and because of the equipment glitch, your power scaling ends up where you're just much stronger than most of the enemies, and there's very little chance to die unless you're being completely stubborn about fights. Because they're, like I said, that nuke animation, it'll usually kill anything, but you're committing 8 seconds to the fight, and it's usually quicker to just run away, so there is some possibility for time saves here, time loss, if we're particularly stubborn about that get out of jail free card versus saving these 8 seconds.
All right, so we're about to start the Zeromus fight for elmagus.
Fight, but it looks like the swishing is about done.
All right, so we're about to start the Zeromus fight for elmagus again. So he's using the edge route. So edge is going to edge throwing Excaliburs, and then Cecil just swinging with his. Ideally berserked by Rosa is going to be the main way he pumps out damage, and he's not going to be trying to skip the phase change in this fight. I guess instead, I believe the optimal Zeromus fight with this route is it makes use of a quirk of the phase change, which is that when you trip the phase change, that actually resets Zeromus's AI. So you notice Zeromus is shaking periodically. That's basically just a tell that his next move is going to be Big Bang. But if he shakes, then you flip him, as we call it, as far as pushing him to phase 2 and resetting his health. That will start his AI over, so it skips the Big Bang that otherwise would have come out next.
Yeah,
And
so
I know
you see
the main
a big pause in the middle of the fight with nothing happening. That's where we know that the phase change has happened.
And I know another quirk of this fight too is that. We're nerfing the first Big Bang, and I believe in particular to guarantee that Cecil survives it so that he can keep swinging the Excalibur, and by having Rydia use her Dancing Dagger for one last time. And then Zeromus counters with Nuke, and it's that Nuke counter that also lowers his Wisdom stat and nerfs the second Big Bang. And then who gets targeted by that is random, and if we really don't want it to hit Cecil, because if it hits Cecil, then he will die to the Big Bang. And I forget if we can heal him before it goes off, or we just have to deal without Cecil for the most part. But if it hits anybody other than Cecil, we're good, because if it hits Rydia or Rosa, their work is done at that point, so it's fine. If it hits Kain or Edge, we can just elixir them, or well, I guess more I should say, if it hits Kain or Edge, they have enough health to survive both a nuke and a nerfed Big Bang, and then they get elixired.
So got a good nuke target on Rosa there. She had already cast Berserk, so didn't really need her for anything else here. And the 3 DPS are off to the races. I'll note that Kain is also split at Ruby, so we can get that on the board. he's hanging in there for Team Mog. He's doing what he can, but there's a lot of relay left.
Little poke in here, we're seeing some route deviation on the PSP here. The other two runners will be using the puzzle minigame to get some items. Shane will be opting not to do that here. So this is also another opportunity for time save, because it is like a 2-minute investment to do the puzzle. And if you don't get the right prizes, it is just time loss.
Though it's the best minigame of them all.
Disagree, but you're welcome to having bad and wrong opinions.
Ooh, Kain taking
What
the
do
death
you
for Magus
mean?
there.
It's a little
And I
scary.
guess I
That's
kind of,
gonna-
and I guess I kind of lied too when I said Zeromus was a 2-phase fight. It's actually more of a 3-stage fight, because once Zeromus is, I want to say, below like it's maybe 12,000 health or so, he starts casting Meteo every turn, which looks terrifying until you find out that his Meteo is way, way, way weaker than yours. So once
Yeah,
you
it's
see
only-
the rocks, as it's called, he is almost done at that point, and that should be
That's
GG
time, yeah.
for Team Tonberry.
Edge actually evaded the first one completely. It's only one roll, and is Edge the one we put the protect ring on?
That may be part of it. I think
Yeah.
I think the main reason for the protect ring is just that he takes less damage from big bangs.
Gotcha.
But yeah, just Meteo survival might be part of it too, and the protect ring is just literally along the walking route through the subterranean. But yeah, just very very nice, nicely executed Zeromus fights from both Rivers and Magus. So yeah, GG to Team Tonberry. And then I guess with that, we will hang out in the background here and keep an eye on Kain's run and call out if anything noteworthy happens. But otherwise, leave it to the FF1 crew to take over.
Yeah, thanks for having
Thank
us,
you.
and good luck to the FF1 runners.
Sounds
Hey,
good,
we
thanks.
just had Poorscythe unleashed for Team Tonberry to get his FF1 run started. First thing is grabbing that hammer, making the knight armor. If you're familiar with FF1, that's the armor that you would buy in Melmond. So it's a high absorb armor that basically is going to make you invulnerable unless you get a lot of crit hits. So there's one fight that gets a little sketchy, and then big magic damage. Otherwise, it's fine.
Yeah, for the
we could
majority-
also explain that
Go
the
ahead.
the
Don't worry
main
about me.
detrimental effect of those armors, though being super powerful, are also making you less prompt to be the fastest acting inside the very first battles. Like the
Yeah.
heaviest you are, the slowest you are too.
They
So
give
you
you,
don't want to keep these armors for so long. So you will
Yeah.
see many changes throughout the run for being faster and faster while being still powerful throughout the game.
We try to strike the balance between defense and speed. The Knight's armors are good to keep us fairly tanky to the point where most everything does 1 damage. For the generalities of it, like was said, there are some things that can push through it. We could equip multiple, but the armor itself has a very nasty weight penalty. We did actually make 5 if you're very eagle-eyed instead of just 4. We're going to sell one of them for a little bit of extra cash so that we can pick up some items before we get the boat, which we've already moved past on Zell, and we can touch on Poorscythe. But for the most part, we're just making as much. The only 2 characters that have a reasonable chance of fleeing is the Thief and the Black Mage for the majority of the run, and they're going to be our bread and butter. If you see the top or bottom get the run, it's rare, but we're like right there. The fighter pops off, you're just like, whoa! All right, man,
Yeah,
calm
true.
down.
So the weapon we just equipped comes from the first treasure box of the game, a cap. Turns into a judgment staff, which has a free item cast of the nuke spell, if you're familiar with the NES version, Flare and the remakes. And it happens to be an okay piece of mage equipment that's just sitting on everybody's slot, so we're able to use that as a weapon. The key to the equipment glitch is you have to have somebody who can equip the item that you're going to glitch onto somebody else. So in this case, the cap is the item which everybody can wear, so anybody can create the judgment staff onto the next person. Later on, or earlier actually, we had the hammer, which could only be done by the fighter and white mage, but that's enough to put it on everybody else.
Yeah, the party has a lot of specificities to it, and there's several reasons that we go specifically fighter, thief, white, black. It's one of those parties where like anybody that played NES is like, why'd you bring like this dead party member with you? Like the thief is usually awful, but thief ends up becoming the DPS at the end of the game. But also having those equipment pools ends up allowing us to do a lot more shenanigans, as well as having another escape artist. Which when I learned the Black Mage was like a high flee chance, I was like, what? Huh? Sure, if you say so.
And also as a footnote to that, it's not just the party composition, but the specific order they're in is actually very relevant to the run, because you can only equipment glitch onto the person next to you. That can be left or right, but they have to be the person next to you.
Yeah, that's why we're going to see some changes throughout the run, but it's not going to be very, like, heavy. It's just 2% that will change from time to time, and that's it.
Yeah. The glitch has a lot of little weird things to it, but honestly, I picked it up casually and like did a whole run or two through myself, just doing it. It's not particularly hard to actually execute. Though it is like frame perfect, it's one of those things you can do casually without too much effort.
Yeah, I remember being like the element of the speedrun that I was like very dreading to try, because I was like, oh, it's a glitch. I'm not going to be able to do it. And it's just so not intuitive, but it's very easy to just pick it up. So you end up being like, oh, okay, why not? Why not test some of the other things if I happen to fall into something else that can be useful? So yeah, it's just a quick thing to learn, and it's practically the best of the run that you learned just by that.
Yeah. There's like those glitches that are like a deal maker and they're difficult, and this is like one of those deal makers that's like pretty much free once you get used to it.
Yep.
So it's
These,
pretty good here.
Sahagins are one of the worst enemies you can run into early. They have high agility, so they're harder to run from, and we don't have much in the way of boosting. So ShaneZell was doing pretty classic, what you would call a nuke and run strat, because the spell doesn't matter. But in randomizer, we call it nuke and run. You'd cast whatever the spell is to kill everything and run with everybody else, and then whatever happens, you're out of the fight.
Yeah, the thing too is like, if I remember correctly, the ocean has, or I guess the inner ocean at this point, has a lower encounter rate too, so it's generally safer on the boat than it is on land, but running into that fight is just miserable.
Yeah, it's by mode of transport, so the boat has less encounters. Matoya's Cave, we're on the classic RPG fetch quest, where this person needs that thing from the other person who's got the stuff that needs the thing to get to the house that Jack built. But we turned in the herb. We turned the crystal eye into Matoya to get the herb, not the herb.
This part of the fetch quest might be the most dangerous, because you might bump into Matoya, so you could end up on being very frontal with her. So watch out.
There's actually a huge RNG trap there, which is those movement of the brooms, and you can get stuck there for 2 minutes.
The brooms are the true last boss.
Yeah, there was the slide puzzle, and I have a fun anecdote on this. The slide puzzle was created for the FF1 NES version in 1987. It was added on its own by Nasser. I have no chance of pronouncing his last name correctly, but he just added that on his own. It wasn't part of the original game design, and it's credited as the first RPG minigame.
Nasir Gabelli is how I've always said it.
Yep.
I'll take it.
Same. Do we see what we pulled out of the puzzle?
So the way this puzzle works is like you have to slide all the squares into numerical order, and depending on the time you finish sliding all the puzzle in the correct order will define a range of items that you can get depending on which ranking you hit. So for example, if you hit first place, it's a mega elixir, like right off the bat. It's a guaranteed drop from that kind of ranking, plus another item. I think it's a random one. And then for second and third place, you have a whole bunch of another pool of items that you can hit. And precisely for this speedrun, you want to farm some second places, because within this pool of objects, of items, you have what is called the emergency exit, the equivalent of what you can use into the Pokemon games to just exit a dungeon. And it's a 1 in 6 chance to get it, so it's worth the try. You still have to hit second place, so you have to be slower than the first rank place. So it's a bet on time investment. Like, you can grab one emergency exit and gain like two minutes on a dungeon that you want to use it onto, or you can just spend your lifetime onto the game and not getting it, and you would have been faster just going to the dungeon and doing it normally.
Yeah.
So what's happening now is where this equipment glitch really starts to shine after we get the Mystic Key. It allows us to pick up an armor called the Thief's Armlet, which critically adds 5 agility per slot. So we get plus 15 agility on every character, which, if you're used to early game stats, you can imagine is a monumental percentage increase. We've also picked up an item called the Sage Staff, which gives plus 10 intelligence. Intelligence actually does affect spell damage in this version of the game. It'll affect healing as well. So now that Thunder Spell becomes much more powerful from the Black Mage, which brings us all the way up to the end of this fetch quest where we get the Nitro Powder.
I believe intelligence also makes the flee chance a little bit higher.
I think it's mainly agility. The intelligence,
Okay.
I think, is used to increase the Thundera, Fira, and nukes.
Okay, I thought intelligence
Intelligence
was
will help
included
with
into
running,
the
it won't
formula
help
for
with
the
turn
fleeing,
order.
so... Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because
Agility is turn order and run. Intelligence will help the run as well.
Gotcha. We did see the actual drops there. It was a check actually. Sonny told me it's a Turbo Ether and Hermes shoes from those.
Ooh.
So the Hermes shoes aren't exactly a bad get. It's obviously not preferred, but it will allow us to haste in the final boss and reduce our risk. Because the final boss, if anybody's played this game before, knows he hits like a truck, and we're going to be going in there with the bare minimum amount of HP. So if he gets really vicious, cutting out that one turn of haste might actually let us scoop in under his Curiga. But unfortunately, we didn't get an emergency exit. And the other thing is, like, it's kind of a generalized time save. It's kind of hard to accurately estimate because the way that the encounter tables with this game is a little bit not fully explored to the point where you can't say exactly, like, the dungeon walk from A to B is always going to be this duration, but it's hard to calculate exactly how long the fights will take, how quickly you'll run. Some of them, it would end up being less or more time save, but it's just very generalized.
Yeah.
So for Shane, the same walk where they use an emergency exit could be extremely quick and would not save as much time. So the emergency exit's kind of like a very maybe. The old route used to promote so that you could get warp to avoid having to walk back out of some of the dungeons and maybe even grind up for Curiga on the White Mage, but this particular route that every runner is doing does not do that. So the very final boss is going to be kind of a dice roll. But the fortunate thing is we can save right before the boss. So we do have infinite retries. It just depends on how fast Chaos decides to start throwing the haymakers versus playing it easy. Because honestly, single targeting attacks for Chaos is nice, but a little bit ahead of the game here.
Yeah, a couple of notable points. For Poorscythe, he just encountered the Pisca Demons. Of course, those were wizards in the NES version. That's our first experience with an unrunnable encounter, one you cannot get away from, if you don't count Garland, who's a boss. But as far as random encounters go, that one's placed, but it is a random encounter we'll see later in Earth Cave if we're unlucky. Speaking of unlucky, 2 people stunned already from Group of Death, the Ghast fight. They love to do that if they get the chance. Unfortunately, this version of the game, they don't tell you which encounters are unrunnable. You just kind of have to know it, but it doesn't take that long to pick up.
Yeah. That's
and
also
ShaneZell has just gotten the canal, so we're going to be able to sail out of the inner sea, which is going to take us to Melmond. Not normally a welcomed experience, but in this version, it's going to be where we get the best weapon in the game, and we're going to have it at sub 25 minutes.
Yeah, well, the best weapon in this version, because that 5 bonus dungeons, the PSP is actually the only version that has all 5. Some of them have 4, and the PSP got 1 additional dungeon and a really broken weapon. And we're going to be using it now, not later.
Yeah, that's true. And in the GBA version, you don't have the 5th one, so you can't access that mega weapon. I don't know about Pixel Remaster. Do they have them?
They cut them out because fun is not allowed.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just hated fun, so all the bonus dungeons removed from all the Pixel remasters, and everybody was like, "Why? Why?"
I mean, I can understand the puzzle game in the Pixel Remaster doesn't have the mechanism, so I can understand there's no fun in it.
So we did upgrade our armor here to the Thief's Armlet. This is actually a big buff here. It's more or less the same defense, but it's also a bonus dungeon item. The big get here is we lose the weight penalty from the Knight's Armor while getting more defense, and the Thief's Armlet also give 5 agility a pop, so we're stacking 15 agility on every character across the board. And we'll be slowly upgrading those to weapons or armor that has even more defense, still lacks the weight penalty, but additionally gives even more agility. And keep in mind that these armlets are supposed to only be equipped on the body, not the helmet and not the wrist or the accessory slot, whatever you want to call it. So being able to get the agility buff multiple times is not at all intended.
What do you mean you can't equip a bracelet onto your head? That's completely normal, right?
I mean, it depends on how old you are. I've seen some kids do that.
A couple things I think we need to get in here real quick. In this pass-through of Elfland, we'll see Poorscythe go ahead and pick up the spells. In the remakes where they went to an MP system instead of the spell slot system, you can no longer just learn spells when you get to a shop for the first time. You have to reach a minimum level before they'll let you learn it, which is why we haven't learned any spells yet, but we'll learn the basic ones of Thunder and Fire on this pass-through.
Yeah, I believe the GBA version and the PSP version are the only ones of the series to do the MP system, because Pixel Remaster has the spell slots again and charges.
Which is interesting, because if I remember right, the Pixel Remaster also keeps the Ethers, which drastically changes this game, because Phoenix Downs didn't exist and Ethers didn't exist in the original version, and it really changes how you play this game. The original one, spells were so sparse, and you couldn't refill them easily unless you were out of town. Spells were incredibly powerful for that reason, which is why we're just going to be one-shotting things with spells left, right, and center. The equipment is very much helping, but spells were very much overtuned for that concept of you have up to 9 max if your level is high enough, and in some cases you have 1, maybe 2 casts of that tier. So the MP system changes the balancing of this game significantly. And the fact
that the equipment glitch may seem like the most broken thing, but I would actually say the most broken thing is that you can save anywhere. And we just saw ShaneZell's first save on this floor, and we're seeing exactly why in what I call Group of Death, because they like to stun lock you. My personal rule is, if you ever have 2 people stun locked, switch to killing them instead of trying to run. Just use that Judgment Staff and get out of the fight.
Yeah, basically this floor has every kind of enemies that wants you dead or at least locked in place. Like you have those whites and ghasts that can paralyze. You have the cockatrices, which are the jerkbirds of the game, which can stone you. You also have the Pisca demons, they can paralyze you also. I believe there's an enemy that can make you go to sleep as well. And some other enemies that can just poison you. So everything wants you dead into this dungeon. And you have to do it twice, because first you encounter this vampire who's like gatekeeping the treasure chest that you want, but you can't progress further on the dungeon because you get blocked by a huge stone and you need some power to just get it out of the way. So you're gonna opt out of the dungeon. That's where you can use your first emergency exit if you want to. And you will have to fetch another item to go back to this dungeon and proceed on the next floors.
So it was actually timed, and the first exit's better to use in Waterfall Cave, and if you get a second one, you use it here.
Yep.
I wouldn't correct you if I hadn't spent like months of Sonny correcting me when I said that. It's like, no, that's wrong, Sid.
Yeah, I guess
Here's
so.
the
Like,
Pisca
back
Demons,
in-
which are unrunnable. So he's going to use Thunder here, which is enough damage when you have the Sage Staff equipped to take them out in one shot. With the agility, you will go faster than them. You know, usually
Worth to
when
note
it's
is that all the
unrunnable, we always
characters
get to
on
go first.
Shane's team are really good on HP at the moment.
Yeah, with the armor, we are functionally unkillable, but there's actually a very important part that we glossed over is we're going to be grinding the black and white mage at a certain point, so we need the black mage's max HP to be as big as possible.
Yep.
There is a threshold. For the most part, Shane's HP growth seems acceptable for the moment. Same thing with Poorscythes, but we definitely would like to see some more HP on their side.
Yep.
If we don't get there, it'll basically just the first grind fight, the black mage will most likely die, then we'll have to revive them after. Optimally, they'll survive, or there'll be some sort of setup where both the thief and fighter are dead, and you can just grind the black mage and white mage from the get-go without waiting for them to die. It's a lot of very little interactions where some knowledge during the course of the run will help you over the course of it too, so that you can be like, you know, I've gotten like 10 extra encounters, and also this black mage is probably going to die in the grind. I'll just reset here.
Yeah. So there's a group of enemy that Shane encountered onto the world map, which is like very specific. It's a group of shadows. This fight is very particular because you can either get a preemptive or an ambush, but not the in-between. You cannot get a normal fight with them, so it's up to luck on that one.
Yep.
It's one of the nicer changes of the remakes in the NES. That was a huge ambush formation. It would ambush like 70 to 90% of the time, and it reversed in this. And now you ambush them way more often.
Ah, cool.
Actually, speaking of fight interactions, I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier. You mentioned that a lot of the fights, enemies can stun lock you, sleep lock you, stone you. This game is also very weird. It doesn't like proc the status effect a single time when the enemy attacks you. It actually procs on each hit they get on you. So that's why you'll see certain enemies paralysis characters a lot more often, because every single hit will roll the paralysis chance. So if they get like 2-3 hits, it's very likely that you're going to get paralysis locked, which is part of the reason why you would go for like nuke and run. Or you would just be like, nope, this is going to be bad. I'm gonna use the Judgment Staff now. It is 8 seconds, but it's a lot better than getting stuck in this fight for 16 because I got paralysis locked and I had to reset.
I do love how much support Chad is giving to Kain as he works through Final Fantasy IV, doing that very well and about to get to the grind fight there.
Yeah, I picked up the randomizer a few years ago, and this grind fight is super tricky, so it really can't be understated how much like you have to lock in during this grind. You can't really afford to just kind of go on autopilot.
Yeah. One aspect of it I don't think we touched on in the run thus far, too, is that whether the grind fight, when you get it, is a normal battle, a back attack, a surprise attack, or preemptive actually matters a lot as far as getting the loop set up with the dragon spawns, too.
Oh, yeah. Also getting the right encounter is very important, too, and it takes a setup to make sure you manipulate it out.
Right. Yeah, and then something else I don't think we talked about too is that even though the runners are using full game step routes to guarantee getting that fight on the go, there is a backup if you either get off the step route or don't feel comfortable going for it in your run, and that's to do a save at the save point in the screen that Kain is on right now, reset the game, and then there's a chart you can pull up online that lets you kind of count the number of steps until you get your first and second fights here, and then from there you'll know if you can then get a grind fight relatively quickly, or if you should reset again and roll a new seed and try it again.
And this is also kind of like the last fight. Like, this is probably the most important one that you step route for, just so that you can get this fight at the right time. It's one of those reasons why Elmagus was willing to, apparently his route had him taking 80 steps in the CPU room to make his moon a little easier, and he just didn't have time for all that. Once the grind fight was done, he is like, no, I'm not doing all that.
Yeah. And Rivers got an absolutely perfect seed as far as the grind fight too, because he got it on the literal last step before the 4 fiends. That actually has a kind of a very, very, very subtle benefit, and that's that if you know you're not getting any more encounters between the grind fight and the fiends fight, there's no reason to heal at all too. Because you come out of the grind fight with just one character alive and at low health, and if you actually have more fights coming, it might be a little scary, but. If you know you don't, then no worries.
Yeah, so hopefully Kain will get a really good routine going here with the double life glitches. So keep an eye out for those, and if he's getting those, he's making up some good time here.
Yeah, double life glitches, it cannot be understated how complicated that is to do. It's one of the reasons some of these runners are the runners for these relays.
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of practice, but fortunately it's really it's about just getting it down as far as getting the loop started. I missed the text pop-up at the beginning, but seeing Edge casting Flood for Kain tells me that this was probably either a ambush or a preemptive, because depending on that, what you need to do to get the loop started is going to change a little bit, because like Flood is one of the things you can do to kind of burn a specific amount of ATB ticks to try to get these set up going for the grinding loop.
We are coming up to a key point on FF1. This is our first split. Our major boss, the Lich. He is the one who, in story, is responsible for the rot of the earth. And key thing here is he's got 800 HP, and you really don't want to miss this by 1 HP. Not that that's ever happened to anyone ever. But he casts spell damage, so we just want to get our attacks in. Usually if your fighter and thief get their attack in before his turn, you're all good. If he melees, you're good. You just don't want to see him throw Blizzard out there.
Yeah.
You most likely want to act first and not last.
Yeah. You're going to see all the runners save here. Depending on how high the HP rolls are, you can also just heal up to tank a possible Blizzara. This is obviously the route that you're looking for. The funny part is out of all the bosses, Lich has always been kind of notoriously known as a speed bump. But for this version, Lich is unironically the most dangerous boss both times you encounter him.
Yep.
But you can actually make that safer casually. You're not going to do it in a speed run, but there is the ability to get the dragon armor, which will resist ice by this point in the game. It's just there's no reason to do it in the speed run.
I mean, two whacks with a barbarian sword is, like we said, barbarian sword is a bonus dungeon item. It is incredibly potent and intended for you to clear the Labyrinth of Time that's unlocked by unlocking the final dungeon. And the particulars of it, I'll cut it to the short end. It is cleared, and you get a harder version of the secret final boss, depending on how well you clear it. And if you do the hardest version, you get a barbarian sword. So this is intended for you to clear the entire game, clear the bonus dungeon under the strictest conditions, and then beat the hardest variation of the boss to get one of these. And the funny part is, with this party comp, the thief is actually going to be out damaging the fighter with the sword because of the extra hits that the thief naturally gets. So this is going to be a little bit of an inversion of your normal run, where like thief is completely useless. He doesn't have any benefits. Speed's helping, getting us out of combat. Actually going to do more damage than the fighter. It's a very interesting flip for the Final Fantasy 1 run, where thief is usually like either bad or just underperforms unless you push him into ninja.
Here comes the vampire again, this time for Poorscythe, and this is just a standard vampire, and we have a way stronger sword than we are supposed to, so almost 1,000 damage is plenty to just one-shot that fight.
Yeah.
Just cut in here to say very, very good grind fight for Kain. He kept the loop going through the whole fight. He did set up the duplication glitch for the Excalibur with Cecil, and is just doing the cleanup at this point as far as weakening the Searcher so it'll die the next time it takes damage, and then offing everybody except Edge so he gets all of the 7 to 800,000 experience from the fight to himself and to Kain.
So we've seen something that Shane did and Poorscythe will be doing, and Sonny as well. Whenever you are onto the boat, you want to park the boat, not specifically the nearest of the location that you want to go into, but actually you want to park the boat wherever you can benefit from the boat tiles that are just around, because they are like without any encounters. So the more you can take, the better you do. So you don't encounter enemies too soon, so you can have a better RNG.
So if you were doing an any percent run, what just happened to Poorscythe would have killed the run, because he'll normally not pick up the gold needles. That's a marathon safety strat.
Yep.
To be able to cure the stone, but otherwise the jerkbirds there would have just killed the run.
So Shane is doing another glitching. So this is the very first party formation swap between the black mage and the white mage, because the piece of garb that we are equipping onto the white mage can only be equipped from the thief from the white mage, or is it the warrior to the white mage? I don't remember the order, but the fact
for the
is,
Mithril sword, we won't be worrying about that for a long time. The lust dagger and the black garb are the significant ones we get for right now to massively boost our agility.
Yeah. And we had to switch the black mage and the white mage so they could both benefit from the party order to make the glitch happen on both of them.
I think if it's the mithril gloves, I'm fairly certain that that's the fighter to everybody else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the black garb is basically the thief armlet on bonuses. It goes from +5 agility to +10, so now we're up to +30 on everybody, as well as having just better defense in general.
And the white mage also has a weapon called the lust dagger, which adds another 20 agility on top of that, which is going to largely assure that in a non-ambush situation, the white mage goes first, which is going to be very critical on our upcoming grind fight.
Yeah.
The extra part that I missed out on quite a bit that Sonny made sure to point out to me is the lust dagger, bonus dungeon item, same power as the Excalibur, just to draw you guys a picture.
With the bonus agility.
Mm-hmm.
Although in this version, the Excalibur would be fixed, so it would get bonus damage if an enemy has elemental weakness. Piscademons, they are unrunnable in Ice Cave as well. Biggest nightmare that you're watching for in Ice Cave is the White Dragons, who can ambush you, cast Blizzard, and absolutely kill you. So I didn't see ShaneZell do this, but I assume he did a safety save upon walking in here. May or may not see that from the other runners.
Are they really in Ice Cave? I thought they were just on the ice floor in Topher, Topher, whatever.
Oh, they can absolutely show up here. There's also a chance of the Dark Wizards blasting you with Viagra or whichever one it is.
Yeah, so the Piscademon, since they're like a mini boss earlier, they get the boss bit and they just didn't bother removing it. So there's a few other bosses like that they just retain it, like the Evil Eye as well. So that's also unrunnable, which is something we'll be coming up to in just a moment.
Yeah.
And if you played the NES version, then of course those Mind Flayers are the stuff of nightmares, but our agility is so high we're able to safely get away.
There's a lot of enemies with insta kill touch too, and like I said, since it procs on every landed hit in a normal run, you get tapped quite a few times, and there's a lot of chances for that to proc. It could be beneficial actually here if the fighter or thief go down to that, because it could set up the grind fight a little bit more optimally. Mm-hmm. So there is a bit of chicanery here where we're kind of like ignoring the fighter and the thief. If one of them gets stoned, it's great because it sets up the next fight. or if we had gotten poisoned in Melman, that would have been very nice too, because they'd already be out of commission and out of the way.
He's got the setup he wants because it's enough that Thunder will kill the fighter and thief.
Mm-hmm.
The single attack from the eye would be slower, so we much prefer to see the Thunder AoE spell.
Yeah. I'm definitely a bit more tranced into the like optimal world record strats because Sonny doesn't know how to like chill. Every run's got to be a roll for world record. So, that's nice to see that off rip. GG.
Just cut in quick to say, very, very good foot-looking Giant of Babel from start to finish for Kain with the Excalibur route. Very nice grind fight. Then you got the phase skip on the 4 Fiends. So we had successful Fiend skips on all 3 teams this year, which is great to see. And then mopped up the CPU.
The grind fight has just started for ShaneZell. He's going to be getting to a high enough level to learn the spells that he wants to. Yep. But this is also where the Black Mage is going to gain the majority of their HP. We won't get all the way up there. There will be another strong level up by the end game. But really, you want to see your Black Mage get as close to 250 as they can. If you're lucky. You won't be that lucky, but that's what you want to see.
Yeah, so there's one piece of mechanic that is like present but also hidden. Is like on some particular level ups, you're guaranteed to get an HP growth, but the quality of this HP growth is very varying throughout the run. So you want to hit those level ups, but you also want to hope for a good growth so it can just make up for all the growth that you didn't have so far.
Yeah. TLDR, I asked Sonny about it, and the very quick is like when you get a growth, HP growth, you get 1 HP, or the game decides to give you like reasonable growth, and you get a wellspring of it. So it ideally it levels out, or you get a bunch of those high tier ones, but there's no guarantee you get the high tier ones. Yeah. So you can get a bunch of ones, and then you're like, wow, I have 115 HP. Golly gee whiz, that was fun. And the end goal here is to hit 17/18. You can kind of play it a little bit different, but you have to be 18 to learn some more spells here. So that's what we're aiming to do. It's not that we want them stronger or anything. We just need to hit spell levels so that we can optimize our routing and not waste time backtracking for spells.
Exactly. And for marathon safety, I would say that for the Black Mage HP, 175 is an okay amount. But you would like a little bit more throughout the end of the run to make sure to survive most of the things when it comes to the last bosses.
You really need to be over 220 by the time you get to Chaos.
And like I said, because the nature of Feast versus Famine, we could be stuck with this. We will be able to augment our HP with some tonics, which are also added to this game. That will buff certain stats. The ones we'll be buying that will buff our max HP. I'll go over it a little bit more later, but we do have some recourse. The problem is that it doesn't refill our current HP, so we're kind of...
Lich for Poorscythe.
Good old Lich. The Reset King. And depending
on...
It's
safety save for marathon purposes here, which is fine. Just need to not see him do
Hermes,
Blizzard.
Huh? I guess he opted to use his Hermes early here then. Interesting.
Yeah, I would say that's usually where we would like to use it.
I guess it does not matter. Yeah, like I said, Lich is scary. This is not a commentator curse thing. This is what happens sometimes.
Yeah, this is most of the time the run, the early run decider wherever you're gonna get a run or you want to reset to get a better one.
If you're doing puzzle, that's going to be your first reset point. If not, Lich is your first reset point. There is some variability in there where like you get stun locked or your characters decide to not run for like a good 60 seconds, but it's usually not common.
And very rare that Lich will do it twice in a row. So you survive one, you're generally okay. And ShaneZell has the airship, so the world is now fully unlocked except for a couple dungeons where you need special items.
So there was a really cool optimization that Poorscythe kind of did there, opted to use the Hermes sandals on Fighter versus Thief. And if you remember, I said Thief hits more times earlier, so you could get more out of it. It wouldn't make a difference, but the Fighter is much slower than the Thief, so there is a better chance that the Black Mage will go first before the Fighter, and he'll actually get the benefit from the haste.
Yeah, exactly.
Critical shop here where we buy the fairy bottle as you would in vanilla, but then they added in remakes this special potion shop at Underhill's caravan there, and we get the giant tonics, which will add HP as they do in other versions, and that's going to really only be used in the final fight, but it's a big use.
And I believe you also get some speed drinks to raise your agility to crit more often.
It is an option. I haven't seen Sonny do it, and I did not see Shane purchase any. So they may all be on the same route of just the Giant's Tonics. One other thing you may be noticing, if you're very eagle-eyed with the menuing here, that we're buying 10 of things. We don't, or 11 specifically, because there's no reason to decrement the ones. So we just buy 11, and that's majorly enough to get us through the game. I've seen a few runs that can kind of get nip and tuck and your ethers run low. But for the most part, we have enough money to buy an unreasonable amount of recovery and status healing items. One of the nice things is like we don't need to bother with blind because it's get fixed out of combat. So we really only have to worry about poison, stone. That's pretty much it, yeah. Well, I mean, Phoenix Down's for death, too. You could consider that a status.
Okay.
Well, we have a moment here. I'll ask the FF4 crew if there's anything else particularly you wanted to note about the moon as we're working through there.
I mean, Kain will be following by and large the same route as elmagus did, as far as how he's going to be grabbing the protect ring from a chest you walk right past to make Edge a little beefier for the Zeromus fight. And other than that, just I guess another perk of the Edge route too is that you're a little less reliant on good step routing for the final dungeon too, because one of the perks of good step routing is that there's some really nasty encounters in this dungeon. Like the most notorious one is a stack of 3 red dragons that are just all piled on top of each other because there isn't enough space for the game to draw 3 sprites. And like that's nasty because even as fast as Edge is in this build, the dragons will still pretty much all get attacks off anyway. But if you have Edge leveled up, one of the spells he learns is called Smoke, which lets you just instantly run from fights. And you can, if you get certain types of slow or dangerous encounters in the lunar subterrane, the final dungeon, you can sometimes use Smoke to get out of them faster. And like that's part of why, like I know elmagus just opted to not do step routing after the grind fight was done because of how much time it would have taken to do walking to keep it up, and having Edge leveled up kind of makes that more viable to just run without it.
I'd imagine
right here in the Sea Shrine is critical, where we're going to finish off our equipment glitching. ShaneZell is about to go to the mermaids first, but 2 items we'll be picking up here are the light axe and the ribbon, which are going to give us the final armor we use for the game. In both cases, the survival vests and the ribbons.
And the shrine also has this advantage to also be in 2 parts whenever you have to complete it. And it's also a way for the Spearant to finish the level grinding onto the mages, because some formation of enemies have this advantage to be susceptible to one of the elemental spells that we have. So every time you encounter a good pack of them, you could be tempted to just take them on to benefit from the XP and finish the HP growth onto the Black Mage.
Also do it for the unrunnables. One of the reasons we're actually using spells here, which is part of the reason why we grinded, is also we're taking advantage of elemental weaknesses here as well as those stat bonuses. You're like, well, we have Nuke. Why waste time with this? Nuke's 8 seconds. Everything else is 6. So we're shaving a little bit of time here and there on every single fight. The other thing too is since you take the Judgment Staff off, it goes into your inventory. So you have to kind of hunt it down every time you want to select it to use it versus it being equipped on your hand.
So
For us to
Poorscythe
get
is
through,
coming
we've
on
changed
to
this route. We used to get the light axe on the floor before the mermaids, but that relies on having the teleport spell. So with this no class change route, it actually shifted where we get the light axe from.
Yeah, the split nature of the dungeon is actually the last place we would use the third exit to just kind of pop back to the beginning and then go back in.
Yep.
But the problem is there's a lot of subtlety to it, but the prize packing on tier 2 is really goofy, and it's not just completely random each time. So getting a order that is exit, exit, exit is extremely rare.
Yep.
So normally you're looking for like 1 exit, maybe 2, and at Hermes shoes, and you're kind of like, that's good enough.
I mean, that's one of the things that we were discussing earlier, just before the run started, is like some runners in the community are trying to find some way to map this puzzle minigame to see if there's an RG pattern that we could manipulate, because in the GBA version, Dragon Dark managed to manipulate the puzzle rewards thanks to sound cues and all that stuff. So it might be applicable to the PSP version, but no one managed to replicate it so far. But it's in a good way, like one of the things that we want to look out for, because once this manipulation can go into the run, it's going to be the open door to an even faster and even safer run when it comes to gaining time and preventing yourself to just be stacked with encounters throughout a dungeon whenever you can just flee them by escaping.
Yeah.
ShaneZell has gotten his survival vests, but Poorscythe had a little bit slower setup on the grind fight there.
Yeah, now we're going to go into it. Now that everybody's dead, we can just... Oh, the thief
thief is
being
not
alive
dead
is
yet.
very weird. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I think he saw the animation and thought he was getting the damage attack, and it was just the paralysis attack. So now you're even at risk that if he does the thunder, it could kill the black mage.
Yeah, the downside here is that you can't hit your own party, so you're kind of at the mercy of the whims of the game here.
Okay,
There we go.
recovery.
We did also swap up 2 survival vests here. That's another 5 agility for each one, so now we're up to a staggering 45 on everybody, plus the Lust Dagger on the White Mage. You also may have noticed that we jammed the survival vest on the shield. We haven't been putting things in the shield slot because if it doesn't have a proper animation tied to it, it will just crash the game. And there are 2 things that we can take advantage of. Survival vest, and fortunately, ribbons can go on there. Why?
Yay!
I'm not questioning it. Ribbons in this game...
who doesn't want to defend himself or themselves with just a
Beat up
ribbon
here.
and a piece of cloth?
And goodbye to the Kraken. Hope everybody enjoyed that fight.
I mean, the ribbon could just tie all the tentacles from the Kraken, now I think about it.
Yeah, keep an eye out for block animations from this point out, because we're not going to be blocking with a shield. That's all I got to say. The ribbon is also extremely powerful in this game compared to other versions. Anybody that plays literally any other version, you're probably thinking, oh, ribbon just protects us from statuses, so we can't get stun locked or insta-depth anymore. This one also comes with a nice damage reduction to every element. So the ribbon is incredibly potent in this game and really reduces the risk of anything that uses a party-wide elemental attack. So it's incredibly nice that we can wedge that in there while still keeping stacked survival vest for huge damage reduction and huge agility buffing.
So real quick, on ShaneZell's side, great fight getting through Kraken. He's still got to get his ribbon and cube out of the waterfall. For the ribbon, we're going to turn the ribbon into an axe, and then the axe back into multiple ribbons. So we double step the equipment glitch in order to make that work out. But that takes Team Chocobo through their second split. Sawney Wrath finishing up the ice cave, and the wishing is about to begin on FF4's side.
Oh boy, Sonny wishes he was on Ice Cave right now. Poorscythe's wrapping that one up. Sonny's sitting in the back like, please let me play, please let me play, please let me play, please let me play.
Yeah, you can feel the urge to start from over there.
Yeah, I feel it in my bones. Shane's got a pretty bulky Black Mage, I'm gonna be honest. 200 is pretty solid. Yep. I've seen worse. I have seen worse. Snorting
I have
also
a quick technical question. Am I doing the final split for FF4, or is somebody else doing that?
No, somebody else is doing it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we didn't say whenever the ice cave grind started is that you really have to be very cautious of your movement because of the cracks that can make you go down the floor, and you have to come back up, so you have to be aware of your surroundings. And I believe the Zero Miss fight has started.
We still got a couple minutes of cutscenes before we really start fighting, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if we're gonna bacon or not. Do the 64 floor version versus this. It's a little bit of a preamble.
Ooh. Shane, why didn't you get the ribbon back in Sharknado? He could have skipped an unrunnable fight here.
Very good robot placement, though.
Yeah, true.
Being able to talk to him right next to the door is super nice. The reason we could grind Evil Eye as well, for people not familiar with this game in particular, there's also spiked tiles. At least that's what I call them. And every time you step on that tile, the same fight, or at least fight variants, will trigger. And that Evil Eye is supposed to be protecting the float cube, so it always triggers every time you step on it. There's quite a few throughout the game that you can use for grinding, but that is the most convenient one. And like right here at this doorway, if you step on it twice, you'll notice that we got to fight exactly on that same tile twice. It's because it's spiked. This is the third or the first place you would use an emergency exit. And the reason that it's done in the order that it's in is this walk is long and the encounter rate is so high here and it's so hard to run that it has been figured out that this is probably the most valuable. Then I believe it's Marsh, and then it would be Ocean Temple going right and then warping back to the beginning and then going back in.
Yeah.
You like to cheer for rare encounters, you want to see a green dragon. It is rare. It can definitely pop up here, and the wishing has begun on FF4.
Hey, Earth, then Sea, then Marsh. I don't. Sonny corrected me. I'm not sure if I just after Waterfall. So Waterfall, then Earth, then Sea, then Marsh. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Sonny's keeping me at gunpoint. I'm here of my own free will. There is no gun off screen.
Maybe just a refresher on how this Zeromus fight's going to play out too. So with the Edge and Excalibur route that Kain is using, kind of like elmagus when he did this, he's gonna be trying to pump out about 10,000 damage a turn between Edge throwing an Excalibur and Cecil ideally berserked attacking with it. And that's ideally going to line it up so that when he pushes Zeromus into his second phase, which is after he's done, I believe, about 45,000 damage, that's going to be when he's about to use Big Bang, because every time he shakes, that means Big Bang is next, and ideally that phase change, which resets Zeromus's AI script, happens to skip a Big Bang and keep Cecil alive just a little bit longer, because eventually everybody's going to go down except Edge and Kain, but we kind of want to really try to keep Cecil around with the Excalibur as long as we can too. But then once we see rocks starting to fall, we know that Zeromus is within about 12,000 HP of defeat, and then the last hit, it'll be time.
Yeah, so we crystal up to do the transformation into the real part of the fight. Rosa is going to Zerk Cecil. The big thing we're hoping for is that when Kain nerfs the first Big Bang, that counter nuke, we really don't want to hit Cecil. Anyone else, manageable, but hitting Cecil really puts us behind on the damage race.
Small moment there. Shane got blocked by who I call Future Trunks there when we were translating the tablet. A little bit of time loss. It's unfortunate.
And this dancing dagger that Rydia is about to throw is, like Inven said, to nerf the first Big Bang by causing him to counter with Nuke and then change his own wisdom stat until his next Big Bang cycle. Hitting Edge is fine. That's pretty high damage, so he's certainly going to want to heal that before Big Bang, but Rosa has it covered.
Yeah, that damage roll, the Protect Ring helps. I think that the Nuke might literally top out at 2400, but the Protect Ring and the other gear should give enough that it can't actually hit that number, even though the raw damage could.
And I know, and that's why elmagus did an extra cycle of dragon grinding too, just that Edge has enough HP that even like absolute max possible rolls still can't one-shot him.
Yeah, but the most important team members are still up. Kane's on heal duty. Cecil's doing all the Zerg damage he can before the next Big Bang comes out. And Edge, of course, yeeting those Excaliburs over and over and over.
And times have changed. There is no longer just one true King of England. There's like 255 or however many an underflowed stack of Excaliburs gives us.
Sounds like my last Crusader Kings game. That's not part of this marathon.
Yeah, Cecil still being alive definitely means he got the Kain got the phase change when he wanted it.
Good old migraine causing Big Bang. Oof.
Spectacular effects on the Super Nintendo
Yeah.
Entertainment System. Why
Yeah,
am I
mean,
getting headaches at the age of 11?
the full screen flashing is a little unfortunate, but you do have to say that I mean, just there's something special about how the smoothly scrolling background just suddenly comes to a screeching halt and reverses as Zeromus is unleashing the fury of the heavens on you.
Oh, the background effects in this fight are supreme.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, just imagine this being your first 16-bit RPG you ever played, which was the case for me too, as far as going from like the NES version of FF1 to this.
I remember
seeing
watching
Medio, so we're almost done. One more Excalibur should do it. Edge is good, looking good on health to survive Medio.
Now, Spenzy Elixir just being extra safe here, but if Zeromus starts getting double turns, this could start taking a turn for the worse, so you really want to see that last Excal come out soon. Come on.
Yeah, the turn order can get a big fickle in this fight, so hopefully
Alright,
we get
and
through.
oh, not quite time yet. I guess I definitely don't blame. I thought he was a little closer. Yeah, so I definitely
Elixir
made
was
the right
right.
call in healing. Yeah.
This one
This'll
will
definitely
do it, though.
And
Yeah.
time.
GG.
Kain.
Way to go, Kane.
Fantastic
Well done.
call, Kane. GG.
Go Mog.
Did that so well to the very last moment.
Yep. All right. Well, with that, I guess I'm going to go ahead and take my leave. I've been Puwexil. It was a pleasure to commentate FF4 for this great race alongside my buddy Inven, and good luck to the remaining runners, commentators, and admins, and enjoy the rest of the relay.
Always a pleasure, y'all. Have a good night. Good luck, FF1 runners.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, you two. You're a hard act to follow. But
Yeah.
we've got Sonny Wrath, the current world record holder, is just starting. And I wanted to get this in. I was waiting for us to start all three runners. The year was 2007. MySpace was the most visited social media site. The iPhone 1 was announced. PS3 was released. Hashtags were used for the first time on Twitter. And the sixth release of Final Fantasy I occurred when it became available for the PSP. It added a bonus dungeon, a fresh coat of paint to the graphics, and we got three great runners pushing this game to its absolute limit in what'll likely be sub 90-minute runs for all of them.
Have you been
Yeah.
holding on to all this since the very start?
Yes.
Wow.
Hold the best for last. Yeah,
Well, I already
Sonny,
gave you the slide puzzle factoid.
Sonny pointed out that it was like 2007 the other day, and it clicked in my head that this was released on the 20th anniversary, which means we're nearing the 40th anniversary, and my knees immediately started hurting.
Oh, wow.
I'm just like, oh man, I'm so old. Help me.
Let's see, I gotta get ready to do a thing here. We got the very dapper Kraken. Not quite as dapper as the NES version, but reasonable enough. And that's Kraken for Poorscythe.
We got the famous Lufanian linebackers possibly setting up for a body block here. Oh, okay. Just future trunks today. Good. Shane got out of that one in the best way possible. A lot of these one-tile gaps, NPCs can just kind of chill there and make you play their game, whether you want to or not.
A lot of your time gain or loss is just the encounter RNG, like those Minotaur zombies being unrunnable. It's one of 2 unrunnables you can get on this walk, and the number you get and how many of them are unrunnable is a huge difference from run to run.
It also can kind of determine your additional leveling too, so sometimes you do need a little bit of extra EXP, so they can push you over. Unfortunately, you really don't want to see literally every fight being unrunnable. Gets a bit too much at some point. It's usually good if your black mages refuse to gain reasonable amounts of HP, and 200 is, like we said, a little bit below where we want, but somewhat manageable as long as Chaos doesn't punch him in the gut immediately.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Poorscythe wants to have, because the black mage is quite under, and it's gonna be a tough cookie by the end.
Very, very frail black mage. I'm pretty impressed with how low this HP actually is. I think the lowest I've ever seen is like 150, so...
Something like that, yeah.
Paint
compared to
picture.
it, like, the white mage almost has double.
Oh, speaking of rares, that was the T-Rex.
Friend, not food. Friend, not food.
So that's the most rare overworld encounter. The run is officially blessed for Shane. And a lot of things have gone wrong for Poorscythe. Like, if this were an 80% run where he was trying to do world record stuff, he would have reset out of it like at 5 different points already.
Yeah, I've seen Sonny do the same grind for multiple events, and man, some days I'm just like, dude, can you just finish a run? And he's like, nope, not happening. There's been several hours where he has not finished a single run, despite it being sub 90 minutes. Honestly, we can see Sonny possibly claw back a bit of time here, especially if we land an emergency exit, since nobody else has one. As well as he plays a little bit more aggressively, I'd say, compared to the other runners. He's much less likely inclined to nuke and run. He is more likely to full commit to the run. So that may end up paying out. It may not.
Of course, I've got the robot RNG. Did he get Riven out of Sea Shrine or not?
Yeah,
if you get the Riven out of Sea Shrine, you can now skip a fight here by just walking out without going into the room. He didn't. All right.
Yeah, I think Sonny gets his in Sea Shrine.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain. Because I remember every time we got here on the run, and I was like, hey, there's a ribbon here. Too bad we're leaving it behind, because we already have 3.
Yeah, once again, the choice between Sea Shrine ribbon and Waterfall Cave ribbon is just a matter of RNG quality. Like, if you can have a nice Sea Shrine, you can just opt in for this ribbon and not get the other one. But if it was like a whole amount of encounters, you don't want to spend more time in the shrine and just try and have better luck into the Waterfall Cave.
We're actually at a point where Sonny's going to be selling that 5th Knight armor. We're going to get 51 potions, 31 ethers, 11 antidotes, and 11 Phoenix Downs. Everybody did the same thing here. I asked him the other day, because it actually I was like, does it matter what order you do it in? If once you beat Vicky here, it actually spawns a bunch of NPCs that'll block you from the item store. So it is definitely quicker to do items first. And it's those little small optimizations that you just don't notice as a casual that I'd love to point out if possible.
Yeah, you stole my little point there. It's actually a chance for them to block you, but there will be an NPC spawn down there. So new people show up as soon as this fight is done.
Might see them on the way out of town. They'll be off to the left, possibly. Depends on where they wander to. Yeah, the problem is, like, they can block you coming and going, so it's a double dip.
But there you go. That's the guy
He's
right there.
way out of the way, yeah. Would have been free getting in. Would have
All right,
been free getting
Warmech.
out.
Do we get Warmech? Do we get Friend Mech?
You'll
We
also
get a hero run
Warmech.
all the way to
Warmech.
Tiamat. No, air elementals.
You also may notice that there's a slight delay between starting the puzzle and getting in the ship. You actually have to mash, I think, like 30 times on X while holding a different button, so it takes a little bit of time to get into the puzzle minigame. Sonny's probably the best at solving this, so if he gets a good puzzle, he can blister through it. Ideally, you could do the first place prize with Megalixir if you have a really good puzzle and solve it in like 10, 15 seconds. Or like 15 seconds. I think world record's like 16 or a little bit past that. We got an elixir there. That's unfortunate. Really won't help. It's basically an ether. But if you solve the tier 1, it'll also mean you can solve for the second one much quicker. But it's one of those like moving parts things where you can sometimes. And the Mega Elixir is a nice safety in the final boss fight to set things up.
Tiamat does some mean damage with that Thunderbolt, and it took out Zop or
She
ShaneZell.
chose violence today.
Tiamat is not to be underrated as a mage. Those spells can be very powerful.
Remedy, oof. These slide puzzles are not giving any sort of quarter today. There is nothing in the prize pool for us.
Going for the 3 puzzle strat.
Yeah, Sonny Hart
had a good bit to sit there and think about what he wanted to do. So
I've tried to tell him to just go cut bait on the second one, but he hard commits to 3 puzzles every time. I'll give him this, man. He knows what he wants. So yeah, solving for the tier 2 puzzle is 30 seconds. So you'll see the first 2, he kind of delays till 35. So he has a little bit of extra window. Because if he solves it at 30, then he'll have to do it at 30 seconds each and every time. But doing it like that, he'll have between 30 and 35 seconds. So if the puzzle's a little bit rude, he has a little bit of leeway to make sure that he lands it. Unfortunately, nobody saw exits here, so Poorscythe lost a little bit of time. Sonny lost around 90 seconds. Poorscythe lost around 60 doing that. It's a bit unfortunate, but it is the major reset point for this run in terms of world record. Casually, don't need to do it. Don't worry about it. You can pick this run up. You don't even need to consider the emergency exits, much like Shane is doing.
Yeah, on average, we would have expected about 1 to drop between the runners, but it didn't happen. Yeah. Okay, that's the good. That fight with the 1 Cerebrus, it depends on the floor you get it on, and I have the hardest time remembering which floors.
I think it's, let me see.
But ShaneZell is about to enter the final dungeon, the Chaos Shrine, the Temple of Fiends Revisited. We're going to step 2,000 years into the past, and probably safety save because you do not want to get ambushed by white dragons here.
So basically, this is where we're going to jump back towards the Strangers of Paradise speedrun. So if Mr. Swanzig is still here...
If you'd like to do commentary, come on in. You may have also noticed, and this is kind of like a thing that has just been held true throughout all of Final Fantasy. But for those that are not familiar, damage tiles actually cannot produce encounters. So we've been walking on the ice spikes in the ice cave and the lava tiles on purpose. We only take 1 HP damage the entire for each person in the party per step, but it is a very free exchange versus getting encounters that can take anywhere from 1 action to multiple actions to flee from. And honestly, you can go into this fight safely with 1 HP. You don't have to heal here.
Just to make this really simple, like half the encounters we're going to see in Chaos Shrine are unrunnable, and rather just call them out. If we could run from it, we would. If we're killing it, it's because we have to.
Yeah.
It's definitely the easier way to do it. It is a little bit convoluted to call it out on spot. There's really nothing that's like high enough EXP that's worth killing. You're pretty much where you need to be at this point. And the only thing you'd be grinding for would be to learn Kiriga on the White Mage. And we're kind of not a white wizard. and we're kind of in the final dungeon, so we're not going back for Kiriga. It's a safety strat that used to be used, which is part of the no class up route.
Now there is one equipment glitch we have not yet done. The white mage is still built for random encounters, because overall that's more helpful for us, and we don't have to actually heal mid-fight for anything until the final boss. We will do one final equipment glitch when we get there, which is to turn the mithril sword into the crystal mail, because it gives plus intelligence. You get plus 9 intelligence from the 3 of those, and then also put the sage's staff on to give you plus 10 on top of that, which boosts our healing just enough to get through the fight, usually.
The other interesting part of it, this is something that one of the Breath of Fire runners, Zujin Charles, pointed out to me, is that healing kind of has 2 schools of thought. You either heal preemptively, or you heal in response to the attack. So like you either want to heal at the very beginning of the turn or the very end of the turn. And doing this setup with Crystal Mail also gives a huge int boost or whatever to increase the healing potential, but it also slows down the white mage so that we're consistently getting the heal after chaos hitting us so that we never whiff the heal.
Exactly.
May
That's
not
also
survive
specifically why
to the
we get
heal.
the crystal mail. There is another option of the Genji armor, but that would give you plus 9 agility, and then your turnover is all over the place and it's not reliable.
We don't want to be fast.
Yeah, it's one of those really cool double dips that we get to do, but it puts us in a situation where like at least one character has a known turn order, and we can balance off of that. It's part of the reason why you might want to go for the Mega Elixir too, since we're going to be using Giant Tonic on both the Thief and the Black Mage to make sure they survive. Like I mentioned earlier, they do increase your max HP by 200. They do not, however, increase your current HP by 200. So you do need to heal that out, and a Mega Elixir is a really good way to set up that first turn and be 100% everybody's going to be max regardless.
The Mega Elixir, which is also an item that you can get into the final dungeon with the dragon zombies as a rare drop.
Yeah, I want to say Sonny actually spiked that on his Limit Break run. I know it was one of the 2 runs we had him do for us. And that was just, okay, sure, I guess. But
Free
he
Lich
told
is
me,
like
free. This Lich likes to open up casting the nuke spell, but instead it decided to melee Shane, so what could be a art reset heavy fight ended up being free.
Yeah.
Not even funny.
both Liches have amazing damage potential, which is very interesting to think, because I'm like, we've been telling you this entire, we have overpowered gear, we have overpowered gear, we have overpowered gear. Lich, for some reason, which is normally the most benign of fights, is the only one that has the potential to cut through our HP pool, because he's early enough to hit our cap with a AoE.
I do want to point something out, though, although there is a decent chance ShaneZell is going to level up again. That is low Black Mage HP, and it's below a breakpoint where you really want to see it above 220.
Yeah, 211 is...
So that may not matter until the final boss, but boy, it can matter there.
Speaking of which, Poorscythe's Black Mage is a little bit on the anemic side too.
Yeah, that's what I was pointing at earlier on.
Tiny brain, sorry, what can I say? ADHD does some things to my thinking process.
Chad is already
You're
rooting
just
for
not
Poorscythe to
listening
see
to the-
friend
Oh,
match.
whoa!
We didn't get it on ShaneZell's side, but we got another chance coming.
Poorscythe just rolled 22 HP on the Black Mage after I brought it up. Okay, I see
Why
you,
not?
buddy. Anemic, you say? Ooh.
Not on my watch.
Didn't know his Black Mage was All Might. You could just turn it on.
We might see a war mech. Or not.
After all the attempts, I've never seen a War Mech. I really would like to see one. I've seen the Mega Elixir in Chaos Shrine. I've seen the Emergency Exit in Chaos Shrine, which are both very rare. Sonny told me he's only ever seen the Megalix circle one time, maybe twice out of the years he's run this.
Okay.
Warmech is one of those same type of things too, where it's like, it's not super rare, but it's just rare enough that you don't often see it. But everybody,
I assume you're talking about the RNG drop because there is actually a treasure of a Mega Elixir.
yeah, no, he
true.
he pulled the random drop off of one of the enemies, and I think he said it's like 1 in 256 or something like that. And it's just like, oh, wow.
Yeah. So for the Warmech, you would like to see it because it's so rare encounter. But for the speedrun, if you ever encounter this enemy, you
Look at this.
want to pray
FIP
for
maps.
either a preemptive or a normal encounter, not an ambush. Otherwise, it's game over.
High five Tiamats, and
Yeah.
Poorscythe's Black Mage never had a chance. He hasn't even put the ribbon on.
Chronological paradox fights on 2 screens.
And ShaneZell's fight Black Mage didn't have a chance either. So that's it. That's the. You could probably get one more fight, but I don't think ShaneZell would take it unless it's Iron Golems and he's forced to.
Shane could still
because he-
encounter the rare golem onto this stage.
Fortunately, the bosses aren't like a huge influx of EXP in the dungeon, so it's not too bad. I mean, it is a bad omen though to see the Black Mage go down a couple of times here, but honestly, what makes or breaks it at the end of the day is what Chaos decides to do on turn 1, and then from
Exactly.
there, it's like if these subsequent turns of like spamming his AoE attacks, which are very strong and the elemental resistance of the ribbon really can't fully overcome, or if he decides to keep
This is
punching
all
the
going to
same
be about
character.
getting the Black Mage through turn 1, and ShaneZell's going to have to reset anytime that doesn't happen because you got to get the haste spell off.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was expecting Poorscythe to hold on to the Hermes Sandals so you can double dip on haste in this fight, but you know, some days everybody kind of has their own routing preferences, and it's always very interesting to see different runners look at things a different way. Yeah, I wouldn't say Shane has gotten a very free run. The game has been fairly rude to Shane the entire time. Luckily, the
But he's
Black
been
Mage...
very on point with how he's played it. He's done
Yeah.
the safety saves to make sure that this run continues no matter what happens to him. And then that stuff hasn't the stuff that's gone wrong.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see what Chaos has in store for us.
Yeah.
Ideally,
literal-
you want a physical attack or just the tier 3 spell opener.
So yeah, we did throw on that crystal and the sage, but we also threw a barbarian sword. Oh, I mean, it depends on routing. Shane may not have done this, but we usually put a barbarian sword on the Black Mage so that we can swing with 3 characters. But Black Mage is the very last character we bother hasting up. But we're gonna go for a couple of Giant's Tonics here. Get the haste on the thief because, like I said, the thief is going to hit more times, so it's cup. We get an extra hit out of it versus putting it on the fighter. Blaze, we might be okay. here.
I don't know till we see it.
Yeah,
It's
the
gonna be
damage
short.
rolls are kind of wild here. All right.
Okay, we're
Okay,
good.
cool.
Now we're hoping for like maybe a punch to the fighter here.
Yeah, see, this is still very low HP for the next turn,
Yeah,
so we've got to
This is-
survive one more for this to be
We want a
solid.
physical attack on the thief or the warrior.
Yeah, this is where the
Blizzard
high
should be
potions
okay
kick
as well
in,
if we
too.
see it.
Yeah, this is the reason you would go for Kiriga before, because you wouldn't really be treading water. Kira is just strong enough to kind of keep pace with his party-wide AoE. All right, at least we got the heals in, so we're just hoping we don't see a third turn of AoEs at this point. But yeah, Healera barely treads water here, as you can see, versus Kiriga. But the problem is you have to very hard invest on Kiriga.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very impressed. Shane is taking this slow and kind of considering his options rather than knee-jerking. This is not really a fight where you can fully commit to just hit button fast.
This could be
So-
bad for the night.
Cyclone is rough. It's the next turn we really want to see the AoE because it's instant death and the ribbon protects us from that. And the knight is starting to run out of HP. That's
Oh, that's probably
that's
a
a
reset.
reset.
Yeah, that's a reset.
You're just not
So-
going to recover, and even if you could, it was just going to be faster to do it over.
This
So-
does give me a chance to talk about the original Final Fantasy 1 too. Like I mentioned, the Ethers are new and the Phoenix Downs are new. One of the other big differences is in the original, could not revive characters in combat. That hasn't been the case for several decades at this point, but it is something worth pointing out that a lot of healing in combat was incredibly limited, making this guy even worse in the original version till,
Wanna
runners
highlight
like
that
Shane learned how to
Poorscythe-
break it.
Poorscythe is just dealing with one of the most annoying unrunnables in this dungeon. Those ice giants are really hard to deal with quickly, and it's why they buy the higher level fire spell back in Melmund, is just to deal with them.
So there's a thing that we talked about, but we didn't go full details on it. It's like the PSP version is the very last version of FF1 where Chaos has a set pattern of attacks, whereas in the Pixel remasters, Chaos just has the full access to his full pool of spells and can just chain whichever spell he wants. But in the PSP version, it's either one pattern with the big elemental AoEs, or the tier 3 spells magic pattern, or just physical and going with Slowra and Haste, I think. So this is one of the things that you want to keep track, because if you know that you're gonna get a tier 3 spell, you know that some
Ooh,
others
come on,
are
Ruby.
coming your way.
Ruby, you gotta make it.
Yeah, because each turn is either punch
No!
or AoE. This is look.
Ruby,
I want
killed by
the
the
racers
tsunami.
to get
Force-
close, but this is still heartbreaking to see.
Team close race. And it's gonna
This
be
is
even
chaos.
harder for Poorscythe because the black major on Poorscythe's
Oof.
side is even lower.
Yeah,
Though the
he's-
white mage is significantly higher, but
Poorscythe is gonna have to just hope that he punches the knight. AoE punches the knight.
Yeah.
AoE pretty much, or fighter, I guess.
Or
in
the
this
white
case, 'cause
mage.
we're not classing. Yeah, the white
Yeah.
mage. The white mage has some very good HP. growth.
yeah,
Just
chunky,
in general,
chunky mage.
this
I've
is
never
an
talked anybody
especially-
else into my safety strat for Chaos, but there is one thing you can do that dramatically improves your odds here, which is to keep the Lust Dagger on your Black Mage instead, and just have him throw potions instead.
That there is a way that it might be a route at this point where Chaos has chosen extreme violence and not even just a little bit. This is
He's
a
up with
very
abilities
violent
every
Chaos.
time, which is one of the 3 things he can do, so it's super annoying.
I think back in the days we also had an item in the inventory that can also cast Cura onto the whole party to just have an extra boost of healing.
Yeah, like the heal helm or the heal staff, so that you can
Yeah.
double dip on the cure. Yeah,
That was probably from the Zeus gauntlets that turns into a healing staff that would actually be plus 20 intelligence, but we just don't get it because no Citadel.
I mean the runners like Poorscythe and Sonny have pushed it to the point where
Sock is
we've
down
just
again.
decided to full commit to pure chaos. No, the one nice thing here though is the giant tonic is still going to remain effective here, so we do still have the max HP. This is the
I
frustrating
appreciate
part.
what ShaneZell did there. He was taking a chance. He just needed Chaos to not AoE,
Not
and then
do
it
what he's
could have
doing.
saved him a reset.
This is probably a good point for the chat to just spam the famous Strangers of Paradise line. Chaos, because this is literally
I'm
what's
here to
happening.
kill chaos. You know.
Chaos.
You can also feel free to give him your energy.
Yeah, this chaos has been pretty unruly. If you can make it to the 4th turn, if he I think this is turn 4, turn 5, his ability just becomes the instant death quake or whatever, so it's just a free turn. It stinks that it's so deep into his move list. Otherwise, it would make setting this up a lot more consistent and realistic. The big thing too is, as you said, the turn order and what he can do is kind of set. So we're also up against the clock, trying to kill him before he Kirigas, which just resets his HP to max, and then you have to start all over again. But with the way he's being, maybe we should just be optimizing for surviving and just taking that second loop versus getting what is effectively a stun lock at this point. So it's very easy to make that call as a commentator. This is a very stressful situation to be in. Getting knocked down by the final boss several times back to back.
Yeah, let's be clear. ShaneZell is doing absolutely nothing wrong here. It's just that was the RNG of his Black Mage that you probably would have reset out of on any percent run.
Yeah.
He just said, not good enough, not worth the time, let's do a fresh run. This is a marathon, you got to take it to the end. It's a rough setup. And then Chaos has just been absolutely uncooperative. We're talking about a 1 in 3 chance roughly of what he could do, and he's done the worst thing 3 times in a row. So you're talking a 1 in 27.
Yeah. There's no point where you can be like, well,
there
this
we
is
go,
my
Liz.
fault. This is actually optimal.
Better.
Yeah.
Much better.
You'll notice our HP and the damage from it is more or less keeping track, plus or minus a bit. So this is definitely optimal. Punching can be a bit risky because it does do a lot of damage, but if you can get him to focus on one person, a high potion can kind of get you back in the game. And
when you look at that, Poorscythe just got an emergency exit from the enemy.
We decided to race, it only counts if you use it.
So now Poorscythe has to use it.
Yeah, we were joking about that, but like, all right, fire the exit. I mean, with this one, you could save.
This is a key
and then
turn for
fire the
ShaneZell.
exit.
He really needs to survive, at least with the fighter. This could be really rough for the thief. Chaos Melee, that is perfect. That is the best possible outcome of that turn.
Probably
ShaneZell
have
on great
to-
pace now.
Probably
Yeah,
have to
now it's
stall out and
press
throw
A
potion,
to win.
but pressing the attack here isn't fully wrong. I think we're gonna run into Kiriga anyway. Earthquake's a
that's
freebie.
fine. Earthquake is a freebie.
So yeah, we get
So-
to top
We may
off
or may
here.
not
and-
hit cure, but it won't matter. We got the setup we needed to finally survive. Now the worst thing that could maybe happen is that you have to use ethers on the white mage, but that's only if things have gone really off course.
So the reasoning behind surviving Earthquake is not just only because we have the ribbon equipped for the instant death protection, but also because Earthquake is considered Earth elemental and it's also being mitigated by
Shane's-
the ribbon. And
Shane's got his kill.
GG Shane.
Feel free to call out the next runner whenever time. would be called.
1:34 is still a good time for the marathon.
Yeah, not long ago, that was an extremely competitive time on the old route. But, I mean, you saw how many times Chaos had to go wrong to slow ShaneZell down that much. But here we go now for Poorscythe, who gets to go through the same adventures, and it's going to be harder with less HP.
Let's pray for more favorable RNG. And meanwhile, Sonny is doing his rounds of Earth Cave, hoping to close the gap a little bit more.
Yeah, we won't be able to commentate super a lot on Sonny's, but keep an
Yeah.
eye on him. He is going to be very aggressive on running versus killing enemies with spells unless it's completely unrunnable. So he's going to very much hard commit to shaving as many spell casts and as much fighting as possible here, unless he feels it's extremely optimal to go for the
Blizzaga
kills, which is
opening
very
spell,
unlikely.
which is a very good
That's
one.
nice. Yup.
We want to see that.
You need
We
two
need
turns
that.
to
We
go
want
right
that.
to boost the max HP and then get it all healed up. Like,
We
the
want a
next
physical
two turns really decide if the thief is going to live.
So there is a
Physical
not
attack, nice.
nice, yeah.
On the
It is
less ideal.
It is worth noting that both Sonny is the current world record holder and Poorscythe held the world
The
record
former.
until recently. Yeah, they're both at a higher. It feels very disingenuous to say at a higher skill level, but they've been grinding the game a lot more, so they can make those snap decisions a lot quicker. So there is some micro time saves here that have been taking place throughout the course of their entire run, if the RNG allows it,
Yeah.
and reacting to bad RNG quicker.
So Chaos
And
is being
I did want to
very
highlight, since we
cooperative.
didn't get to cover their background much, ShaneZell is like Mr. FF1. He has speedrun every version of the game, and his latest kick has been this version, which he hasn't played as much, but he started doing all bosses in this run, and I believe he just got in the last week up to number 2 in the world on that.
He's also been destroying NES like clockwork as well, with just any sort of, and I have to air quote, meme category, because like they are meme categories, but the quality of the runs are just out of this world.
Going very well for Poorscythe.
Poorscythe's Chaos is just the
Team
perfect.
Tonberry, stand by.
What? Okay, Poorscythe, all right. Just, I check his game. I need to check his game. Send me the file.
And time. Sub 130, strong.
Solid. Very solid.
GG.
Hard to believe they finished that close, but it was an
That's
incredible
chaos.
performance by both runners. We're very grateful to them. Sonny is putting in a great pace so far. It's just he had to wait a little bit to get started, and we welcome in the crew for FF5.
Yeah, we'll chill here. FF5, take it away.
Hello, I'm CaptoftheDorks, and I have the lovely LukeyPookieG here.
Hi there, everybody. Hello again. Good to be back. Thanks so much for having us again. Today we're going to be doing some commentary for Final Fantasy V, the Pixel Remaster. Such a cool run from Final Fantasy I, the PSP. The Pixel Remaster of Final Fantasy I was my first speedrun, and so I am very familiar with ShaneZell and Poorscythe. Big fans, so cool to watch.
Yeah, PSP is always enjoyable one. You don't get to see it as much. I don't think it's played nearly as much as it used to be, being how old it is.
Yeah, it's kind of a I don't know, a strange medium that I don't see a lot of PSP runs of anything too often. But we're not here to talk about Final Fantasy 1. We're here to talk about Final Fantasy V Pixel Remaster. Very exciting. One of my favorites. Captain, you and I learned this run a few years ago, and big fans. One of my favorites. One of my favorite end bosses. And the run has changed quite a bit since you and I were playing it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even the time has come down quite a bit. I think when we first started, the normal run was close to 4.5, 5 hours. Now here it is with world record at I think 3 hours and 12 minutes, and I expect all three of our runners will get pretty close to that, as they are pretty much knocking on that time for their PBs as well.
Yeah, I used to, because we learned 4, 5, and 6, and I used to think, oh, well, for Final Fantasy 4, that's 3 hours. For Final Fantasy 5, that's 4 hours. And now I'm looking at the leaderboards, of which our runners today are 3 of the top 5 runners in the world of this category in this game. They're down in the 3 hours 15 minute zone, which is just, it feels unfathomable to me.
Yeah, absolutely wild. This game has been optimized, especially in the last 2 years, just very much so. A lot of routing changes. I think last year we had the NES version, and that saw some good life kind of breathed into it. And I think 5 has kind of gotten that for the Pixel Remaster as well lately.
It seems that it'll be a bit till our third runner joins us, but we should say, I do want to say that on screen right now for Team Chocobo, we have Shinshi. For Team Tonberry, we have Norako. Shinshi, number 3 in the world. Norako, number 2 in the world, behind, you know it, you love him, Shigeru no Game.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mog will get Kashiwa coming in here in a little bit.
number 5 in the world, and not by much. I mean, these are a couple minutes off. It is so tight, but that does mean that all 3 of these games will be in Japanese. They are all 3 Japanese native runners.
Yep. So we'll do our best to try to translate. I know. I think Pookie has a better control of Japanese than I do. So I'll look for some real-time translations as we go along.
Oh, please don't. That'll be so embarrassing. I don't want to, when I was a younger guy, there was definitely like that impulse to be like, yeah, I watch anime. And now I just look back on that and I just cringe. But I'm excited to watch this with you. I'm so excited to hang out with you, Captain. We're going to be here apparently 3 hours, a little over 3 hours. And I'm excited to see some crazy differences from what you and I know. But there are elements of the game that are consistent, just basic elements of the game. And I'd like you to kind of describe that for the audience today. There's a few game elements. Can you tell me about, I think it's going to be important, run buffering?
Oh man, you're putting me on the spot here. Run buffering. Yeah. So run buffering, pretty similar to 4 and 6 for the Pix Remaster, where obviously if it's an encounter we can run from, we're going to run from it. But if it's a boss encounter you can't run from, it actually hiccups the game for a second and gives you a brief moment of respite to put in menus very quickly. So we can kind of pause, get menus in, and kind of save our ATB bars a little bit.
This game, it works a little different from Final Fantasy 1, which we've just watched. It's not quite turn-based. ATB is constantly building up during combat. It's a little bar, and so we want to time it just right to basically get that can't run animation, which has everybody stop. The turn orders are unpredictable. So if we just let it go, we're just going to start getting hit by the enemy because we are turning all of the settings up to the fastest settings, obviously.
Well, not even fastest. It's very fast, I believe is what it's called in the menu. So it's just unbelievably just screaming by.
So just a quick interruption because this is Lich on Sony Wrath's stream for like 2 seconds.
And gone.
And then we done.
Optimal Lich. I mean, luckily, I'm going to steal a moment here and say that any of you that played the fan translation, and definitely make reference to the Bard's Butts thing, one of our staff members at Limit Break, Miria-chan, actually was one of the people helping with the programming and translation for that fan patch, and it's just always kind of my fun fact I love to throw out there whenever I get a chance, that we have a lot of talented and wonderful people that work with us, including the runners of the Final Fantasy Relay, and we very much enjoy every year getting a chance to throw it on the channel, and very much appreciate all the work they put into it. So not just as an, commentator, runner, but also as RPG Limit Break staff, we're very happy that we get to put this on. All right, I'm off my soapbox. Sorry, guys.
Thanks so much, Sid. We can talk about the beginning of this game. Essentially, you are playing Butts, or Barts. Let's call him Butts. You're playing Butts, a freelancer, whatever. And he's hanging out with his good friend Boko out in the woods, and these meteors start landing, and he meets, Lena and Garoof, the two that you'll see on Noriko's stream. Lena, princess of the kingdom. Her dad has gone off to the Wind Shrine and sort of disappeared, and she's trying to figure out what's going on because the wind is dying, which we've decided is bad.
Yeah, I mean, you get some kind of parallels to the beginning of FF1 where it talks about, this changing of the world and how these, the crystals, as we have in pretty much all the Final Fantasy games, there's something going on and the world is changing, and we kind of get to explore that and start from this character that's just camping in the woods and just happens across, adventure in a way, which I think is a pretty cool way to go about it for a beginning.
He really rises to the occasion, and we're all very proud of him. It is interesting now that you say that, because Final Fantasy 1, crystals. Final Fantasy 2, which you ran yesterday and I did commentary on, no crystals, but then we're back to crystals in 3, 4, and 5. Interesting. They stepped away for a minute and were like, man, a lot of things were wrong with Final Fantasy 2.
Yeah, they only really tried kind of how they did that one time, and then they, we get the job classes with 3. We revisit somewhat in 4, but in a limited capacity, and then here we are in 5, just full force, which I think is great. There's so many ways to play 5, and I mean that's how there's the 4-job fiesta that I think many people are very familiar with, and a very fun kind of event to go.
Yeah, there's a great community of speedrunners for Final Fantasy V, for like randomizers, the 4-job fiesta that you're talking about. There's so many ways to, essentially what we'll go through is we will go to these different shrines, we'll try and save the crystals. Spoiler alert, we will fail to save the crystals and they'll all explode. And the crystals have jobs inside of them, and then we can switch which jobs we have, and those jobs have their certain benefits. And well, not too many drawbacks, but they have their specific benefits. You'll see here, Shinshi is running from combat here in the Wind Shrine. We're going to come in here, we're going to grab a broadsword, we're going to put that onto Galoof, and we're going to fight Wing Raptor here. Here's an ambush. That's not great. We used to take a fight here to get the XP, but they've changed it now. It used to be we'd take some encounters, get a little XP, fight Wing Raptor, go get our jobs, and then take a teleporter. And they've discovered that it's actually just faster to leave.
Yeah, so we used to get the level we need to kind of align with our blue magic goblin punch, but instead they're gonna kind of go away from that here. So we're going straight to Wing Raptor. Instead, take a fight afterwards, a goblin that we normally find in a chest. We're gonna try to get here in Shrine. So you'll see Shinshi trying to find a goblin fight on the way out to be punched or goblin punched to pull that blue magic. And unfortunately, we don't get blue magic or blue mage job until, literally right here with all the crystals.
Yeah, we're going to have a little cutscene as we look across to basically where all these people are from. The other crystals are all sort of communicating with each other, choosing us to be the heroes. Yes. I see someone in chat saying that on the one hand, the crystal that sustains life and balance in this world just exploded in front of us, but on the other hand, cool new jobs. And that's so true. Really, you need to see the exploitation and devastation of our natural world as an opportunity for employment. That's what Final Fantasy V teaches us. And now we can be blue mages to learn Goblin Punch. Can you explain why Goblin Punch is important to the audience?
Yeah, so we're essentially using the unique mechanics here in this blue mage skill, Goblin Punch. So for the same level, we'll be able to do roughly 240 damage, I believe. And that just is an unbelievably high amount to be able to do at this point in the game. So kind of taking advantage of matching the same level as these things we'll be fighting to just end them very quickly.
It is truly surprising how much this run can be thrown off just by being slightly too strong or too weak. We'll have these jobs, you need to be in these jobs and gain an amount of experience in them so that we can equip their abilities onto other jobs. And everything is so tight, especially right here at the beginning. Blue Mage works in a lot of different ways in a lot of different games. In this one, it's the classic, you have to be a Blue Mage, and then you got to get hit by something. Once you're hit by a monster ability, then you can use it. Goblin Punch it ignores armor and does 8 times damage, but you have to be the same level. And we're going to use it to beat the Siren boss. Siren boss is level 2, so the Blue Mages need to be level 2. They're going to go ahead. They've got Thief here. Thief gives us the sprint ability. It comes... Oh, quick Goblin Punch. That's great. They'll kill it there. Once one person's hit, they all have it. So, done. The Thief gets sprint. You'll notice that he's moving a lot faster right now, Shinshi is. That's because he has the Thief equipped. Comes standard.
Yeah, the Thief's on the ground right now. How is this possible?
They're just carrying his body, and somehow he makes them lighter by being dead.
Alright, so we're going to see a job class change here to Black Magic. We'll see a lot of early Black Magic for the earlier levels, and then as we get some better jobs, we'll see some changes later on. But it kind of follows that trend. But yeah, kind of going back to what you said, very, very tight routing, not only on levels, but on Gil. Because there's a few abilities, or one ability we use later on, that is tied into level, uses a certain amount of Gil. So we need to have enough Gil, and then also a low enough level, because it kind of scales up on how much is used at the end of the game.
Right. And see there, because we took the Goblin Punch route, which is a change from when Captain and I used to run it. Now we don't get, there's like a cutscene if you just took the teleporter, where a Chocobo teaches you how to do your job. And we skip that, and then we don't have to go up to the second floor. There's a chest in that sort of beginner's classroom that has a goblin in it, and we used to just use that to get punched by a goblin.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see a few other things here. Possibly one or two things, who knows, that we haven't seen since we played last. So I think it's going to be exciting times. And again, I look forward to you being able to translate this all to me.
Right, of course. Happy to try.
So
James Runs is correct. We killed the thief so that the goblin wouldn't punch the thief, because it would be bad.
Popping in here real quick. Sonny just got done with his grind, and this Black Mage has a fairly chunky HP bar, and we're going to see a few more levels, so hopefully Sonny will also have a fairly reasonable amount of HP for any of those fights where he could take quite a few hits in the near future.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that they're getting the health up that they need. I know that it's really tight in the Pixel Remaster to just be able to tank Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos is kind of rude in every version. Luckily, this one's a bit more straightforward, where the Pixel Remaster, all the gloves are off, and he can just spam whatever he feels like at the moment's notice.
Oh, hey, nobody ever...
All the gloves are on. Got all these Thieves gloves.
Nobody ever lost 10 minutes to Chaos, so...
Famous password?
If only if only.
All right, so here on Shin's screen, we're going to pick up some magic. Very important early on. Some beginning kind of spells, but poison. So instead of buying antidote, this is a unique situation. I don't think really in any game you really buy poison, but in this case, it's very important. A lot of poison scenes.
Right, we're going to go through. Let's everybody keep an eye on Lena throughout this run. Let's see if the audience can keep track of how many times she is canonically poisoned.
Man, this movement must be rough to get used to, because you get both dash speed and dash from the thief, so you're going at 4x? Or is it 8?
Oh, gosh. I guess it would be 8, right?
I think it's supposed to be 4, but my brain is wanting to overmath the math.
You're going fast. We gotta go fast. It's a speed run. 4x. Yeah.
4x. Okay. Yeah. Chat's like, no, stop it. You're bad at math. Get out of here. I'll be gone soon enough.
Look, man, when I'm on the mic and you introduce numerals, that's mean.
I mean, there's a reason I use calculators for my runs. I can't add 20 plus 20 without the calculator. D-pad only %. Chat's cooking too hard, just like me.
So we have just another little check-in on the storyline here. The wind crystal has been destroyed, so there's no wind in the world anymore. The ship is currently being dragged by a sea dragon named Cedra, who is the best girl. It's a what?
Sea duck. It's a duck.
It's a duck.
Yeah, don't tell me that's a dragon. That's not a dragon.
Buddy, if I see it, you better duck. We're gonna hope to get as few... Wow, great run from Shinshi. Ideally, I jinxed it. I was gonna say, ideally, you get just one encounter there before this this sort of fight. The Charybdis.
Carlabos.
If Cedra's a duck, then what's Carl Boss? That's what I want to know.
She's the boss. So this one is super simple. We switched everybody to black mages. We're just gonna hit them with some lightning. Easy peasy.
Yep, hoping not to get stunned. Yeah, we just got a key, so we're going through this passage to kind of continue our adventure of figuring out what is going on.
Yeah, it's a giant lobster, which is strange. It feels like it would be like a squid or something in this context.
Is it not a scorpion?
I think it's supposed to be a giant cray, actually, but...
True.
Look, crustaceans are in the eye of the beholder, all right?
It's what happens when you have family members from, like, Maine. Fish tangential, like, sea life, you tend to just, like, learn whether you want to or not.
Sonny is getting stuck with all the extra unrunnables. He has gotten so many extra, it's crazy.
He likes to be extra.
This is, yeah.
There's another one!
He seems to have found the same encounter table that he had on his last practice run, unfortunately. That one was pretty abysmal, too.
That's how you get extra levels.
It just feels bad when you've got the bulkiest black mage you've seen in a while. You're just like, please just go away. Can I bribe you? Where's my smoke? Literally anything but this.
Where's the hide comment?
Meanwhile, here on Shinshi's screen, our sea duck kind of gave itself to get the ship away from that whirlpool. But now we have really no way to traverse the ocean. So here we are just kind of stuck in calm water.
And we find a sort of ship graveyard, which is kind of a annoying bit to walk through. But we're gonna basically avoid all combat here because we have the XP that we need. We have the levels that we need. We don't want to go over level 2. That would be bad. Ferris, you'll see we're switching Ferris to Thief because Ferris is level 3. So not going to be useful for that, which is supposed to be happening. They're supposed to be level 3 here.
Yeah, and just barely enough extra speed where we're going to be able to get away from most things. We're going to get a better ATB bar, or a faster scrolling ATB bar on Ferris as well. Which will be very nice for Just some quick movement through these ships.
And this, you know, in some of the Final Fantasies, you have to like select the flee button. Here, we're just holding the triggers together to get the run animation. That's how we run buffer. That's how we flee. Everything.
Yeah, the LR run on like 4, 5, and 6 was such like a interesting idea, but my tiny brain as a kid couldn't parse that. So it's like, run? I don't get to run from anything. I guess I have to fight it all.
I remember being so frustrated by the concept of run buffering when I first learned it. I was like, it doesn't work. I hate this. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's always
it's
like
a skill.
major check. Yep.
You gotta learn it.
Norako taking on Carlabas here. Some nice hits. Well, we see that stun on Butts, but luckily our mages
that's
are
our thief
good to
here.
go.
Man. So it is interesting. Stayed thief on Butts. Shinshi did switch Butts to Black Mage.
Poor Sonny over here gets a one-tile encounter, only possible in the fantastic Final Fantasy 1, where there is no freedom or grace in between fights.
It's all for the sake of the Black Mage HP. They are gradually going up 3 HP by 3 HP.
Yeah, we get 218 HP, and we get one fight for each HP growth.
He's also up to 5 unrunnables in this dungeon already, like halfway.
I've never seen a man more stricken with marathon luck. Shane, he's giving Shane a run for his money right now. Shane, it's just woof, woof.
Hey, 221. We're getting out there.
That's an extra.
It's already the
3
highest of the
encounters.
3.
True.
I think that's what I appreciate about the PRs. We just don't get unrunnables for one.
Yeah, they're very rare. The encounters, usually in like the final
Dungeon.
the final dungeon areas, you'll get a couple, but I don't think there's any. Are there any in 5?
Oh man, not that I can think.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, even with several years of 4-job Fiesta, I can't really think of any one of them off the top of my head either.
Ramu.
Final Fantasy 2 has a couple. They snuck in a few dragons, the King Behemoth, and Royal Guards if you fight them on the wrong floor.
Isn't Ramu a rare encounter in 5?
Yes, you have to go to like a specific forest to run into him. Most people run into him as like, whoa, what?
Whoops.
Huh? What? All right, if you say so. I think
All right, Pookie, what do we have going on here?
Later.
Okay, so now this is important. Galoof has amnesia. So here Siren has kind of showed all of us, he showed Butts his mom, he showed Lena her dad, and also Ferris her dad for some reason, which will be obvious later, but Galoof he showed his granddaughter, but he doesn't remember, so it doesn't really work on him. And so he snaps everybody out of their confusion, and here there's a little run buffer right there. We're gonna do the Goblin Punch, get everybody Goblin punching, and I think
beautiful, the haste.
Yeah. So look at 240. You know, that's if they were a level higher, 30 damage.
Yep.
It's level 2.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
that went so great. So the only thing that can happen there is Siren killing off one of our characters, because then we won't get the advancement we need for later on. But that haste on self was just perfect.
Yeah, Ken of E in YouTube, yeah, pointing out a good point. In Noroko's screen, this cutscene here, we're learning that Ferris has been a woman the whole time. which isn't that long. The run's only 28 minutes long so far, but yes, everybody thought they were a man because they lead pirates, and this game was from 30 years ago, but they are, in fact, a woman. And secretly, spoiler alert, but it's fine with speedruns, technically the daughter of and sister of Lena. Not the daughter of Lena, the daughter of Lena's dad.
Real quick, Sonny
fair-
Wrath is on the second split here. The Kraken fight, it's a speed bump basically, but Kraken actually survived the first 2 attacks, so it'll take one more round, but be an easy fight.
Yeah, usually the way this fight goes is high Kraken, bye Kraken.
Make calamari of them. I love it.
Yeah.
Shinshi,
No, go ahead. Ignore me.
an important piece here. So Shinshi is now went through the poison to get everyone down to 1 HP. Very important setup for later on, as we'll use that critical kind of status to allow them to be guarded by the knight. And here we got essentially a kidnapper trying to kidnap Lena. And here's kind of our next boss. This one can be kind of tricky if you can't do the ATB weight, as if you miss the cast, it will pretty much take out a character. And we need the AP, we need the advancement, because the routing is very tight early game.
Fair sets up a whole tightrope while this is happening. Whatever.
Yeah, imagine just standing there as a boss being like, yeah, this is fine. I'm not bothered by this.
Run
Yeah,
bumper
really
enemy break an ice rod. Only mages can break ice rods, so it's basically everybody but I think they've got Lena on white mage right now. Oh, it could be anyone, right?
Yeah, black mages should be able to equip and break rods as well.
Yeah.
Or blue
Yeah,
mages. Brain!
Mages.
Brain! You're gonna get fired. Stop it!
So we
Yeah,
use
so
our
we'll see that again.
yeah,
They're
we use
breaking
our MP there. There's Lena getting canonically poisoned. We use our MP to cast Poisona to cure the poison on everybody else, but we don't want to heal them because, like Captain said, we need them to be in critical health because there is a knight job, and what the knight does is they have a passive inherent ability called Cover, where they will step in front of anybody who is targeted by a physical attack that is in critical health. So we want them to be critical, and then we use the guard ability, which reduces all physical damage to nothing. And basically we use that to kind of take away all the damage from physical attackers. We cast Poisona to get rid of poison on everybody because, don't need it anymore. Except for Lena, because Lena poisons herself in this cutscene, and then the wyvern heals her of poison. So we just save a little MP there.
And Norako had a pretty good siren as well. This section that they're going through, I think in the past route, we used to take an encounter to get closer to next level, but it's just not the case anymore. It's unable to be routed out. But Shinshi's screen, we now have a dragon to fly about, so we're going to continue on to the next shrine and see essentially what's going on. But first stopping at the castle.
I'm sorry, this is not a wyvern. This is a wind drake. I
Did
apologize.
I say wyvern? You
I said wyvern.
Oh, okay.
My bad.
I mean, wyvern just kind of lives rent-free in all of our heads, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, I think the
but
difference
this
is
one-
just like appendages, how many extra arms they have compared to legs.
Fair.
The 1 in 5 upsets me because the first one, the one we just saw, that one has a name. And then we'll meet another one later that will do essentially the same things, but is just the Windrake. Oh, and I just want to point out that on Norako's screen, Lena is poisoned by the kidnapper. So that's 2 poisons. Almost immediately for everyone keeping track at home.
Something, take a shot every time. she gets poisoned.
It's just her, and nobody even brings it up. Just seems like something you could mention. All right, let's see how this fight goes. Same sort of setup, except we still got the thief. There's just slight differences in party makeup. Shouldn't be a huge difference, I don't think, but.
I wonder if Norako is trying to go for an early sprint learn, so that you can equip it earlier on and have different classes available. So your AP is very important because later on, your first ability is tied to the class. The second one is tied to essentially what you learned. So if we can learn that from the thief, we can get off of the thief earlier on.
I think one of the other
Sausage feather unrunnable, and water is wet.
Water is wet. Even in the volcano, where you spend 95% of your time walking on fire tiles that cannot produce encounters. Yay.
Really
So you see
excellent
that?
movement by Sonya. Sorry.
Yeah, you know. Doing his best.
We see the knight gloof here. And we're using, I think this is our last piece of Goblin Punch.
Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. So the Mammoth can counterattack, which can be really dangerous. So you don't want to punch too early. You want to get Galoof into the part where he's using guard, because you have to use guard to reduce the damage to 0. And then they've equipped Whip onto Butts here. And this is a little different from what we had. And then with the whip, it can put the mammoth to sleep.
Hello, Marilith. Bye, Marilith.
And you'll notice that, like I said before, Marilith is just not dangerous at all, so Sonny did not even bother healing. Half his characters are at 1 HP and the rest are within critical condition striking distance.
We're going to get more jobs here as you see this crystal breaks apart. So yay for us. Extra job market potential. One thing that we didn't kind of touch on is why this crystal. First crystal just broke. We have no idea why. This one, we kind of get a hint that they're overusing the water crystal. Essentially, they've added machines to it to kind of power their economy. And kind of got greedy, a little bit greedy with usage. And so overused, and here it is breaking apart.
These data centers, man. You know?
Yep.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because it's the same sort of thing with Final Fantasy 16 as well, so they kind of wrap back around to the same idea 11 games later.
Certainly a great theme from the Final Fantasy series as a whole is just that sort of relationship between people and the world that they live in and the environment. It's kind of impossible to ignore that sort of metaphor and overlay.
There's one crystal we're not able to pick up. What do you think that job was that we end up not getting there?
Oh gosh.
It's Mimic. I think they say it later that it's the Mimic job that you have to go down the waterlogged tower to get and run into Go-Go.
Good old Go-Go from Final Fantasy VI, traveling through time here to Final Fantasy V. Oh look! It's a duck! Go in the duck!
Got a little plot armor here. Spoiler, duck's still alive. Able to save us from drowning. And delivering us into a nice beach.
Just pop on out, yep. Convenient dragons are so convenient.
That's too bad they missed out on an opportunity like an FF2. We could have had some type of dungeon inside of Sildra's stomach or mouth or something.
It's like, yeah, just hold on, try not to touch any of the teeth.
Not if they make like live action remake, I think we'll have a good mini game there.
I think they're making that, isn't there? What? Oh gosh, aren't they making a new movie about being stuck inside a whale? Whale fall. That's it.
That sounds right. And Norako getting also a good encounter there with Gruda.
Yep. We've gone inside the meteor now, and luckily they can teleport us to somewhere else. Duluth still kind of wondering who he is and what's going on.
I will say, at the risk of overstepping a little bit here, since I'm technically a Final Fantasy 1 commentator, I do like the some of the changes to 5. Oh no, the double line back duo. Wow.
The body
Horrible.
block festival.
They have the best defense of all the teams out there, but they cannot score a goal. No touchdowns in this household.
For a nightmare setup, that worked out as well as it could. That's the minimum time you're going to lose under that setup.
The Lufanian linebackers are infamous for ruining people's day. But yeah, I was going to mention that 5's really neat, where like you used to have to equip the rods to break them. In this game, you can equip them for the bonus and then use them from the inventory, so they end up being even stronger than they are in every other version. Well, it's a really good pixel remaster.
I would have seen that as well. We're going to a shop here. There used to be a glitch it's now been kind of outlawed, but if you were able to click fast enough before you get arrested, you could get extra rods. And I think at the moment it's a heavily discounted, I think a fourth of the price or an eighth of the price. I can't quite remember that. But it's a fourth? Okay. Everything's a fourth. It's a 4 times speed, a fourth of the cost, I think. We'll just go with that, okay?
I mean, if the money's... No, go ahead, sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, if the money's right? The price is right.
No, it's for those of that have done like 4-Drop Fiesta, the price is very easily memorable because we have like an option. At least it used to be called no 750 or 750 because that was the price of the rods. And the rods kind of warp the run, so it's like magic class, no magic class because the rods are such high DPS potential. Makes it easier to tell like what the price has been cut by just multiplying it back.
I just say typical Sid blowing up walls everywhere he goes.
Yeah. I mean,
just casually.
That was I did blow up the wall yesterday. They made me fix it last night. They were not, my roommates were not happy that I blew a hole in the wall. It was fun though.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. He can't hear you through the wall, so he blows a hole instead of, getting himself out, just for convenience here.
That's how you know that's not me, because you can hear me around the entire venue when I'm talking. All my coworkers are like, Shh.
Now, here's the thing about Final Fantasy V. Well, about this part of the Final Fantasy V, the storyline here. So this is sort of the Fire Nation. They're using the Fire Crystal. That was Sid that we met. He has the Fire Crystal sort of powering a ship, and they are also overusing it. And no one's really concerned about the fact that everything is on fire all the time. They're like, yeah, we have Fire Crystals. Of course everything's on fire. But Sid's like, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. And that gets you put into prison.
Yeah, and it kind of shows a little bit how, because he's the one who's designed a lot of this. So, kind of the Oppenheimer here in a little bit of a way. One thing we'll also see a little bit different on routes is instead of red mages, we'll see black mages in the forest, taking a very particular amount of knack fights just to get enough money and enough AP levels here. After we get out, we're able to go and buy all those items. But kind of was saying, with the auto clicker, you could have get, I think, up to 7, but that's been banned in the last couple of years. So now it's just 1. So routing has had to change a little bit around that.
Yeah, so we'll have 2 total rods. I mean, they work similar to using the tomes in Final Fantasy II. You break them, cast really strong magic. That's essentially what we'll use them for. Aim for fights that have the particular weaknesses that we're looking for. Do a bunch of AoE damage, and that's the trick. And it's just so it's so interesting. Norako and Shinshi having such different, because it feels like so specific, the jobs and the timing of the jobs, and they are sort of mixing and matching. It is going to be interesting to see how that sort of affects everything. Here we go. We're going to prison.
And on Sony's screen, we are meeting the Mother of Dragons.
Tiamat. I was looking at the screen sideways when I saw that last encounter pop on the tile before Tiamat. I was like, nope, no war mech. Everybody's sad. We're going home hungry.
For all the game put him through, it could have at least given him a warning. But we did still have a chance for Iron Golems right before Chaos, so there's that.
Yeah, well, I was going to say there is some risk at dying, and that's why we healed before the boss fight, but Tiamat showed us who's boss before I could even finish the sentence. Luckily, the Black Mage already has kind of hit the bare minimum HP we need. We'd like some extra, but this Final Fantasy 1's kind of fickle, so it's hard to say anything definitive. Sonny, I've noticed, can be very superstitious about this game, so I'm trying to err on the side of, it's not my fault, I didn't say it.
It does just have the one last dungeon to go, so we are very, very near the end of FF1.
Meanwhile, on Shinsu's screen, we're coming up to our next split, Liquid Flame. You want to take us through the intricacies of this battle, Pookie?
Yeah, so there are 3 forms of the boss. So there's the human form that we'll kind of start with. There's a hand form, and there's a tornado form. Essentially, things are going to be weak to ice. We've got some ice rods equipped. If we break an ice rod, it'll cast the...
Ooh, high roll.
Wow.
Okay.
It's just that easy some days.
Breaking rods is breaking commentators.
Wow.
That's why I mentioned the rods. Like, it helps intensify the damage. Otherwise, when you're just going off regular rolls, it's like, well, have fun with multiple phases. Yeah.
Yeah, so what we're hoping is to get the kill in tornado form as we get the flame bow drop, which has a very high sell price and kind of sets our gil early on. I don't know exactly what dropped there, but human form I know is something not nearly as valuable.
Yeah, I want to say it's like fire rod, fire bow, and I think it's flame tongue.
Flame scroll.
Yeah, flame scroll. That's
flame
the third
scroll.
one.
Yeah.
So I think that's the flame scroll, which is rough because those are worth absolutely nothing. Yeah, they do use the flame scrolls, but they're so inexpensive, it's going to majorly affect the money route, I'm sure. Maybe you have to kill an extra couple of knacks to supplement the income, because they do drop a lot of money. These wolves are high-value targets and very easy to take down. Hey! So we do get to see the defend animations here on Sonny's side. The ribbons, like I said before, the game will crash if you actually block with a item that doesn't have a valid animation, and ribbon has a sword slash, so it's kind of a parry if you think about it too much.
Parry it.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure we've seen a few.
Fortunately, we lost another crystal.
Yep, they're dropping like flies. That's what, 3 out of 4 now. Oof.
Yep, we have this mysterious wolf that got kicked out of the kingdom, ends up saving us, trying to stop the full destruction, and unluckily not successful. But we do get it set up for a nice escape sequence here, which gives us a crazy amount of time, 10 minutes, which is quite much more than we need. but we'll be able to pick up a few things in some chests and make up a good bit of gil for our route.
Sonny getting pulled into some gas dragons / green dragons here. Decent EXP, but the fact that they're unrunnable and pretty bulky makes this a little bit of time loss. Especially since we don't need the extra levels like some of the other runners did.
Yeah, it's interesting in this, you know, we have 10 minutes to escape Castle Karnak here. And it makes me think of the Final Fantasy II, where we blow up the Dreadnought, and it just takes all the agency away from you. You just run and flee, and it blows up. But 10 minutes to a speedrunner, it's like, oh, all the time in the world?
Yep.
We didn't high roll on Norako's screen. We did get the tornado. We're gonna see a much better gil route come of this here.
Yeah, there's the bow.
Ends up turning into
boxes.
Ends up turning into 10 minutes to steal elixirs and some really cool items, depending on whether you're playing casually or speedrunning.
Right, I mean, it's almost a bathroom break. We're going to break an ice rod here for the sergeant.
Not to be confused with the iron claw.
Yep, so to get past the especially special battle there, breaking that ice rod gets us out. And luckily all the crystals coming down to greet us here, and we'll get those lovely next set of jobs.
We don't, so this has the Beastmaster and the Geomancer. Don't really use those in these runs, I don't think. But the Ninja will be useful. Gives us a higher chance of preemptive strike. We can throw scrolls. We can throw ninja stars. I don't know if they do the shurikens in this run. We'll see. But typically when we get into the flying city, we using a lot of scrolls, using a lot of ninja powers. We're going to the Library of the Ancients here.
Let's refight on Sony's. Yeah, great fight.
Yep. No nukes. Let's go.
Probably grab some extra items here in the Library of the Ancients for Shinshi. Probably go for the ninja garb, get a little more money. Here we gotta sort of read a book. And, oh, there's Ifrit. Hi, Ifrit! Gonna just go ahead and break an ice rod over you.
Yeah, no worries on that one. We missed the opportunity of Shiva. Shiva was in the bottom of the water tower. But the speedrun has to, or the game, you have to go through Ifrit.
Yeah, Shiva's quite a trek up the mountain, even with the quad speed and then a short little fight. The early summons are pretty non-impactful, honestly. I don't even know if the summons get used at all in the speedrun.
They do not.
I'm not surprised to hear that.
We just need to get Ifrit so that the bookcases will get out of our way.
Yep. Oh, we need to do the pickup here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just because we didn't get the, it's an extra screen just because we didn't get the money from that bow.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the change up that can happen. which in that case, that's going to be probably at least 30 seconds of time save there. We got Biblios?
Yep.
Yep.
Should be just a couple of flame rods.
Yeah, I got.
We have 2 of them. They were the only 2 flame rods that we should have, and they're perfect.
I feel yeah. I got named skill check during 16 too, because half the runners were doing Japanese, and I'm like, it's brain, please.
Honestly, a great Biblos fight. That can get kind of ugly.
Yeah. If we don't get good ATB and we kind of miss our ATB buffer, then yeah, it can easily be a reset there. All right, so we
Sonny
meet
is
mid.
really in the home stretch here. They just got past the last easy boss. Tiamat is not hard, but can pack quite the punch. So a glass cannon fight, and then on to the final boss of Chaos. So the end is in sight.
Yeah, and our HP values are looking pretty solid. 270 and 255 for the Thief and Black Mage respectively, but as we saw with Shane,
you have 5 extra levels from the unrunnables.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. It's kind of just a symptom of doing a no reset run. But as you saw with Shane, if Chaos deems it so, your suffering will be infinite and never ending. Sonny will do his prune staff at the last juncture. Does nothing special, just one of those cool things. There are some pretty cool rare drops that you can turn into other things, but for the most part, none of them end up not being. Most of them end up not being impactful. That's the way to put that. Thank you, Brain.
This being our last chance, I want to set up the Chaos fight a little bit better. In this version, it's 20,000 HP, which was an increase from earlier versions. Of course, the NES was only 2,000, but even GBA, I believe, was either 10 or 15. But it was raised for the PSP version, I guess in part because they figured you were going to do bonus dungeons for that. Our speed is set by the equipment affecting our agility, so levels plus equipment is determining turn order. It's set up specifically so the white mage will go last, so that the healing will always be the last thing that happens. That's why it was basically impossible to recover from really bad RNG when our other runners were here. But it'll be easier for Sonnyrath because his HP is all above breakpoint levels. Now, he still needs to boost it with Giant's Tonics to get more, but there's a lot more forgiving buffer there than the other runners had.
Yeah, this is why I kind of brought up the Mega Elixir. It's not strictly required and not really necessary, but in a no reset setting, Mega Elixir can set up a unwinnable or nearly unwinnable fight and kind of shift it into winnable. Yeah, Sonny is not taking the blaze here, it looks like. Is pieced out? Yeah, pieced out. Fair enough. Definitely was not looking for a drawn out fight. Oh, that'll do it too. Did not put on the Sage Staff. So we had the speed bonus from the Lust Dagger, and we had a little bit less intelligence, so Healer wasn't really going to go blow for blow, and the White Mage's turn order would have been a bit chaotic, so there was no guarantee that it would come after Chaos's attacks in a consistent manner. Good call to pull out on that immediately and restart, because Chaos is not a fight you can really afford to F around and find out. You've got to know what you're doing, and then this is one of those, like, I'm a good runner, I know I've made a mistake, I'm not going to try and shirk from it, and I'm just going to admit I made a mistake and start again.
It's also a good time to highlight, this is the first time this run has been in the marathon. Now, PSP Any % has been, but the route has changed. So this one got nicknamed Rat Jam. because the Citadel of Trials Castle Ordeals, your final reward is the dire rat tail that you used for class change. We're skipping that. So for whatever reason, that got nicknamed Rat Jam for skipping the class change. That gave us a very powerful item called Lordly Robes, which would really boost intelligence by 20 each, and the White Mage would have 3 of those for plus 60 intelligence, as opposed to, in this route, it's plus 19. So basically 1/3 the bonus healing. It's a massive difference, so it makes this a more risky chaos. Whereas if you look at older runs, basically if you survived the first turn, you were all set.
Yeah. You also, obviously you don't get access to haste. You do get slightly better stat growths on class up, though there wouldn't be a critical mass of levels that you would have. Outside of Sonny's situation here, where he's been jammed into every single unrunnable under the sun times 5, normally the additional stat bonus doesn't end up being super impactful. Probably have to
So
hold off and
Sonny's
use a couple
opted
of
to
high
use
potions.
the rune staff to make up for the HPs that he didn't get with the thief, which is a good call because now we are out of the elemental loop.
Ooh. Thief should be able to survive this. Just barely. Yeah, Sonny knows his numbers. It's very, very good call.
Yeah,
He
now
set
it
up
should
well,
be
not out of the
earthquake.
woods.
Nah, it's physical.
That's helpful.
Yep.
There we go. Yep. Now we're in a point where we can just jam attack plus Curaga or Cura rather, or Healera.
Healera,
Brain. One of these days I'll get the right name.
Next relay,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, right. I'll just have to wait a year, come back, write the script next time, so I can open up the notes, dude. It's right
Team
there.
Mod, you're in really good shape now.
Yeah, it's just press X to win. Ooh,
The
slower on the
slower
warrior.
here is a bit frustrating, but we should have enough damage output.
Yeah.
We may haste here. It's probably just going to be easier to jam.
Nah, he's just gonna
I think he'll just go.
can just go.
See, I know Sonny. I've watched him practice this a lot. I'm in his brain. I am running the ship here. Ever seen Ratatouille? GG.
3 incredible runners gave us a great show for FF1. They had to do it staggered, but Chaos is down. That was the only runner to first try Chaos. And folks, enjoy Final Fantasy V.
Yep.
Thank you for having us.
We're gonna get on out of here.
All right, Captain, back to us, I guess, and welcome, Kashiwa, to the run. Now we've got our 3 Final Fantasy V runners. They're going to be watching some cutscenes. There's lots of cutscenes in this game. There is. Have you ever done the sort of resizing glitch? There was a resizing glitch, not legal in this game mode, obviously, but I wondered if you'd ever tried it.
No, I never retried it, or never tried it when it came out. I don't think I've ran this to. Yeah. I don't think I've run the resize, and I think it's available on all the Pix remasters when it was found out. But is it just this one that has the major time save, or at least did it when it first came out?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many cutscenes in this one. We are gonna go ahead and see here. Okay, is Norako gonna take the? This is a fight that Kevin and I didn't take before. They're taking this Black Essence on the way. I'm gonna use Blizzara twice, so this is gonna be a bit different here. So Norako using Blizzara twice here to take out these Black Essences, get a little extra money, get a little extra experience. Shinshi had the Flame Scroll from the Liquid Flame, Living Flame, and was able to use that, throw it on, had Galuth as a ninja to throw that, so a bit of a difference there. The adaptation, the sort of knowledge of the game that they both have, it's It's hard to keep up with. I mean, that's why they're the best.
Yeah, I think that's really where you see the optimizations and the real kind of nit and grit of getting an optimized speedrun comes in, is where we have all these kind of improvisations that we see. So I think that kind of signals we're into to a really great time and where Final Fantasy V for the Pixie Remaster is at.
We are here in the desert. We're going to fight the sandworm here. We're just gonna... This one's kind of fun because it's sort of hidden away. We have to sort of wait for it to make an appearance. And then once it does, break a couple ice rods over its head.
Yeah, it's so great too, because it's essentially just a free fight. Essentially casting kind of a version of Demi, which is just having our HP. So for the most part, it's a free boss fight here, as long as we don't draw it out too far.
And there it goes. Easy peasy. Now, this is a fun little puzzle. We couldn't cross this desert before because of these shifting sands, and now here, it's just one of those classic, slide out of control in a direction puzzles that we all love, that we all remember from the Ice Gym in Pokemon. I think was the first time I ever saw it.
Yeah, you can see it's just full running too. That was beautiful.
That's so crazy. Oh, just hours and hours and hours of practicing that. I could never do it that well. That's so cool to see.
It's like the FF1 Mount Guluk floor for no encounters. Now you have to get this for 5.
Beautiful. It's a work of art. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't need to be a painter. I can just appreciate the Mona Lisa.
True. Very true.
All right, we're going to run around, see our dad. Not our dad, Lena's dad. It's a trap.
And he's going to drop us down the hole.
Don't you hate when you're trying to find your dad in a game of hide and seek, and then he has installed pit traps?
I hate when that happens.
When did you have time for this, Dad? Ferris and Lena learn that they're sisters. They have a little moment. We all decide that Galoof is dead, and it's going to be okay. We're going to have to go on without him. Everyone's agreed. Nobody's too sad about it. We take a moment, bow our head, moment of silence, and then, oh, that's good enough. He just jumps in a hole out of depression. Oh, no, he crawls across. Okay, never mind. All right, we're in the City of Ruin. We're going to go ahead and it's going to start. We're going to teleport out of here. Of course. All the way back. Kashiwa frozen? Oh, wow, yeah. Maybe some technical difficulties there for Kashiwa.
And of course, it wouldn't be something without this cool new tech that just immediately breaks. Classic Final Fantasy. Just breaking stuff.
Classic. We've had a few technical difficulties throughout the relay. Luckily, we have such a great management team, and it feels like it never really holds us back too far because they're probably still running. And we'll get that. They'll get that fixed, no problem. He says with full confidence.
All right, let's see. Norako is beautiful running here.
gonna go ahead and switch some characters around, get the ninjas out. Just awesome outfits, also. We're gonna run from pretty much all of these. We should have the scram ability at this point. Yeah. Excellent. I mean, just random encounters kind of ruined my enjoyment of that a little bit. But
You know, there's this boost percent with no encounters. You'd like to fully enjoy that with no encounters. Lovely category for all the Pixar masters.
I liked the Final Fantasy 1 boost percent. I have not tried the 5.
Yeah, it really brings very unique routing to a lot of these, because you're really relying on the bosses that you have to take, as we want to take as few encounters as we can. All right, so we got back. We finally have an airship. Bring that into the equation here. But of course, with this new tech brings more disaster. We're not the only ones in the sky. Of course,
hey,
it's another
Carla boss.
It's another scorpion or something.
Wow, that was quick. Just a couple of those thunder scrolls, lightning scrolls to take that guy out.
Yep.
Easy
Very quick
peasy.
fight.
One of the easiest fights in the game, obviously.
And immediately put the ship away. That was enough fun for the day.
Enough excitement. Oh, there's sky lobsters? You telling me there's sky lobsters? Maybe we stay down here. Essentially what's happening now is we need other materials to make our airship go higher. So we're gonna have to run around and get some of those, the classic mithril and whatnot. Because, oops, we trigger this event. The good old ruined city of Gone rises into the air like a phoenix, and then we'll immediately go and I don't know, probably just get some money, hang out.
Will they
Go back
rename it at this point? Because it's not Gone anymore.
The ruined city of right there.
Yep. Just like in Final Fantasy IV, where you talk to Sid a bunch for airships, we're talking to Mid and Sid on the airship. Very common theme.
Now we are gonna go ahead and I think they're gonna get a little more money. They're gonna see some more black. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna land here. Take a couple more of these fights. They've already got the Thunder Scrolls queued up, so just let them ride. Grab a fight here. Why not?
I think it's the first island, so we don't get a sea encounter. Just kind of not risking having to take extra steps.
And luckily, these are just on the way to where we're going.
Yep, we're trying to get that hide talent to put on for our next boss that we face here. So I think this is really the only one kind of grindy area we go for.
Yep. We'll switch Ferris. We'll go up in the air. We got that hide ability, which will essentially let us just send a character off screen so they won't get hit by anything. Then they can come back. Move the flame grind again? Yes, they did. And they split it in two.
Yeah, really taking advantage of kind of which encounters we get when. Instead of running early on, I think we would really take them along the way to save time. So it kind of speaks to the optimization of the route a little bit. All right, who was that?
All right.
That's Adamantoise.
Wow. Easy peasy. We've got the material that we need to upgrade the airship, so we'll head back. Plug that in. Boom, bam, Bob's your uncle.
You know my uncle?
I've met him. Good old Bob.
Good old Bob. What is that? Another meeting on the ship? Oh my.
That is another thing. It is how many times does Lena get poisoned in this game? And how many cutscenes on a ship do we have to have? I think this may be the winner for most ship-based cutscenes of any Final Fantasy game.
Luckily, Bart wakes up, realizes it was all just a nightmare, and we can continue on with our adventure.
Yeah, they're still working on the background there. Hopefully, get that fixed up. It's I wish I could give everybody an update on that, but the discussion of the technical difficulties is also in Japanese. FF3 might have something to say about that, about the oh gosh, the ship-based. I mean, Captain, you run Final Fantasy 3. What are you thinking?
Let's see. We use it as a battering ram, blow it up. We take it to an area, blow it up. Yeah, I think it does get pretty dicey in 3.
And then you get the bigger one, right?
Yep. Well, at some point we have 2 ships. I don't know. Is that the only game where we actually have access to 2 ships at the same time? I'm not
Well,
sure.
they say 2 is better than 1. Usually we just improve. Yeah, at the same time. Yeah, usually we just improve the one ship. It can fly, it can float, it can dive. Here, we're just so easy, this fight. We're just throwing lightning rods fast as you like. Blowing stuff up.
Yeah, but that one's a whale. It's not exactly a ship. It's a whale.
Oh, you're talking about Final Fantasy IV? Yeah, it's true. And there's a lot of airships. I mean, and we blow up one of the airships in 4. Tricky. All right, so we're gonna break in here. It's gonna be a lot of ninja work. We destroyed the soul cannon. Now into the Ronco ruins. There's gonna be some items that we need. We've got the scram, helps us flee a little bit faster. There you go. So then it'll be a little bit different. So we're going to set up people to sort of defend, because the scram is an ability, so we're not like holding the buttons to run.
Yep.
So it's a bit different. We need to set everybody up to defend.
If I was imagining what was going on the Kashiwa screen, we would be past Land Raptor, somewhere around the 13-14 minute mark, and continuing on.
I'm sure incredible time saves are happening. I will say that just to keep track, around about the Liquid Flame, Shinshi was about 4 minutes off of his record. So, doing and that's, you know, like 3rd in the world. So, going real quick. But I mean, just believe the proof of your eyes. It's right in front of you. Basically running through everything, grabbing some items. There's some holes in the ground we want to avoid. But we're basically heading straight to Archaeovis. Big bird fight.
Yeah, moving so fast, just realizing where you need to go. This is probably the most confusing piece because there's so many doors in the game.
It's actually crazy that I've always thought that this is a bird. I'm looking at it now. This is not a bird.
Like a flying lizard of some type?
It's definitely a snake the whole time with wings. Got to throw some lightning rods at it. And we're going to have to sort of do just a perfect amount of damage because it will die and then come back and be no longer susceptible.
Yeah, so a little bit of a change up here. So we're going to change up a little bit of what we're throwing.
Should be water scrolls. Yep, here we go, water scrolls.
There was a shuriken here to do extra damage right at the end if needed. Beautiful.
Yep, there it goes. So I guess they don't do the shuriken here. They just have an extra water scroll. Soul Cannon down for Norako. Really just hot on the heels here. I mean, they're basically on the exact same pace at this time.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the big piece is going to come down to some RNG differences, like anything else, but both doing very well. All right, so at this point, we got this airship tech, but here's where we start to introduce meteor tech. And who's that? Does that look familiar to you, Lukey? Who's that?
That's Krill. Good old granddad Krill coming or granddaughter Krill coming and electrocuting Lena's dad.
But he does not remember her. Oh, wait. What's that? He remembers?
One of the best representations of amnesia going away, I think, in any video game.
The question mark flying off screen. Look how happy she is running around him.
Now, Krill has... Now, here's where we reveal that Krill and Galoof, not actually from our world. They're from a different world. They came here on the meteors. From an alternative world. So, oh gosh. It's been a while. But I feel like I can do this. There was one world. And then that world got split into two. And then between those two worlds, there was the void. And all the bad things, like demons, came from the void and were sort of leaking into the two worlds. Right here, we're zooming in, doing some crazy camera shots. This is like the skate videos I used to film. That's bad. So all of the demons and evil were leaking into the world. And there were these people who were like, well, we need to stop that. So how are we going to stop it? I have an idea. What if we put all of the demons and all of the evil people and we put them inside of a tree? We're just going to send them all into a tree, one tree, and we'll just shove all the demons into a single tree. And then somehow that tree became evil. And this tree full of demons that was evil decided to destroy the world. And so they were like, well, we can't have that. Here's what we'll do. We'll take this evil tree, who has now become a guy, and we'll seal him in the other world under these crystals that everybody uses to power the wind and other various elements. And now that all the crystals are broken, here comes Tree Boy, Mr. X-Death. Someone is asking, are you trying to tell me the evil demon tree full of evil demons is evil? I'm going to need you to sit down when I tell you this. Yes. The tree is evil. Our dad from the crystals that were evil for a moment.
Yeah, I think that was probably the most jarring thing, is learning that this evil thing is a tree, after all. We didn't quite
One of
hit
my
me
favorite
from around.
moments. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, it's a... He's not a tree, though. He's a guy in, like, the sickest armor of all time. You're telling me this guy's a tree? We feel sad.
Kashiwa.
Oh, Kashiwa's back! And they're fighting the crustacean! Here comes Carlobos! Get ready for that split!
Just in time for splitting.
Get some lightning. Everybody's a black mage on this screen. Probably don't want to be punching, but was... Yeah, okay, there we go.
Alright.
Boom, Carlobos.
Carlobos down. Alright, and
Okay, not
things
too
blown
bad.
up. We're fleeing.
Everything's always blowing up. You ever notice that?
Can't have cool things.
I guess the stakes are dire. The ruins crash into the ground. It's all very terrible. Now, we're gonna have to go and visit all the meteorites now. Another cutscene on a boat. Just reminding everybody. We have, unfortunately, unleashed the evil tree. There he is. On Norokos. Good old X-Death, the tree man. And it's like, what are we gonna do? Oh no, the evil tree's out. We can't give up. We are the chosen ones. And Galoof kind of decides, you know what? Not your problem. We're gonna go and figure out how to get back to our world to save all worlds. Bye, Crow. Bye, Galoof. And I guess that's us. That's the game. Because we're done. Off they
Bye-bye.
go. A little confusing that there's two lights there. I think it's just the one meteor, right?
Well, they're not exactly traveling back through the meteor. Now there's this.
Oh,
kind of
right. There's the
teleportation
teleporter
pad.
down.
So kind of Peter Panning it, you know. Second star from the right. We're on till morning.
Gosh, that's crazy. Because I don't think the next run is supposed to go for like an hour and a half. I hope that they were ready because the game's over. No, we've decided we can't just... It's not somebody else's problem. We're going to have to change some jobs up. Stick to the fight. We're going to switch Ferris here. It looks like they're going with Ferris to Chemist. Now, Chemist is going to give us the ability of Mix, which is so important for the end of the game. Can you explain a little bit about how we're going to use Mix?
Yeah, sure. So Mix, depending on what 2 items we pick, is going to create kind of different reactions. So there's protective reactions, some offensive reactions, and some kind of disarming reactions we're going to create. Pretty boring stuff. If you ever played Riku in 10, you understand. Like, definitely not a fun fun character to play. I'm joking, of course, but yeah. You good at chemistry, Pookie? You understand how to balance your chemical reactions?
You know, I did really like the math that was involved in my chemistry class in high school. I remember loving moles. What a fun unit of measurement. I do also remember having a classmate who would leave for all the tests. They had to go and be read the test in another room because they could not read, which seemed crazy to me at the time. But that's public schools, I guess.
Yep. Our first meteor encounter here going to be a bunch of bombs, essentially. And we're just going to end up throwing things at them.
I'll just slowly pop and done. Easy.
Easy. You know, sit in mid happy that they brought us along. On to the next one.
We've got the samurai as well job. Let's talk about the samurai. Also really important. Can you talk about that a little bit, Cap?
Yeah, so I think our main way of being able to play this speed run and not having to do a bunch, we're gonna essentially use money to fight our battles for us. So very Yojimbo-esque, but in the manner of we're essentially bribing our enemies to die in this case. So the way it works is it's tied behind essentially what level you are, and so that's kind of the purpose of trying to keep our levels low. Because the more battles we take, and you know, obviously we'll get gil for more battles, but the more battles we take, the more expensive it's going to end up being. And so that's where it really gets tight. We want to pick up items for the most part we can and decrease the amount of encounters we take. And I think that's really where the AP also comes into play, because we do need a certain amount of AP, but we need battles for that AP. So really being efficient with that matters.
All right, now we have one more meteorite, so we're gonna fly to that one. This is gonna be the Titan fight, which is why we needed to learn hide, because at the end, Titan will use a sort of large AoE ability. Oh, it looks like we're selling here. Buying some more rods? Was that what it was?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, and yes.
Yeah, bought some flame rods. Right. Okay.
All right. Kashiwa going through Siren. We had a beautiful haste in this turn.
Oh,
Yep.
great. Yeah.
Nice fight. All three runners
Smooth
getting
so
great
far.
Sirens. Yep.
Yeah. So we'll throw the thunder first. Ferris will hide, and then the thunder. Or the earth shaker, I suppose. Now,
Yep.
because Ferris is off screen, doesn't get killed by this, we still win the fight. Easy peasy.
what's that? A working teleportation pad?
No way. Now we've connected all of the meteorites, and they all point to one island. Essentially is this the Bahamut Island?
Yep. As we see kind of the flying pattern. I'm not entirely Bahamut on this version, but you are correct.
And then we're just gonna jump in the hole. Why not? When you see a glowing hole, kids at home, when you see a glowing hole in the ground, just jump in that hole. If you gotta save the world from a tree, jump in the hole. And you see, we're gonna see Norako do the same fight here, waiting for Sid and Mid, who went into the meteorite, and then we're like, hey, where are they? Should we like check on them? Maybe. Why would we? There's just been, giant monsters inside all the other ones. Why would we need to worry about this one? Let's see. Oh, this is the Chimera. Okay. So they're a meteor right behind. Okay. Now, Shinshi is on the second world. Welcome to second world. Lena getting poisoned for Kashiwa for the first time. I hope you're all still keeping track.
There'll be a quiz at the end. And it's not multiple choice.
Shinshi, so we come to the second world, but there's no way for us to get off this island. It doesn't really matter what happens in that fight. So this is a sort of like, we either win or we get kidnapped. It looks like he's decided that it's faster to just throw the money. Kill that guy. There's a chest. We open it. It puts us to sleep. We wake up in prison. Who could have put us into prison? That's right. It's a tree. It's just like, this guy is obsessed with us. Leave us alone. Am I right?
Yep. He needs to really branch out on his hobbies.
Get back to your roots, X-Step.
If he takes it too far, he's going to dig himself into a hole, I think.
Honestly, trying to talk to him, maybe we're the ones barking up the wrong tree here. Now, he's got a big projector. He's going to show that we've all been kidnapped. To sort of... to show Galoof and Krill that we've been kidnapped so that they will come and save us. There's Best Boy right there. Gilgamesh appears. Twitch chat says, I don't know, commentary seems pretty popular. Hey, nobody asked you.
Jeez.
Okay, everybody hold. Okay, I feel people see the bridge. All right, people see the bridge, and I can feel your excitement. All right, but I need you to hold. It's not yet. This is that brutal moment. When we did Final Fantasy II, I was talking about when we were doing Final Fantasy II, when we had the Castle Pandemonium song, and like, we, the commentaries, your beloved commentary crew, we cannot hear the games being played right now. Such a heartbreaker. So I need you to hold. All right? Because I don't even get to hear the music.
Yeah, you could always suffer through listening to your own voice if you really want to hear it.
Suffer through. It's the delay. The delay is what gets me on that one. Good old Gilgamesh, looking sick. We throw some money at him, and he lets us go. Just that easy.
Like I said, money solving problems here.
The only way that you can get a job is by destroying the planet. The only way that you can solve your problems is with money. These are the lessons that Final Fantasy V is trying to teach us.
And that trees are bad. Yep.
Butts just slides his face across the floor, no problem. Okay, it's coming. It's coming. Hold.
Hold.
Here it is. Dance. Dance!
So walk me through this bridge a little bit. What are we doing here?
We are going across the bridge. We're going to have a couple fights. They're kind of scripted fights. There are tiles that are very dangerous. We're going to have to avoid those tiles. A little bit more movement tech. We're going to have Gilgamesh here. A couple fights with Gilgamesh. Or this fight with Gilgamesh is going to be a little trickier than last time. Can't just throw money at him this time. He's gonna really play a little a joke on us. Get real powered up. Gonna kill in it. Doesn't matter. He doesn't give us anything. And he's gone. Yeah, so careful. Because you get scripted fights on certain steps, so you got to be careful about that. Twitch chat's going crazy. Cactuar dances all up in the chat. Greatest song in the series.
Like a nice Garula for Kashiwa as well.
Very well done, everyone. Excellently done, chat. Now, Cam, you're in charge of the splits on this run. You know, sometimes we have control of like the audio tracking, switching between them. Do we have that capability here?
No, I think that's
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're thinking
Management.
more of management for that one.
Because we had it for the what was it, the Final Fantasy 1 tournament, I think.
Yeah. There's definitely that capability going back and forth. But it looks like
It
sound
has switched.
is on Tonberry.
Continue to
You can
hold.
thank your staff for that. They're very much showing you some love.
Gonna meet up with Noriko's gonna meet up with Gilgamesh, gonna throw the money. Easy. Here we've kind of been blown away on Bart's screen, or Shinshi's screen. We're gonna make a big walk, going to get a little bit more ability points from some of these fights. Yeah, wow. And then, you know, jump in a hole. Hold. Hold.
Yeah, so here's another good piece.
Go.
Very much using the battles in this water sequence. It wasn't as popular, but it's definitely in the current routes. Another good opportunity to make up AP.
Yeah, I got to throw those Thunder Scrolls. We're trying to get these chemists because, again, we need mix.
Couple of
Grab some
gill
money.
pieces.
They're dancing. They're dancing. They can't hear us, Captain. The music's too powerful. Okay. Usually we menu right here. Yep. And change. I believe it was red mage. And now Tyrannosaurus boss can be kind of annoying, but it's a dead boss. We just... Oh.
Heal it. Throw
We
money.
used to use... Yeah. We used to use Phoenix down.
Or raise. Yeah, you can also white
But-
mage raise.
Yeah, it seems like they use raise and then a heal, maybe a potion. We save the Mog. We save the world. Great work by Norako on the big bridge. Again, I mean, they're basically neck and neck. They started 3 minutes later. They're basically 3 minutes behind.
Right.
Now, this is really key. You don't want to step on the desert tiles. So we're gonna just watching the Mog take this route, but we don't want to usually don't want to step on the desert tiles because there are worse encounters there. So we're gonna try and use our step
unrunnables.
counter. So we want to. Wow. Okay. I mean, we used to just bait a fight in the woods, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll just go for it.
That's crazy. It gets no encounters. It just seems unfair.
But that's
No way to find
speedrunning,
them.
you know? We get a suggestion and we completely ignore it.
MA.
Never punished.
They come in, we meet the Mog that we saved, and then we're gonna rob them blind. I mean, partake in their generosity.
Now, this really shows your runner right there, because there's one of those chests that only has one gil in it, and Shinshi left it, so props off, leaving something.
Technically not penniless. All right, so this is going to be kind of a long cutscene here. If you could, time to get a drink. Gonna sort of
There's
watch. Basically, Krill will talk to the Windrake, and again, this Windrake doesn't have a name. The old Windrake saved us. This one, we don't even get a name for this one, but it can sort of, with the help of another Mog or another Moogle, can find us and come and rescue us from the. We're not like in danger, but we're kind of stuck, trapped on this island.
One thing you might miss is the coordinated dance crews that are in the second world. So we got this Moogle dance squad getting ready for regionals.
It's really impressive. Just sort of slipped out of their hands last year. And we're saved. They take us back to the castle. Everything's good. Norako fighting Tyrannosaur. Let's see. Yeah, sort of a different party order of their characters. The order in which the characters are, it sort of resolves their turns from top to bottom. That might be why we're kind of shifting people around so that our scram characters can be higher up and resolve that faster.
Yeah, we also see the difference in the red mage for this squad. A little bit different than what Shinshi decided to take. Speaking of Shinshi,
And-
now we got our second dance troupe coming in.
The judges should reconvene. Should convene about sort of how they rate these different dance crews. Let us know in the comments. There is more dancing coming up, so like if you're gonna save your 10, you know, keep that in mind.
Good note.
Okay,
Good note.
let's see Norco's walk.
Playing a lot more
Also
Forest, playing it safer, but yeah, still really nice. No encounters there.
Did they just turn the encounters off there? What's going on? I call foul.
Yeah, to remind everybody, there's no step route for the Picture Masters. The rework and everything made it randomized. So it's a random amount of steps. It changes, so it's never the same. You never know how many steps. It could be 20, it could be, 28 tiles before you get your next encounter for some screens. Or less or more, depending on the screen.
Still doing cutscenes for Shinshi. There are so many cutscenes in this game. But again, with these longer runs, and I feel ridiculous saying longer runs. I watched all of Final Fantasy 16 last night. That was 7 hours. This one, was for me 4 hours. For these folks, 3 hours, 15 minutes. But, it's nice to have these moments where it can you can take a step away, use the restroom, get a drink of water. It's a fascinating, interesting run to do. I really highly encourage anybody to check it out. Would like to just take a moment to kind of reintroduce ourselves. My name is LukeyPookieG. I was a runner of 4, 5, 6 a few years back, and I'm happy to be. This is my second year doing commentary for the Final Fantasy Relay. Really excited to be here, and I'm joined by my good friend CaptoftheDorks.
Hello, yeah. Also fellow runner. Run a bunch of Final Fantasies as well.
We have our 3 runners, Shinshi, Norako, and for Mog going against the Liquid Flame here, we have Kashiwa. Breaking an ice rod, high rolled it.
Yep. Right.
Okay, not too bad. I mean, pretty good pace.
Yeah, just slamming on through.
About 50 minutes, that's where everybody was kind of at. Was the 50-minute liquid.
Yeah, I remember it being closer to an hour. Back in the day. Back in my day.
I remember being convinced that sub-hour was only barely possible.
Yeah, here we got 50 minutes.
It's so cool. A 33-year-old game, by the way. I am Pixel Remaster, a bit different, I suppose, but it's so cool to see things changing. Bartz is gonna punch a werewolf so hard that he dies.
Well, he's flexing on him. He had to show him what's up. He's dancing around.
Yeah. And Galoof's like, hey, why did you punch my friend? And it's like, hey, why did your friend look, he's stuck in a bed now. He's bedridden. I feel like Galoof could have done more to be like, oh yeah, this is my friend, by the way.
Just conveniently forgot.
In the town of werewolves. Yeah. And a big shout out. So excited to be here for Final Fantasy Relay. Every year, this is the 11th year they've done Final Fantasy Relay. Please. If you're in the chat, if you do not follow RPG Limit Break, who has been so kind to give us support and host us here, please follow along. And you can also, keep an eye out. Every year we do this. We're going to be going till Monday. I'll be around the whole time. but so cool to be here, and big shout out to the crew that works so hard behind the scenes to make all this work, and to get Kashiwa back on screen. We had those technical difficulties, and it's so great that we can have them back.
Yeah, and they're always working on new advancements for the layout and the things in the back end, making it easier for runners. So yeah, again, big shout out to our relay staff. Definitely.
And check out this awesome website that they made this year. It's so cool. Meanwhile, I mean, you're losing it a little bit unless you yourselves can read Japanese. They're sort of doing the flashback storyline of how they sealed X-Death on the other planet, and then sort of the four Guardians went their separate ways.
Yeah, and spoiler, March's dad was one of those. So what we suspected, or what we thought was a kind of humble beginnings, actually the inheritor of this Warrior of Dawn legacy, if you will.
He's an alien.
Yep. All right, so we have our sick wind dragon, so we're trying to find a sick cure, and that's why we are traveling up this mountain here. In the past, we would take these. This is very interesting as well. We take these.
Yeah, I'm so interested.
Undead fights.
We're gonna grab a couple items. We're gonna get the bone mail here, which is very important.
Another summon which you can get, which is this golem here. Which we'll see. We won't end up getting it, but another interesting way to introduce a possible companion.
It is interesting because I remember this. We would even take extra fights here to get the money and the experience that we need. It's so interesting to see how that's changed, how that's routed out now. There it is, gold. Just gonna ignore that. Okay.
Nope. Yep.
Whatever.
Oh, we're gonna take this one? Interesting.
The zombie dragon, I guess, because they only have the one samurai.
Yeah, so we're not doing PDs, we're not doing rays. So
right. We just took the one.
A lot of good pickups here.
Interesting.
Dragon power.
Dragon Fang for dragon power. Yeah.
Got Kashiwa.
That item.
First visit to the library.
Uh-oh. Evil plants. But not the evil plant that's trying to destroy the world. Different evil plant.
Must be a tough. It's gonna be a tough encounter here. We'll see how it pays off here.
Typically, we just throw money at it, right? Yeah.
And
is the tough encounter in the room with us? Always easy. Quick fight. Now, I believe we're probably going to use Time Mage for the first time. Unintended, right there. Time Mage we only really use because they have access to the teleport spell, and we're going to need that to get us off this mountain as quickly as possible. There we go. Whoop-ah. Off we go. What was that? Ifrit down?
Yep.
Ifrit down for Kashiwa. He's just tearing through.
And buying a bunch of things here on Shinshi's screen. This is essentially our buy. Getting a bunch of mixers for the end of the game. Kind of very one piece. We're sorting our menu. Very nice. And back to the castle. But we told them to lock it up. How are we gonna get in? How would you get in, Pookie? What's the plan?
Usually when I'm locked out, I'll sort of sit and cry until like some passerby walks by, and takes pity on me. So, but since this is a speed run, we don't really have the time for that. So instead, we're gonna jump into the moat, and luckily flush ourselves down the moat toilet.
Whoever the engineer on this was, great work. Oh man.
I mean, to be fair, no one would think to do that. Okay, yeah, just trying to be safe there on Norako, sort of buying some time to take that fight. We did get poisoned. Let's poison on it real quick, heal up. We've got, is it Lena on Knight with white magic, I believe, to heal us up.
Yep, looks like it.
I'm just gonna keep running.
Well, I mean, she gets poisoned so often, I think it's very appropriate that she learns how to fix it herself.
So true. It's so admirable to recognize who you are and, not make that other people's problems.
And once again, we have a flying device.
Oh, look, Lena
oh.
poisoned. It's okay. Why is Lena poisoned? Because the dragon wouldn't eat the right food, so we had to poison ourselves so that it would eat. Monkey see, monkey do.
Yep.
Except that was to teach people. Oh, Gollum just comes on, kills Kaloof, and walks away.
I don't know if I've ever seen that one. Wow.
That's crazy. Completely uncalled for.
Oh, he's really trying to make friends, and after a while, just a little bit sick of being ignored.
Just quality cutscenes all over. Right now, Mid and Sid are coming together, sort of getting Sid out of his depression. And, it's like, yeah, you did kind of blow up the castle. That was pretty bad, but, don't feel too bad about that. For Shinshi, now that the Windrake is healed, now we can fly. It doesn't fly over mountains, but we take this little route here. We go to the Sage Guido's cave. Dragon Pod down for Norako. Yep. And now we gotta find the Great Sage.
Sage Guido, the original one to try to seal away X-Death, but failing. So kind of the splinter to the Ninja Turtles. Very powerful in their own right, but not quite the end though.
Good old X-Death in his castle made of flesh.
Well, we make ours out of wood, so that's only fitting, right?
I've never put that together, but you're actually so right. And when you think about all matter being carbon, it's all messed up. Unfortunately, we get to Guido's cave, and it does immediately sink into the sea. So he's probably dead. We'll fly over here. Our good buddy, Galoof's old buddy, the Dawn Warrior, he's over here getting ready for to attack X-Death. It's everybody's against X-Death, trying to beat him. Got this whole, but if we got management around. It'd be great to switch back to Shinshi here for a little reprisal.
Yep, Zzat tells us to go take a nap. So essentially that's what we're doing here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wait, what? What's that?
It's Gilgamesh. And they're back. Now we've got to fight. Everybody's doing sick fights all over the place. Jumping between bridges. We gotta wait. Avoid those goblins. Just fight this one. We have to fight this one. Just throw some money at it. Easy peasy. Cutscene here. Zisserzat doing spin moves, electrocuting people. So sick.
OG Dawn Warrior right here. Yeah, so you can take an extra goblin there, but it looks like Shinshi does not need it. And here's going to get our...
ABP, right?
Yep. ABP, that's right. That's before they called it AP. We're just going to mix real quick and insta-death Gilgamesh, no worries. It's an interesting use of a dark matter.
Right there, we did heal. We full healed Lena, but she's wearing the bone mail, so she just dies. Oh no, it's the death. Yeah, on a high potion, and then death potion, Gilgamesh, and now it's time for Under the Sea. Under the sea. Life could be better down where it's wetter. Take it from me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, thank you, Sebastian. I appreciate your singing.
This is important. So we're gonna take in the underground entrance to X-Death's tower. Sister Zat's gonna blow a hole in it, and we're gonna split the party. Look for clues. We'll go to the top. Sister Zat will go to the bottom, destroy the generator.
Yeah, it's interesting they just left it just here all this time. They knew there was a secret entrance, but just leave it up.
We'll just, put some bricks over it. No problem.
Right, our adventure to the top of the tower. We're gonna get a few chests for, what do you know it, some more gil.
Much like the Wu-Tang Clan, cash rules everything around this run. Gonna leave sort of Lena dead on the ground for a while. A few cutscenes as we walk up. No biggie. At the top of this, we're gonna fight Atmos. That's why we have Lena dead. because if someone is dead, he'll just use his turns to kind of try and draw them in and eat them. But if everybody's alive, then he'll blow you all up with meteor.
For part of my day.
A great spell,
How about-
meteor.
Yeah, definitely. We just had it in 4 a little bit earlier, showing its very, very powerful spell. Atmos being
Yeah, and then
a AVP kind of point here, where we're gonna learn mix. So we have set up for Bart's. Get that taken care of early on.
Yeah, we're going to be sort of using Mix to give Samson might.
It's interesting they're using Galoof instead of someone else. Galoof is usually the one on the ground here. In this route, they use Lena.
I think they've really changed the sort of routing to make Lena kind of the end-all be-all sort of utility character for this one. We've lost chat. They're dancing to the reprise of Battle on the Big Bridge, which I'm watching. Looks like they were having some trouble getting a hold of that goblin to get the extra fight, but they did manage it there. I have the stream also up on the side, so I was like, oh, something's going on there that I missed. Ooh, we got the summoners on Kashiwa's route. I have not seen the summer ability, summer job used. They do have a higher base magic stat, so if we're kind of behind a little bit, it can help with breaking those ice rods, doing a little more damage on that. But that'll probably be the only time we see them.
Yeah, very
excellently done,
interesting.
everybody. Thank you so much for dancing along. It's been a dream. Oh, we have to knock out Galoof and take him because he's so insistent to stay, even though Zizerzad is definitely going to die here. But that's the way it's gotta be. Yeah, he might be okay. Moment of silence, please.
A little bit of a high five here for Shinshi and Norako.
Now it's time for us to talk to Guido. Well, now it's time for us to be sad about our dead friend, and now it's time for us to go talk to Guido.
Nothing like making Galoof happy by giving him a funny time age hat.
Hey man, sorry about your friend. I got this pointy hat.
I think that would cheer me up. Yeah. I'll do it.
Yeah, Lena also dead for Norco's route, so they're keeping that sort of the same. Keeping the thief on to use Scram.
It's interesting the difference of character placement. So definitely they rearrange. Norako using that to their advantage.
Yes, I will, that's been announced in chat. We did get a note that unfortunately we cannot switch to Mog's audio right now. So unfortunately, was our last battle of the big bridge. But I think everybody did a great job. I mean, listen, 4 Cactuar dances. What a dream. Perfectly timed, right? As soon as one of them was done with it, here comes again. These little mages, they can turn you into frogs, right? What these guys do? There's a turtle. Hunt down the turtle. Remember, you can't swim. And then sort of poke the turtle with a stick. And oops, that's the guy we're here to talk to. Oopsie. He kind of tells us some backstory. Wait, is this where we learn he's a tree? Quick Atmos fight from Norako. We get the magic stick.
Your wizard butts. A thumping good one, I'd wager.
And then boom, quick time mage, we get out of here. Now we're gonna go to the forest. I forget the name of it. But
More.
The forest of Moor.
The great forest of Moor.
The great forest of Moor, where X-Death is originally from, his hometown. We get a little stick that lets us go inside of a big tree, different big tree. And we're just gonna grab some items, hunt through here. There's a few fights, but I think we basically run through everything, don't we?
Yeah, pretty much run through everything here. I think a few pickups along the way. Probably one of the most infuriating things is these tree openings that happen. Because if you quick save on the screen, you quick save and it counts as the tree not being open. So no matter what, you still have to go through that, even if you save after you open up the secret path.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to say because you have to kind of run to the left. You can't run straight down and get in. You kind of got to wrap around it.
Annoying. That's also very annoying.
Oh, sevens for Zisterzat dying in Norco's screen. A moment of silence, please. That's enough. We'll come in here. We're gonna go ahead and we'll be fighting the. What are they called in this one?
Crystals. We'll be fighting the crystals.
Okay. I mean, I knew what they were, but don't they have like a weird... Oh, are they just like question mark?
Yeah, I think they're all question marks.
Yeah.
Like great crystals or something like that. But they are the crystals in this world, and being closely tied, as we saw with X stuff. Kind of that... Using the shinshi, using your enemies... I don't know, tools against them? Man, I don't...
The whole place is on fire. The Mughals come to save us once again. We'll come in here. You can go down to this water to full heal, but we'll basically just jump right back out. Everything's burned down. No problem. Didn't like these woods anyways. Honestly, it's probably getting in the way of us getting new jobs. Big tree. And this is why we got the stick. The stick lets us into the big tree. And we have to go there to sort of stop X-Death at the root of his power. No pun intended on that one.
Not really root him out. Yep.
This one's tough. Now, we're going to be all samurais. Now, the trick here is that you can't stagger your attacks. Because you have to do all of your damage at once, because there's like an HP threshold on these enemies they'll wipe you out. Which, for the longest time, I did not realize. And I was like, I'm supposed to do this ability. Why is it not working? See, he waits a little bit. And then does the input. Because they'll just slip right in and start doing mass AoE, start killing people.
Yep.
But otherwise, simple fight. There's a split for Team Chocobo.
We all got Kashiwa getting into adamantoids.
Nice, nice.
And we killed the crystals, but X-Death using them to hurt us anyways.
Oh no, my grandpa's in danger. I can sense it.
I would say that a disturbance in the force.
And then luckily, Galoof has the anime power of love and friendship on his side. So he's gonna go ahead and get up here. Nobody hurts his darling granddaughter.
Well, we all know grandparents have superpowers, so just
Right.
being lore accurate here.
Get kind of force thrown around the room. Come on, Galoof. Get up, Galoof. Get in there. This is really quite the Star Wars ripoff, isn't it? I mean, he's basically getting force lightninged.
Yep.
And he jumps in to save Krill, gets lit on fire, and fights X-Death all on his own.
Yeah, so interesting battle here. We only have to do pretty much 2 pieces. And then after this, we can do whatever we want. Doesn't matter. As we see, Galoof's just not... doesn't understand how the death status effect works.
This is very similar to Final Fantasy IV, I feel like.
How so, would you say?
Gosh, the old man, I mean, kind of in the opposite direction. The old man, uses all of his power to summon Meteor.
Hmm.
And it's like, oh, okay. He throws another. I guess it wasn't enough damage, so throws another Zenonage to finish it.
Well, you shouldn't need to. You could just go right to melee, but I guess there's room in the kill route.
Yeah, I think they only because I think it's 2 Zenanages, and I think they threw it once, and then waited for the dialogue to throw it again.
Hmm.
Okay, Soul Cannon for Kashiwa, right on pace, exactly on pace with everybody else. Which is great to see. Great to see. They have a little bit of space to make up, but again, it's day 2. What are we? We're not even halfway done.
Yeah. Normally it's what 70 plus hours for everything. I'm not entirely sure what the end comes because there's different runs every year, but still got plenty of time yet.
All right, and I mean, we had the Final Fantasy 2 yesterday. I mean, the first 3 games, a different team won each game. I mean, the winner switched hands every game. Final Fantasy 2 was a tough one for Team Chocobo. to be perfectly honest, would you agree that it was a tough one for Team Chocobo?
Yeah, I would say. But I would say Team Chocobo doing pretty well right now. So if anything, it all evens out, right?
It all evens out. That's the power of the Final Fantasy Relay. And that's why it's so... I mean, if you're interested in getting into Final Fantasy speedrunning, or speedrunning generally, I think Final Fantasy is a great place to start. You should definitely... There's great communities in all these games. Captain has run most of the first 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you done 12?
No, starting to learn that one now.
Great communities for all of them. So cool. And the Final Fantasy Relay event gives a real opportunity to a lot of runners, because even if you're not, what is it, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th in the world for this game, even if you're not hitting that, if you have the dedication, if you have the drive, it balances out, right? You can be, maybe you're 10 minutes slower than the fastest in your game, and you're putting in the time. Maybe somebody in Final Fantasy 3 or something will be on your team who's 10 minutes faster than everybody else. It all balances out. The management team works so hard on that to make everything balanced, because all of us are here for Team Close Race.
Yeah, and I mean, the relay is a great place to get involved and be a part of. Always a fun time, and I know all these different communities always having races of their own. Friends having races of their own too. So, learn it with a friend, I would recommend, and kind of like what Lukey and I did for 4, 5, and 6 so many years ago. And it's just a whole bunch of fun. I know yesterday, even with what happened with Imp1, had a bunch of fun with artists, just sitting in Discord chat while we raced. Always a good time.
Oh yeah, were you guys talking while that was going on?
Yeah.
Brutal. But you kept your cool and kept a clear head, and I think executed well on the rest of the run. And then, by the end of the next game, Chocobo was up. From a kind of a crazy Final Fantasy 16 run.
Yep. Always fun. Getting back to the game a little bit here, have invaded Extas Tower, but it looks, I don't know, it looks a little normal, a little too normal.
All right, now it looks like, the ghost of Galoof Past is coming to visit a thick werewolf.
Well, yeah, his force projection, of course.
Of course. But the partying with the Ewoks will have to wait. The werewolf is going to use the last of his strength and power to sort of reveal the secret of Exdeath's Tower. Oops, it's people.
Oh, what's that? Beating hearts on the wall. Oh boy.
a room with this much open space, it really breathes, you know?
Ain't that the truth?
So here, this is interesting. We're gonna kind of run through a lot of these fights. There's gonna be some sort of toxic floor. Did I know about that secret wall?
Yeah,
I
I'm pretty sure
I
it was well
must
known.
have.
You
Okay.
had to.
I had to. Burning floor here. We're gonna kind of use these burning floors to get us back into the critical, which is going to be critical.
Yep. Nope. Nice placement on this timing on the floor switch to get the bridge to come up, or else you get an encounter. Shouldn't she just hitting that like no problem? Another chest. So at this point, I believe we also have the ability to start throwing smoke bombs if we need to. But I think we're pretty much relying on only Scram.
Yeah, this is interesting because this was, I feel like, a different. Didn't we have Krill flying for this part? And we used to grab that chest.
Yeah, I used to keep Krill a little bit beefier.
We'd like get levitate so that they'd be flying over all the lava.
Yep.
Because we were taking fights, but we're running from all of these fights. Here we're gonna meet up with X-Death. Let's see this fight. It should be pretty similar to what we'll do at the end of the game. Now, Lena is gonna be a knight, gonna do our guard thing, so stop any physical strikes that X-Death might do. He's gonna sort of change our order, so he pulls us all to the front. Look at that. Look at Lena. Saving the day. We're gonna throw Samson's mites onto Krill. She's gonna throw money. Look at that. 9,000 damage. 9,000 damage.
Very
Defending.
quick defense in and
Boom.
done. Wow.
Excellent fight.
Beautiful fight. That's it, right? We beat X-Death.
Beat X-Death.
All good.
The crystals exploded.
Gosh. Man, we don't have the next runners in here. I don't.
Oh yeah, they're
I don't
not
think we're
ready.
for this next game.
Okay. X-Death, come back. Drag this out. We need to make this game go a little longer. Please. The other runners aren't ready. Is he gonna listen? No? Okay. I guess we can, like, dance or something? I always wonder, because, you know, we get into X-Death's castle and we blow up the crystals at the end, but there was only slots for 3 crystals. Did he always know that Galoof was going to break 1 inside the tree?
You know, he probably just renovated, because that wall would look terrible if it had 4 slots, and he only had 3.
So true. Krill's going to summon the ghost of her dad to summon the ghost of a werewolf. To
One thing we didn't
redecorate.
touch on, to redecorate. He's now an interior designer. It's kind of what he wanted to do, but was always kind of pushed into being a warrior of Dawn.
You know,
you know what?
I was going to say thumbs up if you cry every time he's forced to be a warrior of Dawn, but let's just take a look at our third dance crew and the beautiful Ferris. Has been princessed up. yes, sorry, there is some more Final Fantasy V to go. We did just blow up all the crystals, so not really dealing with the ramifications of that at this moment.
Yeah. One thing we didn't touch on was just, Gloof left, and what do you know, the convenience of Krill being able to get all the transferred powers and abilities from this kind of wristband. So, your proverbial plot armor here just to continue with 4 members.
Yeah, Galoof goes up into the sky and his belt goes down. And
I thought it was like a bracelet or something.
it's like a circle. I don't know. It's, the sprite of it is so large. It could be, let's say, bracelet. And that gives her... Krill puts it on and she gets all the job experience. I'd say that's kind of nepotism. But whatever. Let's see. Looks like the on Noriko's screen, the sort of jobs are sort of equalizing here. Seems like kind of the same setup.
Yeah, imagine
this section?
at the end of the game here, we're going to get, because just how close Mix is, that we're going to get pretty much a similar setup. Like when I was doing the ABP chart, pretty much the great equalizer was Chemist.
Noriko, you saw walk by a chest. Inside that is the Excalibur, I believe. And if you open that, then you fight Gilgamesh again. So we go ahead and skip that one.
Isn't it also for the last time, like he gets banished after that one?
Yeah. I'm sorry. No more Gilga.
Yeah. Great storyline. Unfortunately, we get to miss most of it. Our last kind of piece was on the boat.
Yeah, definitely the curse of Final Fantasy speedruns. So many great stories that you just don't get to see. 6,000. So we'll hit with another Samson's Might. Samson's Might basically gives you 10 extra levels. So it'll charge up our Zenonage, so it does max damage at 9,000. Easy peasy. Down goes X-Death. Meanwhile, Shinshi, the world's at peace basically, but that's not good enough for Butts, so he decides to go off, travel on his own with Krill, who's sad about her dead grandpa. And we fall in a hole, and this fight can be pretty annoying. This could be a soft lock fight.
Yeah, especially if you don't get your ABP set up with Chemist, so this is kind of your make or break point. If you don't have it by now, there's no random encounters on the map, so if you're behind at this point, you haven't set up, there's no way to make it up. You're stuck.
Yeah, it's like, oh, an hour and a half ago you didn't take a specific fight, and now you cannot progress the game. Oops.
So
you lost an hour and a half ago.
Yeah. We saw a Discord early, which halves the damage there, so we want to see kind of those melees, which we got the second turn. That can be quite annoying to get up to that damage. But worked out pretty well for Shinshi.
Okay, it looks like Kashiwa's just said goodbye.
I wonder what that boat set down was for.
I'm not sure. It could be a misinput, but they are just going to be collecting the meteors here so that they can travel to World 2. Which I definitely feel like World 2 was like 2 hours. That was That was the number. I was like, come on, pre 2 hours, please. Ferris joins us for Shinshi. She is not a princess. She cannot live that life. She's a pirate. She's here for adventure. Let's all go have adventure. Krill has a thorn or has like a splinter or something that hurts her there. She like falls down. She's like, ow, a splinter. And we don't think anything of that, obviously. It's not ominous at all.
Nope. Just like any movie, when they tell you something very weird and off cuff, it obviously has nothing to do with future storytelling. It's just a weird author device.
We have entered, sort of the map has changed here a little bit, you'll notice, because after we defeat X-Death, we are now in the merged world. So, the maps were different in World 1 and World 2, but again, like I said earlier, it's one world originally that got split, and then the Void was in the middle. So now everything's kind of been smushed back together. Here we are.
Yep. And FF6 did a great job of stealing the plot device for that. It was great.
And here's X-Death. It's kind of, I don't know if you were really, I think maybe you were making a different joke when you were talking about Sage Guido and being the Master Splinter. Since he's a turtle. But now a splinter has come to the turtle.
Yeah, because he's the fake master here, I think. So.
That's so crazy. What a layers to that joke, my man. X-Death's still around. Game's not over.
The splinter does look like Shredder. That's a good point, James.
And now he basically starts sending... So all the crystals have been destroyed. He's super powerful. He decides to start ripping holes in the world, sending them into the void. He sends the whole castle into the void. Guido, protects us, but... They're going to do their Dragon Ball Z fight real quick. And he's going to be like, basically, this is stupid. You guys can't stop me. Who even cares about you? I'm going to take everything you love, and I'm going to put it in a hole in space and time. Kashiwa is on World 2. 25 minutes faster than I've ever done it.
We have Norako heading into Antlion. Shinshi heading once again to the library. See what we get for the Antlion. Nice. Melee first.
Easy.
Done. Very nice. And we're now making a plan on how to beat X-Death and save the world. Of course, we go to the library where there's books. What is that famous thing about if you don't learn from your past?
Doomed to repeat it? So we're not going to put them in crystals again. We're going to touch the pot. Get to heal. And then here, let's see if... We're going to have a cutscene here. Let's see if they do my strat. My secret skip strat.
I think we timed your strat, and your strat actually is slower.
It is technically slower, but
Oh man.
we found a glitch here. Where essentially you watch this cutscene. Now the winds of the desert have stopped. So you watch this cutscene, and then if you exit the game and reload your autosave, it has autosaved you on that tile. But it considers that cutscene as having not happened. And this gargoyle fight will not happen if that cutscene hasn't happened. So these gargoyles aren't here. You skip the gargoyle fight. Now, that does sort of save this a little bit of moment here, but you'll remember you did already watch that cutscene in the desert, and when you go back after the pyramid, you have to watch it again because the game considers you have not. It's on that tile, and it says you didn't watch this cutscene. So it is slower, and you need the ABP. You need the points from fighting gargoyles, anyways. So you would have had to have got it at a different fight earlier. Slows down the whole Drakenvale mountain. But
Yeah, I think just having to watch it twice is pretty much not worth the fight when it just ends so quickly.
Oh,
All right.
oh, whoa!
Ooh, nice.
So there they saved and reloaded, which reset the position of the mechs so that they could get past them instead of like waiting for them to path out of the way. That's so cool. Because this could be a really annoying floor.
Yep, unrunnable, and we cannot beat them. Or we could, but it would just be too much of a hassle.
There's gonna be some dangerous fights here. They can really kind of beat you up. We're gonna push some buttons, stop the do little traps, grab some items. Now, the best part is when you finally get Masamune, the epic sword, and then you equip it on your Scram character, and then they always go first. It's so satisfying.
Broken,
But
I think is the word.
okay, now here's a little bit more, another little puzzle here. This can be kind of annoying. Yep.
No, we need to fall down the first time because we want to get some chests here. There's I think 10k gil or something down here we want to get.
Don't think you want to get it.
Oh,
Oh my
that's not the
God.
one. I thought that was the one.
I am losing my mind. I didn't know that you could walk diagonally. Oh, this is Battle on the Big Bridge. Kashiwa's on Battle on the Big Bridge. Let's get some cactuars. I'm sorry. Unfortunately the audio does not work, but you know what it sounds like. You can dance.
I just have a tablet on Shinshi's screen. Gonna be very important later on. And canonically, also the beginning of where we have the ability to interact with Bahamut.
Yeah, we kind of get up on top of this and look. Oh, that island. Oh. It's shaking. It's sinking into the sea. And it's a dragon. It was a dragon the whole time.
Kind of like that game of I forget what it's called, but it's all about perspectives, and that's how you solve the puzzles.
Yeah,
Yep, this-
Witness.
The dragon the whole time. Is that what it is called? Witness?
Yeah. Hold. Battle on the Big Bridgers. Thank you so much, chat, for dancing. Hold. There will be a reprise. There'll be one more dance for you all. We leave the tower. So right there, you would have gotten the cutscene again. We'll see if Norako uses my skip. We discovered that as a lot of things, we discovered that because there is a chance for like the game to just sort of soft lock. I don't understand how it happens. It would just it just freezes in combat sometimes, and you have to basically exit the game and come back. And it just happened to happen in the 8 steps between that cutscene and the pyramid.
Yeah.
And we got to the pyramid and it was like, where are the gargoyles? Xset's gonna kidnap Lena.
And we're also gonna face off against our first Voidling here as well. It's our next split.
The library. De la Ancients.
What's that?
Any particular reason the game's in Japanese? Yes, thanks for asking. All 3 of our runners today are Japanese natives. This is an international event, and it's so cool. We have people from all over the world, and just happens to be that most of the best Final Fantasy V Pixel remasters are Japanese runners. So the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th world record holders are here.
Going into the Melisande fight. Oh, we got Sleep to land. Very nice. So pretty much a free fight after this. Just going to cast and break some rods.
Yeah, basically power up butts. And then once he's strong enough. By Raga. That'll do ya. Easy. Great fight. So lucky to hit that spot, that sleep. It can be brutal.
Yep.
Sure, at this skill level though, probably not luck. They are gonna do.
Oh yeah, thanks for the point out, Trinton. I believe this was some type of status effect here. I'm not sure if she was poisoned. She was more possessed.
She was possessed, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're playing on the bingo card of just things happening to Lena, this is definitely another one of those.
So we got the 2-guard route here. Still kind of doing the same thing. Covering for your critical characters. We want to keep those people critical, which was accomplished. We didn't really point it out, but it is accomplished inside the temple. There's some poison spikes. So we do poison people to get them down to the critical level. And it's so annoying because you want them to be critical, basically 1 HP the whole time with the red health bar. But if they ever die, Phoenix Down brings them back to white health, so they're no longer critical. I think Raise brings them to critical, right?
Oh.
But the MP is still kind of a precious resource for that.
Yep, MP can be tight there. Shinshi's screen, we have probably my favorite moment for Bart's in his character development here. As the Void starts just taking over some of our favorite spots.
Another ship cutscene, by the way.
Kashiwa also leaving cash for the removal. I think all this karma is gonna pay off dividends for the runners. This is where the time save is. You don't take the 1 gil and. Yep.
I mean, you got it when you're playing on Team Mog. You've got to respect the Moogles.
here we are, just gas pedal all the way down on Shinshi's screen.
Yeah. Look at that map wrap. Just screaming. He's basically going Super Saiyan at this moment. If you know the game well enough to speedrun it, do you need to be able to read it? No, of course not. In fact, you know, we have the... we were given, kind enough to be given some of the notes by the Japanese runners, and they even have, like, arrows to indicate the button presses for switching between jobs, which I noticed.
Yeah,
it's like down, right.
Yeah, the
direction.
detail. The notes that they handed off was just like this packed full Excel worksheet with so many tabs. Just so much went into just the current route. It's insane.
And some games, sort of the Japanese text is like faster, saves a little time. Interesting. The confused.
He's confused.
Because she broke out of the confused there.
We get sleep.
Got her to sleep.
I wonder if you use the confuse into the sleep for timing. That'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe if the ATB is just not quite there in the right order. Interesting. Hano, it seems like maybe some improvisation was happening there.
Yep.
But great fight. Now let's scene it down. Shinshi has entered into the void. This town, everybody's kind of frozen here.
It's also where we make one of our last pickups of our last ribbon we need, I believe.
Went through. Forces look better. We'll run through here, and then sort of the rest of the game kind of becomes a little bit of a boss rush, which is super fun. This specific boss that Shinshi's about to face off against, kind of my personal nemesis. Because we kind of have a setup that we do, and we've seen a lot of it. You know, you're basically mixing up Samson's mites, and kind of berserking the bosses. You berserk the boss so that they're not going to use all the cool abilities that they could use, because we have the knights to do the covering for the physical attacks. We can't be having these people throw spells out, so we just make them real mad, and we power up and throw some money at them.
Yeah, really kind of interesting way to solve the problem, which is Berserk.
It's just the setup is so tough for this first one, I feel like. But I mean, that's basically how the rest of the fights are gonna go.
Yeah, so we're still trying to get some people set up with some skill usage for their guards and whatnot. So I think we can have these people die on 2 out of the remaining encounters. And there was Omega, just sitting down by the waterfall. The optional sewer boss, we're just going to skip over. As we head into... As Omega? But same kind of idea. believe in the past we'd also throw a turtle shell combo.
Yes, people are pointing out in the chat this character, this boss's name is basically Panda. Now I feel like I missed it. They must have they did go and grab the Masamune, right?
No. No, we did not pick up any of the legendary weapons.
Yeah, I guess that's
There's time save right there. That's like 2 minutes.
no legendary weapons. That's so interesting because you get the Masamune, which basically means you move first. So you put it on to your character with scram, and then they'll always scram first. But we
Yeah,
cut
even in the last screen
whole
too for haste.
Yeah, because you like use it. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Legendary weapons are good for throwing. Listen, there's nothing better than beating the final Neo X death with a Masamune throw. Except it means that you're basically completely desperate.
Here we got Catastrophe. Same idea.
Berserk, Samson's Might.
So great, just gives you that breathing room once you get it off.
And then the thing runs itself. Right? Because since they're Berserk, he'll only physical attack. He can't kill Butts or Ferris because they're in critical, so Krill and Lena will always cover. And with guard, you have to use guard, but with guard, they will take 0 physical damage. Now, a woman comes down, talks to us, flirts with us, and we think that that's probably okay. You can get Ramu right there.
I think the one thing that we're risking too is if you haven't, so we auto battle in guard, but if the attack goes off while it's still like waiting for you to input it, because you are auto battling, then they do not have the proper block on, and so you could lose one of your knights. Looks like we only have 1 ribbon at the moment, so we have 3 frogs. And it's okay because the frogs can block the damage if need be.
Yeah, sometimes, just keep them frogs the rest of the fight. Nice fight. Nice fight. Melusine for... Or no, this is... Of course, we've already had Melusine. Calisteri. Pretty smooth. Pretty smooth. Still using... the character order is different, but basically the same setup for Norako. This
Probably
guy...
one of my favorite fights here. Twintania.
Twintania's a tough one. We'll basically wait. Okay, explain it for us.
Yeah, so Twintania's just going back and forth on weak and strong forms. So we're just waiting for one that we can use another kind of death potion. Same thing we did to Gilgamesh. Just during this, just one kind of form. And there it is.
Basically, yeah, you have to wait for the screen to flash, and then you know.
Yeah, because he's going to cast like a Hyper Beam. And that's when Twintania is vulnerable to death.
Big menu here. Moving everybody around, basically setting up for... it's not our last fight, but basically getting us ready for the run through the Crystal Palace. We're getting real close to the end of this game. I hope our next runners are ready.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this still uses movers because we didn't sell anything, so we're probably short on cash. And so that's probably one of the biggest RNG kind of things for this route now is just this mover fight. As encounters are randomized on what we get, we're just really hoping for it to be the first one here on one of these later floors.
Preemptive. Well, so far, Kashiwa against the Dragon Pod.
Looks like Shinshi is going to need to farm counters. Did not get lucky with the movers.
Just looking for specific, and this is for Gil.
Yep, this is the gil we need, which is cutting out, like, being able to sell some of these legendary items and whatnot.
Right.
Just cutting the game. So we're short a good piece of cash.
And you know, a lot of the Dragon Fangs from Drakenvale would sell for pretty good money too.
Yep. So, but ironically, this is where a lot of the time is made up in basically cutting out all these different guild pickups and whatnot. And
Extremely bad mover.
It is a rare encounter, so we wouldn't expect to see it. But at some point, yeah, there it is.
Wow. So we're gonna get this frog really strong. And then it's what are these breaking fire rods? This is tech I don't know.
Yeah, I think 150k. So we have more than enough money here, and kind of
Big
takes away anything. Yeah, big long cutscene. Then we'll be into the final fight.
Final Fantasy VII, get ready, please. It's a long cutscene for sure. We got the tree. Exil's got to turn back into a tree. We got to see the Dawn Warriors. We got to become our own kind of thing.
So walk us through what we're going to see during this final fight.
I mean, it's pretty similar to what we've been doing, but you know, we have been sort of buffing one character to throw money at our problems. We're gonna buff up two characters to throw money at our problems. We're gonna keep Lena protecting everybody, Krill protecting everybody. And Ferris and Butts are pretty much going to power themselves up, and then they're going to throw some money. He'll switch forms, and then pretty much just going to keep throwing money. Any additional notes on that, or did I kind of sum it up?
That pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
There is a damage threshold, so we'll get a slight pause in here between some of these throws. But for the most part, it's pretty much throw. And so we have ribbons to help out with that. We should be pretty much all set up, and that allows us to get to the end of the game with, you know, level 15 characters, which is just amazing.
It's Galoof! They're passing on the next generation of children who will destroy a tree. Norako right behind. We'll see if they get a little better. Maybe some mover luck will... They're going to try and farm it here. I believe this is the second floor. Nope. They try to take one more encounter. Maybe it was there. They'll go up.
Probably nervous of doing an encounter skip. So they just pushed it and went to the next floor. Good use of steps. And here we are going into the final fight for Team Chocobo. We have 2 phases. So first phase we're going to set up here. We can lose one of our guards. It's not a huge problem. We have 2.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the health for it. Oh, big heal. I guess that's the bone mail.
Yep.
Still piling up. It's basically 7 Samson's Mites to get us to max damage. And yeah, you got to be careful because you want to make sure that... Not going too
Starting
quick.
throws. 3. Rocco's still trying to farm for movers here. Alright, first form is...
Nobody get too excited. We got a whole other form. Here comes Neo X-Death. Get ready, Team Chocobo.
All memory, existence, and dimension shall be returned to nothing.
Dude is big mad. But he did have all evil things put into his tree form, so... If you were full of demons, you'd be pretty mad too.
Come over as for Norako. The last couple throws for Chocobo. That's time for Choco.
Go, Chocobo. A great run. 314. What is that? 314.25? Incredible. A great run. So sick.
We're going to have a couple minutes here before we head into the next X-Death fight if the 7 commentary wants to introduce themselves.
I believe they're currently server muted. Unfortunately, the powers that be have kept them from introducing themselves. That's okay. Oh, here they come.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Welcome.
I am Dash. Very, very excited to talk a lot about Final Fantasy VII, and I'm here with the Retro J.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm very excited. So what's the category for this Final Fantasy VII?
It is no slots, which is the most popular category, and it's on PS1 console. No slots is specifically referring to Kate Sith's level 2 limit break. That one's a bit overpowered, so this category bans its usage. The other kind of unspoken rule with that category name is that we also are not doing Disc 1 skip. That's kind of the newest thing that totally skips like most of Disc 1 and totally changes the route. It's very transformative to the route in the run, and so this is like the more classic version where we don't do that crazy skip.
Okay, you're saying so this is no slots and no big skips. It seems like you're a little quiet. Hopefully management will turn you up. Luckily, Kashiwa should be dancing. Cactuars should be dancing for Kashiwa right here in the reprise for the Battle at the Big Bridge. Just a couple Cactuars in the chat, please, here while we go and fight Gilgamesh.
And yeah, just to clarify, there will be major skips in the FF7 run. It's just one particular extreme skip that isn't done.
My mistake.
All good.
All right, as we return from the void on Narako's screen, we are going to be stepping into our final fight for Team Tonberry.
Get ready, Final Fantasy VII Team Tonberry. Now, this will be exactly the same fight. I mean, nothing like Zeromus and Final Fantasy IV. This fight, as long as you can get the guard right, the setup at the very part. That's the part that I feel like catches you.
Yeah, especially with movers now that you have just pretty much all the money you need. It's not really a question of, is it gonna be enough? So 156k is more than enough to get us through here.
Thanks so much for dancing along with us, chat. It's been so awesome to hang out.
All right, we have one dead. Looks like we got the other one off. We're set up here. Looks like we also have a berserk throw.
Yeah, seems like a berserk, and then they cure it of the sort of madness.
Or was it? Sorry, it was a haste throw. It looked almost like berserk though for a second.
Yeah, they turn red, for sure.
All right, and we're throwing.
We get this guard up. We'll wait for a second.
Looks like we're pretty much in it here.
Yeah. Okay, now I hold. Wait for the little cutscene. Wait for the transformation to Neo X Death. I think Shinshi might have just gotten a personal best.
That's awesome. Yeah. 3 hits, 4. Oh, this getting a little iffy. It should be okay if we can get these off.
Here's the one left.
That's
it. Time.
That's time for Tonberry.
Well, great. A great run by both. I mean, what, 2 minutes off, I think? Incredible run. And it's just been so great to hang out with you, Captain. Thanks so much.
Yeah, always a pleasure, sir. And we'll cede commentary to 7 and chime in when there's notable things for Kashiwa.
We'll see y'all in the chat. Thanks so much, guys. Good luck, runners.
All right. So, welcome to Final Fantasy VII. We've got 3 great runners for this game. Firstly, in the yellow corner, we've got the Brazilian behemoth, Doomies. In the green corner, we've got the best of the Midwest, Cornfed. And coming soon, in the blue corner, we are going to have the beast from the east, all the way from Japan, Rupon, will be joining for Team Mog later. So it is going to be a very good race for these 3. And man, there is a lot to talk about mechanically for this game. They've invited me for commentary, so I hope you guys are ready to get nitty gritty. But yeah, before I launch into that, what do you got to talk about, Jay?
I'm just excited to see how these 3 runners handle each of their respective challenges and what they're going to go through, and hearing the explanations from you as well about certain mechanics of the game.
Yeah, awesome thing about racing just in general is to see people have to deal with like disaster recovery and damage control, you know, when things don't go perfectly, you know. I've spent a lot of time talking about the strats if things go well, but when you have to go a little bit off script is very exciting. So right away, we're seeing a boss battle. We've got Guard Scorpion here. He is weak to electricity, so we're going to be seeing the usage of... You start out with the lightning materia with Cloud, as well as ice, but lightning is what's important here for doing double damage with him. And the big thing for this fight that we're gonna... the concept that gets introduced here is the limit jam. So the way that battles work in this game, as everybody knows, is the bar fills up, you get a menu, when you input your command, that enters the queue, things go through the queue, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Consecutively, no, the opposite of consecutively, right? No, consecutively, not simultaneously. But the thing is that limit breaks are prioritized in the queue. So because we have the battle speed set to maximum, all the battle speed set to maximum does in this game is it increases the rate at which the ATB bars increment. And so it makes it so that one character's ATB refills before the following character's turn animation is even over, generally. So what that means is if we are... so we didn't see it with Doomies here, but we're going to want to pay attention to the other folks. What you'll see is they will, in this fight, try to have their turn order be such that the character who's holding a limit break goes first. Actually, we are going to see it with Doomies. Doomies right now is targeting a regular attack and not sending it. The reason is he's waiting for the tail to go back down so that he doesn't get counterattacked. And now watch this. He just queued up a big shot, but that was after Guard Scorpion already queued his next turn. But because it's a limit break, it goes off first. So he just got Barret, Cloud, Barret, all in one turn order and was able to finish off the boss before he got his next turn. So that's the limit jam.
Super handy mechanic there that he used with holding onto an attack while the limit filled up and making sure you're able to get both of them in one turn along with Cloud's bolt stack.
Yeah, and that was a really good fight. Generally, if you are able to take him out right when he lowers his tail like that, that's a really good fight. Also, he only had to do one tail laser. Sometimes Sometimes you might use a limit break before the tail laser phase where he puts the tail up, and then you generally want to do 2 tail lasers at that point to fill up both of your character's limit bars from empty. But he only had to do 1 tail laser because he didn't get a limit break prior and was still able to finish the boss off before getting surge scoped. So yeah, that was like an ideal Guard Scorpion fight. Really good start for him. And then also you'll notice...
I was gonna say, always good when you get that Guard Scorpion finish before that search that he does after the tail phase.
Mm-hmm. And so he finished the fight with a limit bar stocked on Cloud still, did not use Cloud's limit. The reason for that is it's going to be much more useful on the following boss fight apps, and there will be no encounters between now and the apps fight. So it'll be used for that. And part of the reason that there's going to be no fights is you see the walking steps that he's doing right now. We're going to get very into what walking steps mean, I'm sure, at some point. But just know right now that the movement setup that he's doing in particular right now is all in service of getting a preemptive fight on the apps fight.
Yeah, got to get that preemptive apps in there. It's pretty crucial to keep a good pace and flow going to everything. Also, make sure you're staying on step route for the remainder of the run.
Yep, and it helps your grenade count a lot as well, because the preemptive makes the Braver do a bunch of damage, you save grenades, so it's very important.
Always got to save the grenades. I wonder if any of them are going to be doing the elevator manip today.
Yeah, I would expect to see it, I think. My only question about it is, like, the way that I do it, I have to have my OBS set up a really certain way, and then for this relay, I have to have OBS set up a different way. So I would have had to practice it a different way. I wonder if they had to do that also.
It could be. I'm more inclined to think they're probably going to do the stairs just because it's a lot safer and probably less meticulous to get it set up, and easier to keep it from going awry if it does.
Yeah, Stairs is definitely the safe and extremely consistent strat as well.
Not to mention the free elixir.
Oh yeah, which can be really good for Materia Keeper.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Several
so we're
other,
gonna see...
I was just gonna say several other spots in the game too, from what I've seen.
Yeah. This is a 100% run, but I actually had to elixir Safer Sephiroth one time because to get the VMG proper. But all right, so we're gonna see Cornfed starting up the Guard Scorpion fight now as well. So we're gonna see once again bolts from Cloud because they do double damage, regular attacks from Barret, and then likely gonna see that limit jam if he gets one in order to get that extra damage in. So one thing I didn't mention is Guard Scorpion, he does search scope on the character that he's going to attack on the following turn. So that's what is able to tip you off to be able to set your turn order to start with the character who's getting hit. So we'll see it right here. Barret is getting the Scorpion Tail on him, and Cornfed set him up first, so he's able to attack. Then Cloud does his bolt, and then this big shot gets in before Guard Scorpion's following turn. Just an extra turn for you.
Yeah, they've had similar bolt damage as well, Doomies and Cornfed so far.
Yeah, there is a little bit of, not only is there a random roll to like how much damage each individual attack has, but also Cloud's magic stat is random at this point. He starts the game at level 6, but just about to level up to 7, which I think is kind of a clever little joke by the developers that you level up from 6 to 7 in the first fight of the game. But that stat up or that level up causes random stat ups, right? So Cloud's magic might be a couple this or that points of difference, which affect his bolt damage.
The 30-year foresight on the 6-7 joke was amazing by the Final Fantasy team in this game.
I mean, it's Final Fantasy 7 and not 6 anymore, you bunch of zoomers. But so here, Guard Scorpion's tail is still up, so he will counterattack any hit. So once again, we see Cornfed just waiting it out until he puts his tail back down, since he has the limit bar on Cloud that he wants for the Apps fight. And we'll see, does he get quite as fast of a kill? He does.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, so they
Nailed
both
it.
got
Let's go.
excellent Guard Scorpion. All right, so Doomies is about to do Jesse skip. This is a strat that's going to come up over and over again. It's called a paralysis dodge. So in this game, there is a single bit in memory that decides whether or not you have control of your Cloud. Generally, when you talk to someone, it flips on so you can't talk, or so you can't move. When you're done talking to him, it flips off so you can move. What happens here is he's going to hit 2 events at the same time. One is hitting the bottom and one is talking to Jesse. So he's getting into position, now doing a buffer. So the guard comes to yell at him and Jesse turned to talk to him. What that did was both of those events turned on paralysis, so he can't move the Cloud. But then when one of the events is over, it turns paralysis off. So then he can now he can move even though he's still in the other cutscene that was supposed to have him paralyzed. So what can you do with this paralysis dodge? The deal is that whenever a screen loads in, it uses a value called your game moment in order to decide like how to load the field. It's how the game knows where you are in the game's plot. So it knows whether to trigger a certain cutscene or something. For example, when you load into this train car, the game needs to know whether or not you've seen the cutscene yet where Jesse shows you the monitor. Because after it shows you the monitor, it loads back into this train field, right? And the game needs a way to know that this is after the monitor and not before. It uses your game moment. So what we do with the paralysis dodge there is we get movement during the pre-monitor cutscene. And when you close a certain text box is when the game updates your game moment. Then it warps you to the monitor in preparation for when you're going to get warped back. But instead, we use the paralysis dodge to leave the room. Right when we close that text box, we just leave the room. So then when we come back, then the game thinks we've seen the monitor cutscene because the game moment has been updated. And that way we can skip the monitor cutscene just by leaving the room and coming back.
How close do you need to be ending that last text box into leaving that train car right there for it to work?
I want to say you have a good more than a second. I think it's a pretty nice window. Like I can say I don't think I've ever botched it, which says a lot because I've botched everything, you know. And I don't think I've ever botched that one.
I'm still finding things to botch myself there.
All right. Doomies just did a little leave and come back. Similar kind of thing when you're standing in that room. You have to wait for like the riffraff to leave before you can get into Tifa's bar. But if you leave and come back, the game spawns the room just totally normal where you can go in right away, and it saves a little bit of time. You might notice. Go on.
I was gonna ask, is that faster than just going down straight and doing the shop right there?
Doing the shop early actually saves about 4 seconds. The drawback to it is you can only afford 2 fewer grenades. And so if you want to be super safe, you might not want to lose out on those 2 grenades.
Okay.
And then, also you might notice we are shortening the character names down to a single character. The reason for that is pretty clear. It's that you have to wait for a text box to finish typing before you're able to close it. And so if there are fewer letters to type, such as the characters' names, then you can close them faster. And so you save. I did the math, and at least I found out through my estimate that it saves about a minute over the course of the entire run.
Really, an entire minute just from cutting down the character names? I wouldn't think it would be that much.
Yeah, it skews heavily toward Cloud and Tifa. They save easily the most, and then Sid, I want to say, saves the least. But that's kind of normal because you only take 2 characters off of Sid.
I was going to say it mostly probably correlates to how many lines each character has in the game, right?
Yeah. How many lines do they have? And also you get Sid later in the run also. Oh, and another kind of important aspect is that since we skip Cosmo Canyon, that cuts a lot of Red's lines specifically, you know? So there's little things like that affect it as well. But for the most part, it's very intuitive that Cloud and Tifa affect it the most, and the character with the shortest name affects it the least.
Now, which one of the 3 major skips saves the most time out of the run?
I would say that there's 4 major skips, right? You got Guard Skip, Calm, Cosmo Canyon, and Raid on Midgar. And I think Calm Skip saves the most.
Okay, fair enough. So it's not too far off from each one. They're all about 20 minutes or so?
Yeah. I think all the major skips are anywhere between 13 and 17 minutes would be like my kind of estimate there. 17 minutes being Calm Skip. And it's kind of interesting the way that is where I think like Calm itself immediately saves like 10 minutes, 20. But then there's just like a couple route adjustments that bring it down a little bit, you know?
So you've been around in the speedrun community for Final Fantasy VII for a long time. When did each of these runs get implemented?
So it doesn't feel like I've been around for a long time because I joined right when Calm Skip was discovered. Like I started running just a couple months before Calm Skip, and all 3 of the others were already in place at that point. But I think that there was like a huge amount of like explosion of skips and tech found in the like 2016 to 2018 area. I want to say I'm not the best historian on this game though, because yeah, I feel like I'm still new to the community, even though I guess it has been a while. Over 4 years maybe.
Yep. You've been around for quite a while on it. I would call 4 years quite a while at least. I'm still relatively new, only being in there for about 8 or 9 months now.
Yeah. It's been awesome having so many new people still coming on in. Even Cornfed came in after I did, and he's one of the top runners.
Yeah, Cornfed's a great runner. He's helped me with a lot of things himself, and I know he's got a lot of knowledge when it comes to this game.
Mm-hmm. The other 2 runners, though, Doomies and Rupon, they have both been around longer than I have.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, I'm excited to see how Doomies does. I'm waiting for. I can't wait for Rupon to start. I've never seen him run before, and I kind of want to see what he does with the Japanese version of the game.
Yeah, I don't want to overhype it, but I've seen Rupon in races before, and he's very innovative. he does wild stuff sometimes. That's really smart. All right, so Doomies is in a shop here on the top right. We're gonna see him sell the top slot of his inventory and then buy 21 grenades. So the thing is, selling the potions is a big part of that is because it's the top slot in the inventory. That means that those grenades dropped into the top slot. We need them right at the top. And then, oh, by the way, now he's doing guard skip. So these guards aren't placed correctly. You can run past them and use this, use that field transition, which is never it's never used naturally in the game, but it is programmed in and it does work. So you can just go there. And that skips the entire second reactor where you go in with Tifa, you try to blow up the second reactor, but then the Shinra president shows up, and then you fight Airbuster, and then it blows up, and Cloud falls into the church, and you meet Aeris, and all of that got skipped. And then Aeris is supposed to come with you into Wall Market to find Tifa. That's where we're at in the game now, is where we went to Wall Market now.
So just then, I saw Doomies take off his magic materia from Cloud, and I'm wondering, is that solely just to maximize damage during the apps fight?
Yes, and sometimes the Reno fight as well, if you want to get a regular attack in to save a grenade there. It's also safety for that. But I would say mostly for apps, yes. And yeah, that's a big thing about this game. One thing that I totally ignored when I was a casual player, but every materia have effects on your stats. The lightning and ice materia that Cloud starts with both reduce his strength by 1. So yeah, he unequipped both of those from Cloud in order to raise his strength stat so that his braver is going to do more damage on apps, and he's not going to need the bolt or the ice spells. Unless he misses the preemptive. If he misses the preemptive, then you'll want the bolt, but I don't think he's going to miss it.
No, probably not. His steps look really good through Reactor.
And yeah, so to circle back to our conversation about shortening character names, very interesting side effect of guard skip is that I mentioned that we skipped over the part where you meet Aeris. Well, that means that we skipped over the part that you name Aeris. So we never named her. And an extra interesting thing about just the fact that we can't name her is that her name in the ROM, like at her character sheet, her name is pre-filled in as Aerith with a TH. And it's the naming screen that defaults her to Aeris with an S. So she ends up with her name as Aeris with a TH. But I always say, don't get too excited about that meaning anything canonical. Because if we're going to say that that's canonical, then I'll have you know that Kate Sith has no name. His name is just blank before you name him. And Vincent's name on the character sheet is Sephiroth. So don't get too excited.
That's something I did not know about this game.
Yeah, Vincent uses Sephiroth in the Calm flashback uses Vincent's character sheet, and Kate Sith uses Young Cloud's character sheet. So when you name Cloud, what you type in to name Cloud, it then inserts that into Cloud's name field and Kate Sith's name field in their character sheets. And then when you do the Calm flashback, then it just says the words, like the hard text string Young, followed by the name data of Kate Sith during that part.
Okay.
So that might a little extra nitty gritty. But now, okay, so I feel like I glazed over something. Grenades. Grenades are really good. We bought 21 of them because they do a lot of damage. They never miss. They also never crit, which is very consistent. And they're relatively fast to use. They're pretty cheap. So grenades are just really good for the first, couple hours of the speedrun, and then we'll see things kind of evolve a bit more after that. And now,
yeah, as a casual player, I would have never guessed grenades would be like the key to getting through the game really quickly.
Now, I'm not sure if I saw that right, but I think I saw that Doomies did not do bar skip, which is a decision that I agree with because it's pretty volatile. I mean, if you're doing runs every day, you generally don't miss it, but if you do miss it, it does soft lock the game, and it only saves like 10 seconds. So in the context of a race, I agree with him not doing that skip.
Yeah, I also saw that, and I was kind of thinking the same thing. It's just a generally smart idea to avoid soft lock potential when you can.
All right, we're about to see Cornfed do his shopping as well. Or actually, I meant to pay attention to whether he did do the pre-cutscene shop. And because I would expect him to, but we'll find out. No, he did not. He's going now.
Yep.
It's funny because it alters your menus. So like I've started doing it, and now even if I was saying that it's for safety, it would actually mess me up to not do the early shop now because it changes your inventory. I guess he did just sell everything though, which makes it the same. So okay, all right.
Yeah, that's a tactic I generally use, is selling everything and going afterward, or going beforehand and selling everything. I was wondering about that. That's the reason Doomies just sold the top notch, is because he's used to the menuing that way.
Yep. Yeah, and it's important to note that if you do the early shop, you have to sell everything because Barrett hasn't paid you for the mission yet. So you don't have enough money otherwise. And then furthermore, you can also only buy 19 grenades instead of 21. All right, so Doomies is about to do squats. The whole wall market thing that's going on here, just to kind of explain, is that we do want to go out of our way to get Cloud to be the prettiest girl of the three and to get picked by Don Corneo, because if he does not get picked, then there is like, you have to go to that other room where like the guys walk around like zombies, kind of chasing you around and stuff. And there's multiple fights you have to do, and it's a disaster. You run out of grenades, it takes a bunch of time. So it's much better to get Cloud picked, and it's not random. You just need to get a few key items. You need to do the materia shop quest, where you buy the thing from the vending machine. You need to get the digestive to give to the lady in the bar, and you need to win the squats game. And those three things get you the sexy cologne, the diamond tiara, and the blonde wig. Oh, and then you also need to make the correct selection for what kind of dress you want. And then if you do all of that, then he will always pick Cloud, and you'll get through much faster.
So I'm curious as to how much time does it save getting all the right items to get Cloud picked, as opposed to just going straight for the dress and the wig and then going into the fight situation in Don Corneo's mansion after that. What's the time difference there?
My concern is you'll run out of grenades, and so like it's gonna spiral into way worse than it sounds like it is, you know, because you won't be able to finish the apps fight, or you know, you'll run out of grenades before you're finished with the apps fight, or maybe it's Reno. But either way, like, then the Reno fight, you're having to deal with the pyramids, and he might kill everybody because your team is super weak. You know what I mean? So I'm inclined to say it's just not feasible with our current routing. Now, if you were to go and get like the extra ether for the extra 750 and then buy 9 more grenades and then do that, I'd say you're probably looking at 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
3 to 4 minutes. So not an insurmountable outcome should you go that way during the relay here.
I think it would be insurmountable with the amount of grenades that we have. I think you need to go out of your way to pre-prepare for it with extra grenades for it to not turn into like a 10-minute time loss.
Okay. Would you be able to bolt your way out of it, hopefully?
Yeah, I think so. If you were in a marathon setting where your other option is to reset 45 minutes in, I think you could plow through it. I think.
Yeah, I think that would be the best option in that circumstance there.
I noticed Doomy's just put lightning back on. I wonder if that is for the app's backup, just in case he doesn't get the preemptive.
So what I'm guessing he's doing is he's using a recovery strat that I was kind of alluding to a minute ago. He accidentally got the deodorant in there, and right now he's making a great play to try to get through the fights as fast as possible. Is what I'm guessing he's doing.
Okay. So I've been a little bit bogged down with like general explanations, and I actually did not notice that there was a. Oh yes, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so Tifa has been chosen on Doomy's game. So yes, this is going to. Well, now we're gonna put all my estimates to the test here, aren't we?
Yeah, I think he's getting ready to bolt his way out of all those fights, like I was talking about a minute ago.
Yeah. So, gosh, what does he have to do here? The scary thing is going to be the fights that are in here, because now he's going to be solo Cloud in these fights. I believe he should be using grenades here, because otherwise it's simply too dangerous, except for Scotch. I think Scotch, maybe you want to grenade like one time and then maybe bolt him after or something. I'm going to be real, you guys, though. Like, this is dramatic, because like if I'm in the runner's seat, Cloud not getting picked is actually one of my nightmare scenarios for a race in this game. The reason being that this is so early in the run that we just do not have a lot of options at our disposal, you know? Like, we haven't... I don't think anyone's made a safety save yet. And, okay, Bolt does take him out, not grenades.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think all is lost. I think he's making a great situation out of what was looking not so great a few minutes ago.
Yeah, this actually wildly changes things, the fact that Bolt works on these guys. So I think it's Scotch that needs the grenade, and then the grenade situation is actually going to be fine.
Yeah, even if he's only 2 grenades,
okay.
19 will still be fine after that.
So I might have overhyped how serious this is, but you know, I haven't done it in a minute.
Yeah, not most of us have. This is an unusual occurrence, but I'm glad to see he's making the best out of it and routing his way out of it as best he can.
Yeah, like if I'm not mistaken, there are 3 fights here, and hopefully he's able to heal, because I'm very worried about the health situation. But yeah, there's 3 fights, I believe. The first 2, he's just gonna bolt through because it's 3 dudes. The third fight is with Scotch, and he may or may not. Or is the... Okay, never mind. There's 2 fights. This is Scotch right now, and that's why he's grenading him. Because this is like the boss. Okay, so there's only 2. And as you can see, it is very close. Like, if any of those had been critical hits from the enemies, that would have been a huge problem.
No, it looks like he got out of it pretty scot-free there. Again, picked up the Phoenix down. Very good move.
Yeah, knew about the Phoenix down. How about that? Yeah, now he's still got to go down in order to find Tifa.
All right, and Corey's about catching up with him.
That actually is a matter of great debate in the community about whether or not Scotch should be a boss that's in all bosses. When we do all bosses, should we need to not get picked and fight Scotch? Like that hasn't been the rule for any category that requires all bosses. We don't require that you fight Scotch, but yeah, it's a.
I wonder. No, there's no way to skip the fight before to find out if the game treats him as a boss or not, is there?
I mean, whether or not the game treats something as a boss is something that is, what's the word? Like, it's not. The game doesn't have any particular flag that says this is a boss. Otherwise, there wouldn't really be any debate, you know.
So like, if you were to menu through a fight, or like menu at the right time to skip a fight per se, and you go into the next fight, is the next fight, no matter what it is, going to be doubled?
If it is a scripted fight, as in a fight that is triggered not by the random encounter logic, yes. But if it's a fight triggered by the random encounter logic, then no, and that clears the glitch.
Okay. I was kind of wondering if that would be a good way to define what a boss fight was, but there's a lot of triggered or a lot of unskippable fights that aren't what you would call a boss generally.
Yeah, lots of scripted fights in the game. All right, and so Doomies is coming up on the apps fight now. So hopefully oh, right, there's this little cutscene first. But yeah. So Team Tonberry got a big little bit of a catch up there from that happening on Doomy's game. I would like to have spotted. Oh, you already said it was that he picked the deodorant and not the digestive from the pharmacy. Ah, I see.
Yeah, that's why he actually skipped doing the squats in the gym as well.
Yeah, that's the thing that is like killer as far as this game in a race is in Wall Market. Every decision, like any one of those or every one of those text boxes is so important.
Yeah. Yep. Huge amount of opportunities to screw things up in Wall Market, and it's something you really got to lock in for when you're doing a run in this game.
Yeah. So Doomies is now going to finish a little bit of menuing setup. So now he's got the restore materia, and he is able to cure Cloud. Very, very good that he remembered to do that. He's now got the materia back off of Cloud to raise his strength again, and now we're going to see he's finishing up the movement for the preemptive setup. So we'll get into that in a minute. Maybe, we'll get into how that works later, I'm sure. But for now, we got the apps fight, and it is a preemptive, even though it is a boss fight. And so what this lets him do is get all three characters to get an attack in before the boss gets an attack. And here's that limit jam again. Now he can put in Cloud's Braver. Now, also, very important, this Braver, blammo, big damage.
518.
Yeah, so the reason that was so powerful is because the boss was still in its preempted state. Your first hit against a preempted enemy is considered a back attack, right? It hits their back, and each enemy has a special modifier for how much they're able to get hit in the back for, or how much the damage multiplier is. Most enemies, it's double. For apps, though, it's actually 4 times. He takes quad damage from the back. And I think the reason that the developers did that is because he has that wave move that either hits him in the back or it hits the party in the back, and they wanted his wave to do quad damage to him, I'm sure, is the reason for that. But now, here's the thing, though. You might be saying, but gosh, the Braver hit him in the front. The thing is that the grenades visually turn him around, because when the game plays his flinch animation and then it says now it's time to put him in the idle animation, at that point the game doesn't care whether he's in the preempted state, it just puts him facing the party. But because the grenades didn't actually proc that preempt bonus, they don't take it away from him, and so the Braver is actually what benefits from the preemptive, and so that's what gets the quad damage bonus.
Here we go. Doomy's coming up on the train graveyard, which is a very, very sensitive area for movement. We want you to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so he's actually doing a little bit of an optional, there's an optional route modification you can do. He's taking a fight in the sewers here. You might sometimes see runners, though, take 6 steps and not get this fight. The thing is, either way, whether you take 6 steps and get this fight or not, you end up with the same number of steps and the same formation incrementation and all that. Basically, everything shakes out the same in the end, except for the fact that if you don't take the 6 steps, it makes the step route easier because it puts you further ahead, which just allows you a little bit more wiggle room on how tight your movement is. So why would you take the 6 steps? The reason is that the encounter that you would get instead if you take the 6 steps is a skippable one. Which means that if you are able to open the menu on the same frame that the game tries to generate the encounter, it will skip it. And while that is true for all random encounters in the game, this is one of the few fights where it actually benefits you because of the way that it shakes out. However, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. You have to menu on the frame that the game tries to generate the encounter, which is all based on exactly how your movement has been. It's very, very hard to do. So most of the time, I'll say most of the time, runners miss it, And so then doing the 6 steps, putting themselves that much less ahead on the step route, ends up not even paying off, right? But that's the reason that you would go for it.
Yeah, interesting over here. Cornfed didn't get the preempt on apps, and I'm wondering, like, there's about a 3-frame buffer there to get that, isn't there?
Yeah, depending on the way that you do your setup, it most likely was his reactor movement. And so I'm curious, did he cast Bolt on apps?
I didn't see the very beginning of it, except for that he did. I was looking at the time bar.
Yeah, so if he did cast Bolt, the reason is that adjusts the boss's AI in a way that gets him to just skip past doing a couple turns that have long animations, and instead he skips a turn. The reason that he did cast Bolt, awesome. Yeah. So what that does is it puts him in an AI state that skips his next turn instead of doing a bunch of long stuff. And the reason that Doomies didn't have to do that is that he hits that same AI state if you just do a ton of damage to him, which the preempt achieves.
All right, we're coming up on Reno here for Doomies.
I just need to say, so that management can hear, that I have not gotten the token for the splits to work. I have been told that I'm supposed to be provided the token to get that to work.
Oh, yep. I see Sarah says he's working on it there. All right, anything to watch out for in the Reno fight?
I did get the token. I have it. I am now working on it.
What I try to watch out for when it comes to the Reno fight is whether or not Reno casts the pyramid onto Cloud. It's really handy to be able to get off as many bravers as you can in Midgar. That way you're not held back. Anywhere between like 4 to 6 bravers in Midgar, if possible, is what I try to shoot for, just so I'm not suffering with them later and don't have to do them in the laser fight to slow that down at all. Jimmy's coming up on it right now.
All right. So yeah, we've got the Reno fight. Big thing about Reno is he starts out casting Pyramid, which locks one person into a pyramid. If you're going just ultra fast, then the best thing to do is ignore it and just throw grenades. And so Reno will be taken care of in 8 grenades, and he won't do another pyramid until he's done 3 other actions. And so that will shake out to him getting being defeated before he does his next pyramid. However, he does have a chance to do Electromag Rod, which has a chance to paralyze somebody. And if that happens, you might see a second pyramid. But it's not the end of the world, even if that happens. That was a textbook Reno fight. Not too complicated, just throw 8 grenades at him, and everything is fine. Reno has game overed people before, though. Sometimes he just goes crit crazy, and he's like paralyzing people and critting other people, and then he pyramids your only living guy, and before you know it, you got game overed. But that, I mean, I feel like I've seen that happen 2 times in my ever time watching this game.
It's a pretty rare circumstance, and I was just gonna say, even if he does get the double pyramid off, usually you've only got 1 grenade left to throw at that point anyway.
And yeah, that is the reason that we bought a whole bunch of grenades at the start, and they are going to continue to be really powerful for a little while. Other things to do in the Reno fight, though, if you do want to get spicy, is if Cloud is strong enough, which you can gauge by how much damage he did to apps with his Braver, you can do a regular attack with Cloud in place of one of the grenades, which is a much faster animation, and it saves you a grenade. So that's cool. And there is also like a really swag thing you can do where if you are able to clear the first pyramid super early, I think you might be able to get a faster fight doing that. I don't really remember the details though. I think it's something where like the RNG needs to be right, and you need to be really good at it, and then more RNG needs to be right. But I've heard about it. I've heard about the Mies Baker Reno strat.
Yeah, I've actually accidentally pulled it off before. I fast fingered a Tifa limit break, and she targeted the pyramid, and I was able to throw grenades with all 3 characters simultaneously, and I think it did go a little quicker for me.
I can't tell you how many times I've thought that I've been clever using Beat Rush in the fight, and then she hits the pyramid and it loses me time. All right, so Cornfed popping into the Reno fight as well. And so we'll see how he fares. One thing also that can add a little bit of variance to the fight is you see this, okay, this was very clever. So Cornfed got an early grenade from Barrett. Barrett's ATB spawned in better than Reno, so he was able to get Barrett's grenade in before Reno's first turn, and then when he saw that that was happening, taking advantage of the limit jam, the prioritized limit breaks in the queue, he queued up Cloud's Braver to also get Cloud's Braver in before Reno's first turn, and so that made it then so that now Reno gets 1 less action, because that's basically 2 grenades before his first turn, which means now he's going to do Pyramid, and then he only has time for 2 turns. So Cornfed saved an entire Reno turn there. The only thing like that I would be tracking during this time is that then Cloud got pyramided, which is a little bit unfortunate because right now it's pretty important to use a lot of Bravers with Cloud. Because we need to use 8 Bravers with Cloud before the Red Dragon fight so that we have access to Cross Slash. That's how you unlock Cross Slash, is by using 8 Bravers. And the fact that Cloud got pyramided there meant that Reno has no chance to attack him, thus raising his, refilling his limit bar any. So throughout Midgar here, we're going to be wanting Cloud to be taking some damage here to refill that bar.
Yeah, does anyone put cover on as soon as they get it? That way they have it. It's being used throughout the Shinra Tower.
I do, yes. On my climb up to the elevator, I've gotten out of the habit of taking lightning and ice off of Cloud, and instead on that climb up, I put restore and cover on him.
Yeah, slick move. I might start doing that myself.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of having a limit bar for the Rufus fight. A lot of people like to use Braver on the sample fight. I like to use it on Rufus.
If things go, just accordingly, is it possible to get another Braver between Sample and Rufus?
I don't think so, because the only fight is where that dog might do pizza shower on you, but that doesn't one-shot you a limit.
Okay.
Unless you use it at the start of the fight, right? If you use it at the start of the fight, then the fight itself might get you his limit back.
This screen Doomies is in right now, super tricky movement in it.
Yeah, the junkyard screen is very weird to move through, and it's got kind of a tricky thing to it with its stepping. However, because he did not do the 6 steps earlier that we talked about, he is very, very good on steps here, and he's going to be able to do jaywalking, which is where he's going to walk through this screen entirely. Sometimes on that screen, depending on where you get the fight, you might have to take a different number of steps, but there's a certain threshold that if you cross, it means that you can actually just run your way all the way out of the screen, and instead of doing any counting, you just walk through that screen entirely. And we call it jaywalking because J-Rod came up with it.
I like that name, jaywalking.
I'm going to pop in here just real quick. Sorry. No. Just wanted to say that Kashiwa has beaten Melusune, great Melusune fight, and then took which I don't see too often, took an extra encounter just to set up the defend and scram for their characters to make the next fights a little quicker. But they have entered the final split of Final Fantasy V. Butts is going to do his little tour of the world here in just a second. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Doomies is now in a long little cutscene, which is a very significant cutscene because if folks are doing elevator manip, this is the long cutscene that gives you all of your time to check what RNG pattern you're on and whatnot. So we're gonna have to be paying attention to the way that he behaves coming out of this cutscene to see if it looks like he's manipulating RNG or not, because it'll be exciting to see if anybody does elevator manip.
Yeah, if it'll take some gumption to pull it off, but if they do, it'll pay off big for them.
Yep. All right. I think we should talk about walking steps. I feel like we've got a moment for that. So what is the deal with? We're talking about step route. We're talking about ahead or behind. We're talking about walking steps, going under encounters. Here's the deal. Here's how all of this works. Is FF7 uses a system called Danger, where as you run around in a hostile area, actually all of the time that you run around on fields, we also got to talk about fields are just, it's like the module, it's the engine of the game where there's the pre-rendered background and you're the little chibi character running around. As opposed to this is like the menu is different. Battles are different. The world map is different. These are all like different engines, right? Or modules. The field module, as you're running around on that, the game is always tracking your movement. It's counting every frame of movement. Every 8 frames, it does a check. First, it asks, are you in a hostile environment? So Cornfed got his fight a little bit further back. I think, are we going to see him doing walking steps, or is he jaywalking also? It looks like he's jaywalking.
Yep.
I hope he was far enough ahead. It looked like he was just barely. Oh no!
Oh no!
Cornfed was not far enough ahead to jaywalk. I knew it, man. It looked really, really sketchy whether that was gonna work. Okay, so that has an effect on the whole rest of the run. Okay, so we got to finish talking about steps. So if you're every 8 frames, the game of movement specifically, only 8 frames of movement, the game does a check. If you're in a hostile environment, which is a field on which random encounters are possible, or activated, I should say, then it will increment your danger value, and then it will check your danger value against a random number in order to determine whether or not you should get into a fight. And so, like, the reason for this is because after you get into a fight, your danger resets to 0. So that way you're not likely to get into a fight right away because you have low danger, but you're not likely to go too long without a fight because you'll have high danger, right? So that's kind of the balancing factor. Here's the thing about Final Fantasy VII, though, is that list of random numbers that it checks against is actually the same seed, essentially. It is the same every single time. So when you hit new game, it starts you at the top of the same list of random numbers every time. So that means that if you start up the game and you move the same way every time, you will get the same encounters in the same places every time. So there is a little bit more to it, though, that we do as speedrunners. That doesn't just mean that we know where the encounters are. There's another piece to the puzzle, which is walking steps. When it does that check every 8 frames and it wants to increment your danger, if you're walking and not running, it only gives you 1/4 as much danger as it does than if you're running. And so, because the seed is always the same, we were able to pre-route everything out and figure out different times where if there is, let's say, there are very often scenarios where if you were to come out of a battle and just sprint, you'll get into another fight after, let's say, 10 checks. However, we found out that if you walk for the duration of those 10 checks, then once that 10th check happens, you only have 1/4 as much danger as you would have if you were running, and it's actually not enough danger to get into the fight. Then you can start running, and you have essentially skipped that encounter. So just by virtue of it always being the same seed, that means that we were able to to research and route out the entire game, every single point at which we know, okay, after this fight, take this many steps. After this fight, take this many steps. And that will optimally get you under the encounters that we want to avoid. It will get us the encounters that are either that we have to take and are okay, or sometimes it gets us encounters that we want. For example, when we need to learn an enemy skill. So it all sounds extremely complicated, but it really all boils down to the very simple practice of remembering or having written down, when I get this fight, take this many walking steps after. When I get this fight, take this many after, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. So what I'm curious about now, is there a way for Corrin to reel the step route and the encounters back in?
Okay, so this is an excellent question. Yes, there is. So the main thing we're concerned about with Cornfed is formations. Why? Because Cornfed still, his movement is still mostly good, and he did pretty much the same amount of walking as you would normally do, which means that he still has expended the same amount of movement as if there was no mistake, which means that he's still relatively on steps. As in, his encounters are still going to be happening where we expect them. Problem is, there's a separate system in the game called formations, which is what decides what the enemies are that are in the fight. So when you get into a random encounter, the timing of the random encounter is dependent on your steps, your walking, your danger, yada yada. But what enemies are in the fight depends on your formations. And that value only is affected by when you get into a fight. When a fight triggers, the game rolls a random number in order to determine what that fight is going to be. But guess what? It's actually the same exact list of random numbers that the game uses to check your danger against. It's just a different bookmark on that same list that your formations go down. So what's happened to Cornfed now is, because he failed to walk under an encounter and he got an encounter that he's not supposed to, he got an extra encounter. That means that the formation logic has triggered one extra time. So that means this fight now that he's getting is the next fight that on the list instead of the one that he's supposed to be on.
Yeah, usually when you're on step route, that's a pincer encounter right there with the Hell House.
Correct. And so that actually causes even more of a problem now, because a pincer only affects your formations by 1, and a regular fight affects it by 2. So if he was 2 ahead on formation ID, now he's 3 ahead. But that maybe gets a little extra nitty gritty. But yeah, the encounter. So what I'm saying is that Cornfed is still on steps. He is still manipulating when he gets into encounters and minimizing how many he gets. However, the issues with being off formations are maybe he's going to get pincered when he doesn't expect to now, or the worst thing is when he needs to learn an enemy skill, he might not get the fight that has the enemy that gives him the E skill that he's looking for, you know? So, yeah, and that
just
might
real quick,
actually kill steps entirely.
Just real quick, something exciting. Doomies is going for the elevator manip.
Awesome, yes. Or at the very least, he's going for elevator.
Yeah,
he
elevator.
Might be going for unmanipulated elevator, but
just YOLO.
It is the manip. So here's how we'll know for sure is because I did with Cornfed's with having to explain steps, I actually forgot to look at how he was moving. If he opens his menu right away upon getting into the elevator, then we'll know that he's going for the manip, because what that does is it freezes a certain value in place in a consistent spot that we need to manipulate RNG. So let's see if he opens his menu, and if he does, we're going to have to launch into a tirade here about RNG. Okay, he did not. He's going for unmanipulated elevator.
YOLO elevator style. I like it.
Yeah, so this is a little risky. So how this works is you start on floor 6. Every time that you press the elevator button, it randomly sends you up between 7 and 15 floors, and we need to reach floor 59. So let's see. First floor he gets is 15. That's actually really good because that's one of the fastest fights. Each floor has a specific fight tied to it also. 15, 17, and 19 are the best first jump that you can get. Yeah, it's the lowest number of those 3, but it is at least a fast fight.
It's a bold
then
move,
hope-
and I'm excited to see if it pays off for him.
So the worst case scenario here is that this costs him too many grenades. The thing about unmanipulated elevator, and the reason that we put so much work into developing an RNG manip for this, is the fact that like this can be really, really bad. He just, if RNG isn't nice. He did just get a 13 jump though, that is quite nice. And so, yeah, we'll see the rest. How exactly does it shake out? There's 16 different RNG possibilities, but 7 to 15 means that there's 8 different amounts of floors that it can jump, right? Or is that 7 or 8? I think it's 7. No. What am I don't know what I'm talking about. Look, here, what I'm trying to say is that 7 through, I want to say like 13, 12 or 13 has 2 different RNG outcomes that work for it, and then 14 and 15 have only 1. It just means that a 14 or a 15 jump is half as likely as any of the others individually. But there, what did he get? A 10 jump there? That's only okay. And now each of these different fights has an optimal way to get through it as well. So like the Spike Bro, a bolt and a grenade is the fastest way to deal with a Spike Bro. 45. So 45 puts him in range to be able to hit 59 next time. So Spike Bro again, fastest thing to do is 1 grenade and a bolt. It looks like he double grenaded just for speed here, though.
Yeah, so 14 is going to be the maximum jump he's able to do, correct?
Yeah, well, 14 or 15 here will land him on floor 59. So it's unlikely. 58.
Oh,
get out of
unlucky.
here. So he's got 1 extra fight here. I don't think this was too bad though. Doomies doesn't have bolt equipped. Okay, I thought he did.
Cornfed's chosen the safer route with the stairs.
So it is a little bit risky that he doesn't have bolt equipped on Cloud. I mean, if you're in the elevator, the thing is, he fought 3 Spike Bros, and so having bolt on Cloud would have saved him 3 grenades. So hopefully his grenade count is going to be fine throughout the rest of Midgar here. And then Cornfed is going for stairs, the tried and true consistent method. And so what is really the difference between these two? On average, stairs is about a minute slower than elevator. I would say Doomy's elevator there was about average, and so it probably is about a minute faster than the stairs. However, again, the elevator might mess with his grenade count too much. And so that could end up costing him in the future, but we'll see how that shakes out. Also, another kind of just weird thing is that unmanipulated elevator also levels up your characters a little bit beyond where they would be if you took stairs or did the manip. And so what that means in the run, you might be like, oh, extra levels, great. However, we really want Bravers on Cloud. And when we fight Genova later, a really awkward thing happens where the extra level on Cloud is going to raise his max HP such that he's no longer guaranteed that Genova is going to be able to one-shot Cloud into a limit break each time. So it also puts a little bit of stress on your Braver count.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about using stairs is it keeps all that right in that nice area. I think it's still possible to where you can get above levels in HP to where that's not possible, but it's super rare for that to happen.
I do wonder a little bit. Again, I wish I just had seen if this happened, but I wonder if he used the extra money. Oh, you know what? I've been talking about grenade count. I bet he used the extra money from the extra fights in Don Corneo's mansion to buy more grenades. He probably did that. And so he's probably totally fine on grenades.
Yeah, it would have been the wise move.
We're going to
Knowing
pop in
exactly
here
how
again.
many, though.
Sorry. Just Kashiwa is facing up against X-Death, the final boss. So Team Mog should be getting ready for their Final Fantasy VII run. We got a bit of a cutscene and then we got the fight, but pretty simple fight. I don't believe there was any movers, so Kashiwa must have gotten money somewhere else, but doing pretty well on timing.
Yeah, excellent. we've got a fun little strat here. If you guys know about the notorious puzzle in the upcoming floor that Doomies is about to go to with the mayor password, it's actually based on your in-game time when you enter the screen, not random. So here Doomies might choose to open his menu and check his IGT. He didn't, though. He's going for the safe strat.
Nope.
I totally respect that. Instead, you can just check this one single book, and that one single book actually gives you the giveaway. Breakdown means that his password is going to be bomb here. But you can check your IGT before you enter the room and then know what password is going to be just based on doing a little bit of math on it. But yeah, I would probably check the book also in a race.
What is that equation that you look for when you're checking your IGT?
So it can only be one of 4 different things, and so it's just a straight up like 0, 1, 2, or 3 on your IGT if you divide it by 4, right? So you just have to divide it by 4 and consider the remainder 0, 1, 2, or 3. And since 60, as in a minute, is divisible by 4, that means you don't have to worry about minutes or hours at all. You only have to look at your seconds digit, right? So your seconds digit, let's say it's 53. That divided by 4, the remainder is 1, and so you would know, and so you use that. The way that different runners have a different way to remember it. You can just remember the word sequence Mako King Best Bomb, which is the 4 that it cycles through in that order. Or you can remember, what I remember is 4103. 4103 is the number of down inputs that you need to do to get to the resulting password. So, yeah.
All right, Corn's just past the red guards opening up Shinra Tower now. He's actually not that far behind Doomies.
We're setting up here on 5 for our final. Looks like Kashiwa has 136k, which should be enough, depending on where levels sit there.
I think we've got a little bit of a quiet moment in FF7 for you guys to just talk about his fight here.
Yeah, this is the final fight here. So we're gonna have 2 phases, just like earlier. So we're gonna go ahead and power up. Looks like we did get Berserk Haste. We'll see if we can get out with both guards. It's looking good so far. We'll see if we get a little bit lucky.
Yeah, they Berserk and Haste, and usually Berserk, you lose control of your character, but remember, we picked up that 1 ribbon, so that keeps us from feeling the negative parts of the Berserk, so we can go ahead and just power up.
It does look like one of the guards is petrified, but it should be okay. The other one is up. So we are in a good state here. It's really going to depend on the final phase if we get elmagus.
To block.
Level's looking a little bit higher. Instead of 9k, it's 9150.
Yeah.
Oh, we do get a reset.
That's tough. That's tough because it's just the whole... hopefully saved... No, it's the... Okay,
didn't save. Oh, we did save.
No,
okay,
they did. Okay. Sometimes, you're like, oh, well, this is such a simple fight. I'll just use the autosave. And then you're kind of stuck watching that whole cutscene again. Luckily, they learned from Final Fantasy IV and gave like a single moment before you actually start the fight. And we did get a good autosave there. So we're just going to set up again and hope that we don't get blown up again.
We got 7 Samson's Mites.
And we say Samson's Mites, that's a mix ability. So we're mixing 2 items to create basically a power potion called Samson's Might. Increases the character's level by 10, which is why we're basically just level capping Ferris and Butts here so that their Zenonage does this 9150. We're going to finish this first phase and then cut into the second phase. Much smoother, obviously. Basically says everything will return to nothing.
Team on, get ready here. It's just going to be a few more hits.
Okay, good. Slow down.
We got 4, so that should be good. I think we're, yeah, melee on the frog. I think we're in a good spot.
That's time.
And that's time for
Go,
Mog.
Mog, go. Oh, awesome. A pretty good run by Kashiwa. Great run by all 3. And again, thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much, and good luck.